Hello, 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 my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? I hope you can hear me. I hope everything's working properly. I have had a nightmare of a time with my audio, so I apologize in advance if my audio is garbo today. We are going to be doing our best. We may have to solve some issues on the fly. However, we will be doing our absolute best here today to make sure. Hey, that's a gorgeous necklace. Where can you get one? Well, right there. Thank you for using the command. Hey, Vermin, great to see you. I hope you're doing wonderfully today. Now, let's just take a second here. Real quick. Hey, Danny, if you're watching right now, can you DM me real quick? Hey, Walfs, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for the incredibly generous $10. Danny, if you're listening, can you DM me? And if you hear a pingy when I get DM'd, please tell me if you hear a pingy. Could you hear that pingy? Did you hear the pingy? Oh boy, let's see. Yes! Yes! Okay, that's a good sign. Dude, holy shit. Audio? Okay. You want to know what audio is like? You want to know what audio is motherfucking like? Let me show you what audio is like. Let me just fucking show you. Hold on. This is what I feel like. Hold on a second. Watch this. Hold on. Look, hold on. I'm going to show you something. This is what I feel like after trying to work on audio for 3 goddamn days in a row. Okay? All right? This is what I feel like, okay? Oh, this is a good version. Oh, this is cute. This is a cute version of it, but this is what I feel like. I'm not kidding you. This is what I fucking feel like right here. This is what I fucking feel like after 3 days or two solid days of fucking around with audio. My brain feels like it blew up and I turned into a fucking insane eldritch monster. Okay? This is what I feel like. It's horrible. It's not a fun experience. Although that is a very cute rendition done in the, it looks like it was done in the style of, looks like that was done in the style of, Skullgirls, which is pretty cool. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's a winter lantern. Yep, I know, they cause frenzy. Here's a scarier version. You want to see a scarier version of the winter lanterns? Here you go. Here's a scarier winter lantern. This is also what I feel like at the same time. Look at that. There we go. Winter lanterns, okay? Listen. This shit sucks, okay? Now, we're going to have to try this again on the fly. Yeah, there's a little bit of flood energy. Also, you could probably tell. How do I do this? How am I going to do this? What is the best way of approaching this issue? Here we go. Let's do this. Let's go like this. Let's slide this for, oh no! Okay, here we go. Much better, much better. God, I'm having so many goddamn issues with my new setup. Alex Pardee? I don't think so. But that sounds cool. God, I'm having so many. Oh no! Stop! 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 Oh God, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it, everybody. What a scuffed beginning. What a scuffed beginning. Oh my God, what the fuck? Cling, you bastard. Cling! 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 There we go. Cling! I'm losing it. I'm losing it, everybody. I'm fucking losing it. It's happening. I'm losing it. I can't handle it anymore. I just can't handle it. Yeah, shubnigorad. My mic stand is, and now it's, oh, there it goes. This is a bad start. This is a very bad start. Okay. everyone, if you are here and you thought that me fucking around and getting clowned on by my own setup was funny, please slap the like button. It is the #1 way that we get more viewers into this stream. And as you know, we want as many goddamn viewers as we can possibly get, okay? Because let me tell you, we've been busy lately. And you know what I want to do? I want to grow the channel. You understand? I want to grow this goddamn channel. You understand that? And the only way I grow this channel is if you like and subscribe. I'm serious. That's how you do it. So if you want to support me, if you like my content and you want to see even more, even better content, I'm going to need those likes and subscribes. YouTube makes me do this. I don't love begging for likes and subscribes all the time, but I'm going to do it because I care more about success than I do about my self-respect. There you go. Bam! Bam! By the way, this show is always free and viewer supported. So you will never have to pay for my content no matter what. Okay? That's just how it goes. I mean, obviously, somebody's going to have to pay for it. Somebody's going to have to cough up. But you, individually, whoever's listening to this, doesn't necessarily have to. Did I get a haircut? Not yet. I just have my hair like this today. Hat. Yeah, it's a hat day. All right. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. And guess what? None of it is strictly political, okay? Of course. These are not the homemade ones yet. I was too busy. I caught the call-in on Vaush's stream about the pedo cannon, and I thought that was kind of hard to watch as a vimp. All those people shitting on you and Vaush while trying to be both entertaining and have a serious discussion. Guys, okay, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something real quick. Real quick, okay? Let me tell you something. Vaush and I are both very strong people, okay? We are very strong. And this issue was ridiculously emotional for every single person involved on every single side. What? You still don't know why he let me on? That was not a good call? Thanks for the vote of confidence, Vermin. I mean, I wasn't prepared for that conversation. All I was trying to do was make sure that I was not being fucking weaselly about my critiques. And I agree. Listen, I agree. I came in very hot to begin with. But to be fair, it was a very hot issue. And I, at the beginning of the conversation, I did not feel like Vaush was being honest about how hard he went on this particular issue. However, by the end, we worked it all out. Okay? We worked it all out. Vermin, I agree with you, but at the same time, Vaush made all these takes public, and he openly said on Twitter that he was going to dump gasoline onto the fire. So, if you dump gasoline onto the fire and you accidentally summon a demon mama, well, can you really blame the mama for that? I'm sorry. Look, there is no bad blood between Vaush and I promise you. Now, at least as far as I understand. If Vaush has bad blood against me, that's unfortunate, but I promise you I am strong enough that we will be able to talk it out in the future. Okay? I promise. You have to understand, I am a very strong person. Vaush is a very strong person. It's all good. We had an intense conversation, and guess what? Do you want to know? Do you want to know what the most satisfying thing was? Do you want to know what the most satisfying thing of all was? Destiny, that motherfucker jumped the goddamn gun. He did a dirty rat restream of our conversation entitled it, Demon Mama and Vaush Burn the Bridge. But we didn't burn the bridge, did we? And in fact, Destiny didn't even have anything to say. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. As always, Destiny, the gun jumper. False advertisement, lefty misinformation. Lefty misinformation. Yeah, I mean, I agree, Vermin. See, that's the thing. Most people, listen, okay, let me explain something. And Vermin, you can tell me if I'm wrong on this. Lexi! Doe! Oh, my lovely Doe. Hello, hello. And also, hello, Eris. Wonderful to see you. I just noticed you were in chat. Now, let me tell you something. Wait, Vaush Vidya just subscribed? Wait, did I miss a subscription somewhere? Oh, somebody gave a gift. Thank you for the gifted sub, anonymous gifter. Thank you. Now, real quick, let me tell you something, okay? Okay, ready? And if I'm wrong, Vermin can tell me otherwise. But there are some people in this world who, the best way that they solve issues is by, basically by, beating each other up a little bit, okay? Like some people, they have a fight with a friend, and instead of letting it stew over like 20 conversations, they just go, all right, fuck it. And they throw down, and they beat each other up, and then at the end, they pat each other on the back and go, all right, good fight. And I'm that type of person sometimes, okay? And I think Vaush is that type of person sometimes too. We're both debaters. We're both pit fighters, okay? That's how it happens. So we had a big conversation, and we worked it out. There you go. Yeah. Now, of course, I'd be willing to handle it off stream, but, you know, sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. Look, and also, I'm going to also be honest. Listen. Also, remember, here's another thing. And this might change in the future. Maybe. We'll see. And if it doesn't, that's okay. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to thread the needle of parasociality, okay? I consider Vaush a colleague and potentially, you know, I mean, I'd like to be friends, but these things are hard to figure out, and I don't want to feel like I'm being weird by like DMing Vaush and being like, yo, this isn't it, la 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 la. Okay? So I did the streamer thing a little bit in that I popped up and I said, hey, here's my take in chat. And then Vaush said, get on here, let's fucking sort it out. And we sorted it out, and it's fine. Okay? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. And maybe in the future, if Vaush would prefer in the future, I can DM him. All right, then I won't worry about it, okay? I won't worry about it as much in the future. I won't. Okay? Are one of you gonna upload the conversation? I don't know. Yeah. Maybe. I think there was value that came from it. I think we both made our points by the end of it. I do acknowledge, by the way, I acknowledge that, oh yeah, don't worry. Well, you can watch it. I think Chudlogic is covering it tomorrow, and I think the Surfs is covering it right now, which is kind of wild. But, yeah. But yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of viewers were stressed because they were worried. Okay, listen, this is a drop into hot truths moment, okay? A lot of viewers have been primed to understand that any conflict between their content creators will be ruthlessly milked for every single drop of drama possible. And that's not how I do things, okay? And I don't blame the chat for being that way, because, I mean, after all, this space has been dominated by some pretty spiteful people for a very long time. But that doesn't have to be the case forever. Yeah. Nah, I would never do that, Goddess Trans Girl. You see, because if people are talking about me, that means I'm growing. I wasn't even properly prepared. Oh, by the way, just so you all know, I make facial expressions even when I'm off camera. That's not just a camera thing. Like, I just am like that. That's just how I am. I'm a very expressive person. That's how I am. Can somebody get Ding Dong Dangler out of chat, please? IP ban that person. Thank you. I know who that is. Let my gay flesh go, thus saith the Lord. I will not let your my gay flesh go. My voice is a little rough. I've been on voice basically for 3 days perpetually. I'm glad Gayfesh is free. Listen, I've said this before, but if Gayfesh gets mad at me, I know that I know that I've compromised my emotions. Something that people should know about Gayfesh. Now, Gayfesh isn't a streamer, but that doesn't mean that he's not a fucking content creator. You know, Gayfesh is a fucking musician. Gayfesh has made music for multiple channels in this space. Gayfesh actually is very plugged into streaming, and Gayfesh has a really, really, really fucking good sense of when people are, like, emotionally compromised. And to be fair, Gayfesh has called me on it multiple times. And Gayfesh, I'll remind you, Gayfesh was the first person that I recognize who told Vaush to like take a step back during the Thoughts line drama. We know how that went. I've done it. Every streamer's done it. Gayfesh is just very good at that. So I'm glad to see that Gayfesh is freed. Gayfesh made the electronic MIDI cover of Vaush Rad. It was HolicMaster who made Vaush Rad. Thank you. Thank you, Posadas John. All right, you're welcome, Gayfesh. You're welcome. Listen. Okay. It is a hard time of year, and the Thunderdome is coming. I want to be able to give out appreciation to the people I appreciate freely, given that, I don't know, shit is wild. Wasn't chat having people pouring gasoline? Oh, yeah. Yo, chat was going fucking wild. Shoo. You can come on my stream and we could talk if you ever want to. Seriously. Anytime. Professional courtesy. Consider it that. Okay? You don't have to at me 222 times in VGG chat. All right? All right, Shoo? It's all good. Same thing goes for you, Chris Raygun. You want to challenge what you said about New York City yesterday? You can't. Do you know how much time I've spent in New York City? Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Alias. If you haven't seen the tits that are always on display, the only time there are not tits in Times Square is when it's raining. That's it. That's the only time. Oh yeah, Zan was like, I'll fix this. I'll fix this. I'm like, no, Zan, it's fine. I appreciate it, but it's fine. Alias, you're wrong. You're just wrong, okay? I lived in New York for fucking 3 years, okay? Also, not to keep flexing, not to take the win even harder, but listen, I'm a fucking raging lesbian. You think I'm gonna miss any tits ever? No, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Okay. So, yeah, I am... Oh, yeah, by the way, so I heard, listen, okay? Yesterday, a sacrifice was made to the blood gods, okay? Everybody? By the way, if you're here, we have a whole bunch of new people in here, which is fucking pog as shit. So if you're here, please like the YouTube stream. It's free to like the YouTube stream, and make sure that you subscribe, because my videos are fucking amazing. I just put out a video about Tim Pool on Bitcoin, and it is funny as fuck, okay? My segments are the funniest shit. So even if you don't end up tuning in for every stream, you can catch my segments. Subscribe and like the stream. Seriously. Thank you. Very happy to have you here today, by the way. So, now that that's out of the way, let me tell you, we have some treats. Oh, do we have treats today, my lovely imps? Not only do we have a brand spanking new entire playlist of Cooking Mama to go through, but We also have Holy Mac to go over and enjoy. And let me tell you, the blood gods were pleased with the sacrificial bloodletting between Vaush and Demon Mama yesterday. And let me tell you, just so you know, every single politics streamer, with the exception of, I think, ChudLogic, who was sleeping at the time, was watching that stream yesterday. Pigeon pictures. Okay, I'm pausing. I'm sorry. I'm not doing... hold on. Hold on. I need pigeon pictures. Pigeon! Oh my god! Oh my god! Pigeon! I love... Wait a second. Hold on. Pigeon! 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 I love Pigeon! Oh my god. I love Pigeon. The highlight of my month is going to be getting to pet Pigeon when we do the Apocalypse Bucket stream. I'm so excited. That's the only thing I'm looking forward to. Pet. I'm going to pet. Now, what was I saying? Oh yeah, blood gods. Yeah, the blood gods were very happy. And let me tell you, we had Shoe on Head, we had Chris Raygun, we had Bastiat, we had Destiny, we had The Surfs. The only person I know of who wasn't watching that besides ChudLogic was Hassan, that I know of. And he might have watched it. So we had basically all of the big politics streamers I saw watching. Oh, and I know, for the record, that there were other people watching as well. Wink, wink. Oh, Hassan sent his chat. Oh, interesting. See? So, the blood gods were pleased yesterday. And what we have been gifted in return is a treat for you, my lovely imps. Yes, you. You will be the beneficiaries of Vaush and I's sacrifice upon the altar of blood. Oh, yes. Because today, people I don't like are tearing strips out of each other. Oh, they're tearing strips out of each other. And when I say they're really tearing strips out of each other, oh my god. Now, some of you may have heard. There was a very, very bloody debate on Hans of Harkir's channel yesterday about the topic of kink at Pride. And in that debate, let's just say things got very spicy. And I mean unprecedentedly spicy. And we're not going to watch it today because I can't. Let's be real. I can't watch that on stream without making my life hell. But I am going to say that boy, oh boy, do I love it when Fallout falls in my favor. Okay? And I can tell you right now, there has been some favor. But first, before we talk about the direct one, let me show you what I'm talking about. So some of you know that this channel has had some history with a tanky and a, let's just say, very, very vindictive lawyer. Yeah? And that tanky and that lawyer have been at each other's throats for the last, I don't know, bit of time. And today, let me just show you the image that sums it all up, okay? The cancelers are canceling each other. Goom, goom, goom! We got a Mel tweet being responded to by Xavier, being responded to by Riley, and of course, it blew up. Now, I think this is a very stupid take. A phenomenally, painfully stupid take. And also bad faith. And remember, you know what I think about Mel. You all know about how I think about Mel's behavior on Twitter. But if you think that Mel's takedown here is saying that trans women are inherently kink, this is motherfucking stupid. For once, I side with Mel on this. Mel said, we should have more kink at Pride, actually, which I do agree with. Have trans women who don't pass or look like the media idea of transness at the front of every parade and speaking event. Push black trans organizations or groups to signal boost the things that they have long been pushed aside. Now, a charitable and reasonable person reading this would say, here is one, and here is two. These are 2 points. Any person who is even slightly charitable, even to Mel, would understand that that is what was being said. Only someone who is so deeply looking to try and find and own would come to this conclusion. I might be misinterpreting, but this reads as if Mel thinks non-passing trans women are somehow indulging in a kink. And to me, that is unbelievably uncharitable, even for Mel, okay? And you know, I've tried to be charitable even to people like Mike from PA, who are not charitable to anybody else. I do. I try to give charitability to everyone, to the best of my ability. Don't always succeed, but I do my best. And then, though, Riley, of all people, well, I mean, I should say of all people, we all know how spiteful the new arc is. To respond like this is actually fucking shit. Okay? And I'm going to explain why this is pretty shit, especially for this person to be doing. Okay? I'm going to explain why. Okay? Some of you don't know what Blanchardism is. Okay? Does anybody in chat? Some of you do. I know some of you do. Blanchardism. Okay, let me show you. I'm going to show you. We're going to have an educational segment here. Hold on. Let me show you. Okay. This is a real quick trigger warning for people who had to deal with this stuff in the past. I know that this might not seem like a trigger warning worthy take, but I promise you it is trigger worthy for a lot of people. So trigger warning right now. This is going to be tough real quick. It's going to be a short little moment, okay? Okay. Blanchard's transsexualism typology is a proposed psychological typology of gender dysphoria, transsexualism, and fetishistic transvestitism created by Ray Blanchard throughout the 80s and 1990s, building on the work of prior researchers, including his own colleague, Kurt Freund. Blanchard categorized trans women into 2 groups, homosexual transsexuals, HSTS, also known as true trans, who are attracted exclusively to men, and who seek sex reassignment surgery because they are feminine in both behavior and appearance, and autogynephilic transsexuals, who are sexually aroused at the idea of having a female body. Supporters of the typology include sexologist Michael J. Bailey, a giant piece of shit, James Cantor, a giant piece of shit, Anne Lawrence, a bit of a piece of shit who's done some good things, and bioethicist Alice Dredger, a giant piece of shit who was involved in Gamergate. Okay? Also, not mentioned here is that Kenneth Zucker, who was stripped of his right to practice after running the Canadian Youth Mental Health Clinic in Toronto, where trans children were sexually and mentally abused, subscribed to Blanchard's typology. CAMH. Yep, CAMH. Also, Blanchard did not believe that trans men had a typology because and I'm not kidding you, because he said it made sense for women to want to become men. I'm not kidding you. That was his belief. okay? I'm serious. I'm actually serious. Now, you might go, oh, wait a second. How is this so, why does this deserve a trigger warning? For those of you who don't know, many, many, many trans women were subjected to an unbelievable amount of scrutiny to try and determine which of the two types of trans person they were. Now, of course, the science was in, let's describe, in the words of his largest critic, biologist and trans activist Julia Serrano, described Blanchard's typology as flawed, unscientific, and needlessly stigmatizing. It has been criticized by the World Professional Association for Transgender Health and now has been removed from as a serious reference from any from all worldwide psychological health standards, including a specific special mention in the current version of the DSM-5, which calls it an unproven theory. Hold on. I'm getting there. Don't worry, Blablato. I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain to you. Why does this keep going out? So, many trans people, especially people about my age, 30-year-olds in that ballpark, and in some places, still to this day, but much less common, okay? Would have been subjected to really, really fucking horrible questions, trying to piece them into the typology. Because of discrimination, because of prejudice, the typology spread through the psychological community. When I went to get my bottom surgery, and I didn't get, just for the record, I know you all know, I didn't get full bottom surgery. I only got an orchiectomy. But when I got my orchiectomy, one of the things I had to do was go through a psychological evaluation. During that psychological evaluation, I was asked questions that attempted to reveal whether I was a homosexual transsexual or an autogynephilic transsexual. They asked me about my sexual practices. They asked me about my childhood. They asked me about whether I had been abused. They asked me whether I liked men or women. And just so you know, that was, even at the time that I went through that, severely out of date. So, the reason why I'm doing this preamble is because it is a phenomenally shitty thing to make an accusation like this about another trans person, even one you don't like. We can talk about that sometime, aristocracy. I can explain that. So I find this to be particularly shitty. And I do think that there are some trans people who do engage in this, but I think it should be substantiated. I don't think that a fucking tweeting, quote retweeting somebody and saying they're a fucking Blanchardist is a good thing. Now, there are some people I do think engage in this. I know that Blair White engages in this. Blair White engages in this, obviously. There is a body of evidence. But Mel does not. And I can say this as, and I'm telling you, I can say this as somebody who probably is I have the most reason to not like Mel. Okay? I really do. And you know that I have all the reason in the world to not like Mel. Arguably more reason to not like Mel than I have to not like Riley. Because I was actually friends with Mel. I was actually close friends with Mel. And even with all that, I think this is a phenomenally dishonest and fucked up thing to try and pin on Mel. Okay? I really, really think it is. I think it's worse than calling somebody a transmedicalist. I think it's worse than calling somebody true scum. This is like This is it is one of the most calloused and hurtful things because, listen, I don't know a whole lot about Mel. Well, actually, I do know a lot about Mel, but I don't know what I should say is that I don't know a lot about how Mel got her diagnosis, how Mel got her HRT, okay? I know a lot about Mel. I just don't know anything about that. We never really talked about that specific aspect, okay? But I can tell you there is a very good chance, because Mel is the same age as me, there is a very, very good chance that Mel had to go through the type of questioning that I had to go through. Oh, I think Vaush was fine. So, with all due respect, even though I love to see my opponents tearing strips out of each other, I'm rooting for Mel here. I'm rooting for Mel on this one. Because honestly, that is a fucking low-ass blow. That is a low, and totally unsubstantiated blow. Completely unsubstantiated. And I can also say that Mel has pushed back against Blanchardism very hard. Very, very hard. So, yeah. So that's number one. But now we can dispense. Now that I've gotten the precursor out of the way, I'm gonna get clipped for what? What am I gonna get clipped for? Sorry? Did I say something clippable? What did I say that's gonna get clipped? Uh-oh. Oh, God, that... See, this is why we don't have a neat. This is why we don't have a neat. Yeah, agreeing with both Mel and DSK in the same week. Wild ride. Oh, I support Mel in this instant, yeah. Yeah. Don't worry, it's gonna disappear soon. Oh, yeah, RGR... Wait. RGR doesn't need stands to do this. RGR fucking watches my streams. I know she watches my streams. I'm no fool. I know how deep the bitterness goes. Oh yeah, we gotta hate watch in here. Oh, I know. Now, in case you're worried that I'm going to become a Mel stan, let me tell you what I was also celebrating today, okay? And yes, am I being ruthlessly petty today? Am I rounding up drama in a ruthlessly petty way? Yes, I am. But guess what? Girl boss Marcy has brought my attention to a cancel war between Mel and Kunta J. That's right! Kunta J and Mel fighting today! Yes! And they're going back and forth as we speak. The Mel community and the Kunta J community are crashing into each other like fucking orbital planets smashing into each other. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so wonderful. Nothing like seeing two of the most insufferably uncharitable people caught like tearing strips out of each other. Oh, really, Dangle Bangle? Do you have a link for that? You are telling me Ben Shapiro and Marjorie Taylor Greene are also fighting? I told you, the blood gods have blessed us. The blood gods have blessed us. Now, in the name of always doing my due diligence here, I have indeed looked into the original context of this tweet. And I will say that while this tweet that Mel made is very, very obviously very bad optics. In context, all of the considerations apply. Mel was not actually being racist here. Yeah, I know, but Mel was literally responding comedically to something else. So, and even Marcy. Now, keep in mind, notice here. Here's how I'm going to show you this. I'll defend this real quick. Okay? Mel is responding here to girl boss Marcy. So this was from a conflict between Marcy and Mel. And if you look here, For clarification, yes, it's bad to say the blacks. It is. I agree. But the comedy here is that Mel had to reword something that I said to make it sound more racist. And in doing so, she accidentally got herself canceled by her own mutuals. This is cosmically fucking funny. Yes. Oh, sorry. I can read the tweets out. Well, wait. If I read the tweets out, then I'm going to get clipped. Sorry. You'll just have to... I'm sorry. I don't want to get clipped out of that. Sorry. And it is. And look, even Marcy, who was arguing, was like, hey, this isn't like fair to say that, like, you know, Mel wasn't being racist here. Mel was just being, like, made a bad joke. Like, not even a bad joke. She just worded it really poorly. And now, but live by the cancellation, die by the cancellation, as they say. Am I right? Now let's enjoy our third delivery, courtesy of Dango Bangle, the avatar of news monitoring in the Demon Mama chat and many other chats, indeed. The news monitoring avatar. Let me show you. So here we have it. Weird that Blitzer had nothing to say about the overt anti-Semitism of the squad and their de facto support for a genocidal Hamas. Wait, is this the one? Oh yeah, the genocidal Hamas terror regime. As always, two things can be true at once. MTG's statements were absurd, and the media are focusing laser-like on MTG so they can misdirect from the fact that they're completely fine with the squad's blatant blood libeling and anti-Semitism regarding Israel and Hamas. MTG's comments, while nutso, pose zero threat to Jews in the United States. I mean, obviously I disagree. Meanwhile, the Jew hatred of the radical left is generating a massive upsurge in street violence against Jews across the country. Anti-masking advocates aren't attacking Jews. Anti-Israel activists are. Now let's find out. Do we have the quote? Do we have the quote tweet by MTG? Because I know that Marjorie Taylor Greene was getting mad at Ben Shapiro. Oh, I know she had to have responded. Let's see. Did she? Let's go find out. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Where's Marjorie Taylor Greene? Where is she? Where the hell is she? Wait, did she get banned? Does she not have a Twitter anymore? Wait, did she get banned? Oh, here's the original. Oh, we have the originals. Yeah! When you've lost Ben Shapiro. Here we go. Vaccinated employees get a vaccination logo to wear, just like the Nazis forced Jewish people to wear a gold star. This is demented nonsense. It is nothing like the Holocaust, and any comparison thereto is both insulting and insane. How can we turn this down? You cannot tell me that the blood gods are not satisfied right now. Ben Shapiro and Marjorie Taylor Greene ripping strips out of each other, just digging right in. The hogs, infighting among the hogs. Oh my God, it's so wild. Oh, it's so good. Oh, of course not, RG Grit. Fuck Ben Shapiro, and frankly, fuck Mel too. But come on, we can admit that it's very funny when people that you really don't like are fighting each other. Right? I mean, and remember, Ben Shapiro is way bigger even than Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene has a lot of support among QAnon. Of course, obviously. She's got a lot of the Trump cult, but Ben Shapiro is way bigger than Marjorie Taylor Greene. And this is the type of, oh, we just love to see it. By the way, I mean, he's correct. He is actually correct here. The idea that like companies that give you like a reward for getting vaccinated to stop a plague is like the Holocaust. Yeah, she is actually off the rails. Like she's fucking gone off the rails. Oh, she responded. Yes. Thank you. I never compared it to the Holocaust, only to discrimination against Jews in early Nazi years. Stop feeding into the left-wing media attacks on me. Everyone should be concerned about the squad's support for terrorists and discrimination against unvaxxed people. Why aren't they? Yes. Yes, because a few companies offering to were asking their employees to fucking get vaccinated and saying, we can't let you on the premises if you're not vaccinated. We're going to use a tag system to make sure that you're getting the vaccination so you don't kill everyone in our workplace. That is not even remotely, that is not even in the same, it is not even in the same universe as anything that happened in the Holocaust. Not even close. Ooh, Dangle Bangle. I'm excited. We'll cover that. That'll be fun. Maybe we'll do that on Friday. Mandatory vaccines are literally Hitler. Yeah, it's not even mandatory vaccines. It's the original discussion was talking about companies that were doing vaccine passports, essentially. Right? Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Indeed. Indeed, Posadas John. Indeed. Korn has been greatly pleased. True, Cyborg. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to dox you in your domain. What a wild ride it's been, huh? Corn. I feel like the reason why the shitty discourse was so big was because people think Twitter is real life. Even people I respect seem to be guilty of this. Okay. Okay. I know that this might seem like a hot take, but Twitter is connected to real life. Okay? Twitter is not the only thing, but it is affected. It is attached to real life. I mean, a great example of this is the harassment that Merrick has received, right? We talk about this all the time. The harassment that ContraPoints encounters. And it's very easy to sit back and be like, haha, Twitter means nothing, when you have 7 followers on Twitter and nothing that you do gets seen by anybody. Versus being in a position like myself, or like Merrick, or like anybody else who has a large following on Twitter, where anything you say gets people freaking the fuck out at you, okay? Do you remember, like, the whole thing that I got mad about was that when this whole discourse started, all I said was that I was going to talk about it, and I had a slightly different take. That's all I said. Yeah. We got an okay buddy. True, though, from Okay Buddy Mama. When your enemies start fighting one another, stop. Don't come back. I like it. I'm happy with it. I'm pleased with this. Ooh, I didn't. Okay, unironically though, I'm really happy that Vaush was at least able to say that Shu's takes were like way across the line. Now the YouTuber whose name comes from a meme about harassing cam girls and used to regularly make horny BDSM tweets and post selfies in BDSM gear on a platform with minors is going to preach to us about gay men wearing BDSM gear at an event that a minor could conceivably go to. Why are you only this outraged at people discussing and dressing in ways that imply horny BDSM shit in public spaces where minors could conceivably run into them, and it's when it's gay men in gay spaces doing it, especially when it was your entire brand for years to do this? Yeah. Yeah, I told you there was tons of this shit. Shu used to talk about, and I'm sorry to take shots fired at Shu, but Shu used to openly talk about how she was in a full-time BDSM relationship in public. Come on. This is fucking, and yet you're gonna go after drag? Come on. Yeah, Sarah Z's pretty based. I like Sarah Z. I don't know what her angle is. I think social media as a whole can be a big problem for sure, but I think finding 10 people with bad takes on Twitter and acting like it's an example of a larger issue just leads to bad discourse and needless drama, toxicity, or people misconstruing each other. I mean, I don't agree with you. No, I don't disagree with you. I agree with you, Bat Canary. Yeah. It's Zed, you fuck? Okay. Lash me. Lash me. Come on. All right. There you go. You had it. You had your fun. Okay? There you go. A zebra? I'm Zon Zed. True! Zon Zedi. Zon Zedi. Shu saved me from the alt-right. I'm not able to simp for her. All right. Well, I'm not simp for her. Well, okay, dude. Welcome back. Welcome back, Gayfesh. Don't tempt people, Gayfesh. It's gonna happen. You better be careful. I'll undo the ban, by the way. I'll undo the ban because I want money. So. Nuts, can I tell you something? Listen, Nuts. As somebody who has gotten a lot of positive comments about people, Acelaces says, there's a few ways to frame it. We lose a lot in it's not real life versus it is. Individuals are hurt through Twitter. Systems can never change through Twitter. At best, you might influence the framing of the systems or how the systems present themselves. But there's so much slacktivism and discourse that presents itself as action, and that part is frustrating. Hashtag no cops at Pride, but also I'm not going to do anything to make it so. The language is always hiding some greater position underneath that is difficult to get across. I don't disagree with you. The thing is that Twitter is a highly limited medium that is, okay, let me explain it here. I'll explain it better. I think I have a better way. Twitter is a specialized tool, okay? You know how with a hammer, you can't screw in a screw, right? A hammer is very good at nailing in nails and breaking things if you need to break something. But you can't screw in a screw with a hammer. And Twitter is a specialized tool that is specialized for banging ads into your eyeballs. The problem is, though, that many people can use that to do different things. And sometimes they're going to bang things into your eyeballs that shouldn't be going into your eyeballs. Okay? Is there something with Shu? I've never seen much of her, but something about her sets off my rapid judgment radar, and I don't know why. Look, I don't know Shu, okay? I've been on one panel with Shu, and I've played a couple of games of Among Us with Shu. That's basically what I know about Shu. I used to loosely follow her content, like from the distance back in the day, because that's what I do, because I was interested in the internet shit. I was interested in the alt-right and alt-right adjacent people. I was happy to see her moving away from the alt-right. I was happy to see her not hanging out with Lauren Southern, who wore a Tiffany bracelet that was engraved with 1488. Yeah, Bat Canary, you should go watch my segment on Twitter. That one's going to be coming out soon. I think I did really good on that one. The thing is, like, I don't like to pass judgment on people that I don't know unless I have very good reason to, okay? Here's what I think, okay? Here's my take. I think that Shu hasn't fully, and I'm sorry if this comes across as offensive. I don't want to hurt any feelings. But personally, I don't think Shu has fully thought about all of her positions when it comes to LGBTQ issues, okay? And I think that results in her either following her audience or maybe even leading her audience down some angles that I think could be harmful, okay? That's what I'll say. And I would love to discuss these things because I think that I could have an interesting discussion with Shu about how saying that the LGBT movement is being infiltrated by pedophiles is like really not helpful in any way and it doesn't illuminate anyone. It only plays into worse stigmas. But I don't know. That's up to her if she ever wants to have that discussion, okay? She throws out biphobia. I think she's still kind of reactionary. Well, I mean, the drag take was reactionary, yes. She was bi? Wait, nuts. Bi people can be wrong about LGBTQ issues. So can trans people. So can queer people. I'm not saying that she's like not a bi. I know that she's bisexual. Are you kidding me? I've seen her fucking flirting. Joy Drill Kill. I am asexual and kinky. I came out a long time ago IRL, and this week I'm being open about being ace for the first time online because I'm tired of feeling invisible. We exist. Yes, you do. And thank you very much for supporting me. You're valid and you do exist. Yeah, the drag take is wait, Doe? Did I miss it? How did I miss it? Doe! Knock, knock, who's there? Doe, who? Doe mama. Aw, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Doe, thank you so much. I missed it. I'm very sorry. People, look, okay. I want to take a second here, and we are, by the way, just so you know, I'm going to tell you how committed I am to my positions that I brought up. I know a lot of people wanted to say that I was, I know, Gay Fesh. White Nervous is working on it. I know. It's an issue. I want to let you know that I wasn't just some bad faith screeching SJW. Next month, I will be doing History Mama sessions on the history of drag and ballrooms. I will be talking about the history of kink. I will be talking about the Stonewall riots. We're going to be going all in on this. And the reason why is because I really, really do believe that there's a good reason that the reason that most people have these takes is because they don't actually understand the things that they're talking about. It's going to be focused on U.S. history, yes. Oh, you know it, Ziggy. You know it, Ziggy. You know it. Yes, I'm going to be working with aristocracy on at least a certain part of this, okay? I have a lot of work to do this coming month, so grant me your strength, imps, because I have a lot of work. I have a lot of work ahead of me, but I'm going to do it. Is your P.O. box still open? Yes, it is, Humphead Sassy. Just shoot me a DM and I'll tell you the P.O. box. If anybody ever wants the P.O. box, DM me asking for the P.O. box and I'll give it to you. I don't have it publicly available, but I do send it to people who ask. I was a huge fan of skeptic YouTubers back in the day. When Shu and Armored Skeptic broke, it really hurt me being a fan of their content for years, even if I don't agree with any of it. Now, these creators mean a lot to me. That's fair. I can understand that. Not right now, Brim, but Nibiru, thoughts on hentai? What? There's a lot of it. Some of it's trash, some of it's good. Yeah, we will, Ada. I think she said that she meant adult-themed drag. Yeah, well, her messages were not clear on that, okay? Listen, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but if you're going to say that pedophiles are infiltrating a movement that has been labeled as pedophiles for the entire history of the movement, you really should be specific, okay? I'm serious. Like, you should be fucking serious. Otherwise, you're indulging in QAnon bullshit. Yes, I agree. What's that? People online with a platform have a responsibility to get their shit right and not endanger people's lives? Yes, they do. Believe it or not, yes, you do. Yes, I will be playing Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne in the future. That's one of our stream games. Are we back on this? I thought this was worked out. Blablato. What are you talking about? We're talking about a totally different issue. What the fuck is Pridefall? Oh, that's another thing I should talk about. Let's talk about that while we're on it. Okay, Operation Pridefall. Has anyone heard about Operation Pridefall? Okay? Operation Pridefall has been around for fucking ever. Isn't it a hoax? Yeah, okay, that's a weird way of wording it. Let me clarify. Pridefall is a poll operation. Yes, it is. It is a poll operation that has been going on for years. At the beginning of Pride, every single year, they begin organizing threads on poll and in other much less public forums. And the goal, and what they do, and this is what they do, is they make fake queer accounts and they spread, how do I put this? Very bad arguments and very bad looking images all over the internet in a name to attempt to make Pride fall. What they want to do, and I'm dead serious, the stated objective of Pridefall is to further associate LGBTQ movements, including Pride, with pedophilia. It is a psyop. I'm not kidding you. Now, they're not very good at it, but they have had a number of successes over time. One of the images that was made popular by Pridefall, for example, is that infamous image from Folsom Leather Festival of the girl touching the dog head. That was an image that was taken from Pridefall. That was propagated by Pridefall. Yes, that's the one chromatic scale. Is that a real photo? Yes, but the context is very different than what people tell you it is. Yes, it is a real photo. A woman brought their child to that festival, which I think is not a good idea. But that's on the parent. And secondly, the parent was there with the child. And that they cut that out, by the way. In the full version of the image, the parent is holding the child's hand. Now, I still think that's not a good move. I think that's a pretty fucking bad move. But it's not what it was said that it was, okay? What it was showing, and people say, and by the way, it's not at Pride, and yet people take that picture and say it was at Pride. Azazel Bedazzle with the incredibly generous 25 subs. Also, Kezbox, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kezbox. It's very kind of you. Azazel Bedazzle with the incredibly generous 25 Twitch subs. Thank you so very much. Seriously, it is viewers like you who help make this show happen every single day. So thank you very, very much. Thank you. And thank you, Ziggy, for letting me know. A lot of new imps. Fuck yeah. The fault for that photo is on the parents. I agree. See, at first glance, I really didn't think that picture was that bad, but were there details that would change my mind, or I need to learn something? Okay, let me explain why I think that image is not good, okay? First of all, it is very easily manipulatable, which you can't always help, because there's always going to be issues like that. I don't think that a kink leather festival is a good place to bring your child, okay? And here's the reason why. There's numerous reasons. One, I think it's irresponsible. Unless you're like the best parent in the world, I think that is probably an irresponsible parental decision, okay? I think that's an irresponsible parental decision. But secondly, there's another reason, okay? I'm going to explain this, and I want you to think, okay? I want you to think for a second, please. The people who were there are put in an incredibly awkward position. Do you think that a bunch of kinksters who want to go have fun consensually with a bunch of other adults doing whatever shit that they want to do are going to be happy when all of a sudden some fucking dumb shit parent stumbles in with their fucking kid? No, they're not. No, they're not. And listen, I don't know anything about the person in that image, okay? I don't know anybody in that image. but I imagine that that was an incredibly awkward situation for every single person involved. And it's very unfortunate that it has been weaponized. That single photo has been unbelievably weaponized against queer people of all types and against pride. Okay? That's fucked. That is really, really fucked. I feel bad for the people who are at the festival because that's fucking awkward. Yo, can you imagine? Can you imagine how fucking horrible it would be if you went to like a strip club and you're like enjoying yourself and then some dumb fuck parent stumbles in with her fucking snot-nosed kid and ruins your time? It would literally, it would kill the boner of every single person in the room. Massive, just horrible. Now, I don't think that children are like destroyed by seeing a dog mask. I really don't believe that. I think that's the wrong takeaway. Like, kids are not fucking ruined. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Children stay up late to go watch fucking infomercials of Girls Gone Wild. Like, come on. Like, kids aren't going to be harmed by just seeing that shit. But everybody else involved is going to be incredibly uncomfortable. And that's why I say that it's bad. PDX Commuter on Twitch has some words about this. Let's see. Funny how this turned into some anti-child crusade. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This isn't an anti-child crusade. Listen, look, I grew up, I'm Demon Mama, okay? I'm good with kids. I grew up as basically a second mom in my household. Literally, I raised all of my siblings. I made them dinners. I took care of them. I treated their wounds when they fell while they were playing. But I can tell you that there are times where you do not want to deal with children. If you go to a fancy restaurant, you don't want fucking children screeching while you're trying to enjoy your dinner. If you're at a gaming event where everybody's fucking screaming at each other and insulting one another, you don't want kids running around. It's fucking annoying. And it's especially bad if you're at a fucking kink area. That's not an anti-child take. Are you fucking crazy? You expected me to say I grew up as a child. Come on, that's silly, PDX. That's silly, PDX. Oh, PDX is a chud? Oh. Okay. You chud it the fuck up? Nice. No one under the age of 12 should be allowed in public venues. You're an idiot. You people are being so stupid. This is what happens. No, I didn't call you PDX. No. PDX is somebody else in Twitch chat. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know how to communicate with you on that. That sounds like a personal issue, Dango Bangle. I can't help you with that. Aw, thank you so much, Kezbox. It's really nice. I miss speaking to you too. We got to talk again soon. Just as a general rule of thumb, when would it be okay to bring young people to pride parades and the like? It depends on the pride parade. You have to, look, with all due respect, you have to not, don't be a lazy parent. Research the event you're going to. Look it up online and see what's going to be there. What? Just read the event and see. General pride parades are 99% AT&T floats with a couple of like super safe for work drag queens standing on them. Come on. 99% of Pride events are sponsored by fucking Coca-Cola these days. Yo, that's awesome, Badango. Most of Pride is boring as shit. Are you kidding me? It really is. I'm sorry. It really is. Especially because there's cops all over the place. Well, you just got to look a little deeper, Lonely Aardvark. You'll find some good stuff, all right? You sell some adult-themed goods at anime cons. I ID check anyone looking at our adult shit. Sometimes couples with children come up. I ID check and browse explicit shit with their young kids in eyeshot. It's totally unfair to anyone involved and absolutely on the parents for this situation. They make everyone else complicit too. Some parents are just fucking stupid. Some parents are just fucking stupid. That's just awkward. But also, it's not, that is not a pedophilia. Okay? Did I watch Eris's video about Pride? Look, I really like Eris, but I don't really care. No, this is terrible. This is going to come off very calloused. I don't care. Okay, with all due respect, I don't know how else to say this. I'm going to be very blunt. I don't care if people have a bad experience at Pride on a systemic level. I do on a personal level. I'm really sorry if you had a bad experience at Pride. You can have a bad experience everywhere. I have a bad experience every single time I go to my local Walmart. Fucking Grime Dango could tell you about that. Look, I really like Eris, but I'm sorry, but your single bad experience at Pride does not make any of these arguments correct. I'm not kidding you. Like, literally last time I went to Walmart, there was somebody fucking hacking up a lung right next to me, and they would not go away. They were like literally working while hacking up a lung. It was disgusting. It was horrifying. I was anxious as shit. They obviously had COVID. Thankfully, I'm vaccinated, but holy shit. They obviously had COVID. They were like literally like deep fucking coughs. Just, ugh! I'm like, oh my God. I'm not trying to be harsh. I'm not trying to discount anybody's experience. You can have a bad experience with anything, but that doesn't justify it. There already are separate events. This is what pisses me off. Oh my God, we're getting back into it again. There already are. Thank you to the new sub on YouTube. Or sorry, the new member on YouTube. Thank you, new YouTube member. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yes, I agree, Socialist Law Dude. Okay, something that you all should know is that this discourse has happened every single year. Was the person coughing a Walmart worker? I don't know. They might have been. Which makes me feel bad, but then that just makes me uncomfortable because Walmart's making them work. I have bad experiences with bi women. That doesn't mean I should hate all of them. That's crazy. Yes, you can't do it. And this happens around furry conventions as well. Come on. Come on, everybody. It is a PSYOP. Of course it is. It literally is a PSYOP. It's brought up every year by conservatives. And then people get baited into arguing about the nitty gritty. I know, Ada Stardust. It's part of my life. It's part of my life, Ada. Good to see you again, by the way. No, Robotic Reborn, outside of just educating them in general. The thing is, people who know what actually happens at Pride events are not likely to fall to this, for the most part. Sometimes they will, but not always. Nibiru, your school might even be able to help you with that, just so you know. Oh, homophobia and transphobia is on the rise. Absolutely. We talked about this. Well, of course they are. But that's the problem that I was talking about. Well, I guess I wasn't talking about it publicly. But yeah, your school will probably help you with it. Most schools have a medical center that can help you with that. Now, Kink at Pride has been a long-standing one. It's been going since the 80s. Eris also said she's uncomfortable with big crowds, and that's a big part of it. Yeah, look, listen. I don't like going to big events. I don't like going to parades in general. But I am very serious about not propagating very harmful stereotypes against queer communities. Sorry. Yeah. Most streamers hate leaving their homes. I mean, I'm not a shut. Actually, I love leaving my home. What am I saying? How do you feel about cishet kink people being included in Pride LGBTQ community? I don't care. Anybody can be included. I don't care. Just don't fucking do stupid shit. Okay? Anybody, look, you cannot police an inclusive community, and you shouldn't. Who cares? Who fucking cares? You don't know if somebody's actually gay. You don't know if somebody just says they're straight so they don't get in trouble. You know that for a majority of American history, gay people lived completely in the closet. To everyone else's knowledge, they were straight. That's what the closet is all about. That's why we have Pride. Just don't be a fucking shit, okay? Don't try to fucking flex your, like, belonging to a community over other people. Just don't do it. It's shitty. By the way, I'm going to touch on this as well, because I do think that Vaush is correct about this. The biphobia shit has got to stop. And that's another one, by the way, that's been going for, like, fucking 20 years. I'm not kidding you, just so you know. One of my friends has a shirt, a fucking amazing shirt, by the way. They have a shirt that says Gold Star Bisexual. Some of you will find that very funny. Other people won't get it. I'm going to see how many gets it. A lot of you get it. Hey, see, that just goes to show you how many fucking queers we got in this audience. You don't get it? Okay. Back in the day, many, many years long ago, in the ancient times, there was discourse, just like there is today. But it was about Gold Star lesbians and Gold Star gays. And Gold Star gays and Gold Star lesbians were gay and lesbian people who had never been in a hetero relationship at all. Yes. That is what that is. That was an old discourse from long, long ago. And unfortunately, this still exists in certain aspects of the online left in general. It was a pejorative. No, it was not used as a pejorative. That's why it was called Gold Star. There was a time where if you'd been in a hetero relationship, some people would treat you worse because of that. There is biphobia on the left. There really is. And it's different than homophobia. It's different than transphobia, but it does exist. And it's not helpful to engage in that. It doesn't help your point. It's not funny. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. You can make your critiques without engaging in biphobia. That's the joke, Dead World. The joke about being a Gold Star bisexual is that it doesn't make any sense. It's a joke. It's great. It's a fucking great shirt. One of the best, like, novelty t-shirts I've ever seen. I love it. I want to get my own version of it. Yeah. Cat Black has done a video on that. Shout out to Cat Black. Gold Star pansexual? Yeah. A lot of people on the left seem to think that if you're not visibly clear, then you have no right chiming in or participating in LGBTQ issues. Okay, that's a different issue, though, Val9000. That's a different issue, okay? And let me tell you my perspective on this, okay? Are you ready? Listen. The struggles of being in the closet and the struggles of being out of the closet are different. They're connected, but they're different, okay? And people who are currently in the closet or are not yet out should be sensitive to the issues of people who are not in the closet or who cannot be in the closet. And people who are out should be sensitive to the issues of people who can't be out. Wow. Imagine that. Imagine that. Because let me tell you, as someone who has done both, as someone who's been in both positions, as someone who has been living in the closet, there are struggles. There are a lot of struggles. Living in the closet hurts like fuck. You live a life of fear of being discovered. You live a life of not being able to express yourself comfortably. But there is also unique challenges to being out of the closet. There really, really are. There are very unique challenges to being out of the closet. Because, I mean, and that's the struggle I know. You all know, you know from watching my stream that being openly trans has resulted in a lot of targeting. I don't get why there's so much hatred for bi people among the queer community. It seems so silly. I don't think there is, Socialist Roman. I don't think there's like so much hatred. I just think that there are some people who are shitty. I don't think there's so much hatred. In fact, at least in my personal life, most queer people I know these days are bi or pan. Hey, Zensock. We're just talking about various queer issues because we're building into Pride, and this is what we're going to be talking about all month, and it's very important to talk about. I don't think that there is so much hatred for bi people. Remember, a lot of the hatred for bi people comes from the same people who hate trans people. TERFs. TERFs almost always... TERFs and gold star lesbian bullshit are like this. I'm not kidding you. They're like this. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. Oh no, I'm out of sody. I'll get some more in a little bit. Sad. Sag. If you're a British lesbian and you follow JKR on Twitter, I do not trust you. Fair. Totally fair. Okay, Twitch is getting overwhelmed. Can we get some mods in Twitch, please? Can we get some mods in Twitch? Moxie? Moxie, hello! I just saw you in Twitch chat. Hello, Moxie. Hello, Moxie. Good to see you. Moxie is another one of my old guildies. Great to see you, Moxie. There we go. We got Twitch chat under control. Sorry, I'm not always able to see Twitch chat as easily as I'd like to. I try to keep an eye on all my chats, but my website chat at demonmama.com/live. I've heard a lot of bisexuals complain about this issue and how unwelcome they feel sometimes, but they all recognize that even if they were to get more hate from individuals in the LGBT community than from straight people, it's cis-het bigots in power who pass the laws that really keep them down, if that makes sense. Yes. There are some people, there are obviously LGBTQ people who are biphobic. Obviously. It's just, I don't agree that this is like that it's like super, super common. In fact, I think it is uncommon. I think it is a very loud, very obnoxious minority. Like, yeah. In the same way that Drop the T is a very loud, very stupid, and very obnoxious minority. Yeah. Yep. How many straight people just came to jump at what should and shouldn't be on Pride? Well, yeah, I mean, that happens every year. That's all they do. That's all they fucking do. Listen, cishet people fucking love telling you what you can and cannot do and what queer people should and shouldn't do. I mean, they literally made laws banning sodomy. Come on. Come on. That's what they love to do. It's their favorite thing. Come on. Come on. Here's Zonia. Zonia, I'm gonna temporarily give you. I'm gonna give you some. Zonia, I've given you some mod privs on Twitch. If you don't need to, you don't have no obligation, but if you want to help, you can. Yeah. I need to go get a soda. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pop a can. I'll be right back. Prime says, I'm going to be coming out to my parents in non-binary for Pride Month. Do you have any advice on what to say? They're liberal Democrats in Utah, and they're also Mormon. You know your parents better than I do, probably. My advice would just to be as patient as you can with them to begin with. Don't tolerate them being hateful, but be patient. My best friend went to a WLW panel mixer thing, got a bunch of weird stares and obnoxious comments about her stilettos as acrylic nails. That's so weird. Some people are fucking weird. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back. And then we'll continue talking. We got other stuff to do, too. We got lots of stuff, but I'm enjoying this conversation. All right. Okay. Chair? Excellent take, chair. Who made that account, huh? Is that a Cactor plushie? Yes, it is, Pierogi. Did we argue about the what? Yeah, we did. We had an argument yesterday. You can go watch it if you want to. Food is good for you, indeed. Oh, it wasn't today, Angry Fruit. It was on Vaush's stream yesterday. You can watch it if you want to. It worked out okay. No, it is not Zensoak. This is a clove. The last of my cloves before I make my own cloves. Are there racist individuals in the trans community? Of course there are. Of course there are racist individuals in every community. Yes, of course. Absolutely. Did I ever even say your take on the Pride discourse? No. But I can. Do we want to do that? Do you want me to do it? I don't know. I feel more comfortable doing it now that it's calmed down. You want me to do it? All right, let's do a vote. Subs or not subs. Mods, please summon up a vote. Do we want to hear? Do people want to hear my take? Do I better understand why Vaush made his take? Yes, but I was very clear about my position. I'm not talking about Vaush. If I'm going to do this, I'm not talking about Vaush. I'm giving my take independently. So some mod, make a vote. Make a vote in chat so we can find out if people want to hear me talk about this or not. Okay. All right, cool. That's why you clicked through. Okay, cool. All right, but before we do that, if you are here and you have not liked the stream, if you have not subbed to my content, and if you haven't joined my Discord at discord.gg/demonmama, our wonderful, wonderful server is open to the public once again. You can just join by going to discord.gg/demonmama. You'll be able to set your pronouns, agree to the rules, have a great time. Now, just so you know, our community is fucking incredible. Thank you, Pirate Finn. Thank you very much. So yeah, Discord is amazing. We have creative channels that are super, super, super active. We have gaming channels that are almost always full. We have Jackbox nights. We have LGBTQ social nights. It's super awesome. Our community is incredible, and my mod team is amazing. In fact, this Friday, we will be doing a mod day in which all donations will be redistributed among the entire of the active mod team. So, there you go. And the reason why I do mod nights on Fridays, well, not every Friday, but every once in a while, is because our mods work very hard to make the community very, very happy, okay? It amazes me how many people are paid subscribers on your chat. You must have some of the highest percentages. Yeah, it's really awesome. You imps are incredibly generous to me, and I deeply appreciate it because it does make it possible. And hopefully, I will be able to utilize the support, and in fact, I know I will because I'm already getting there. But I will be able to utilize the support to continue improving the show, as you've seen. All right, so I'm going to do my Kink at Pride take at long last. After all of the spice and everything, people get to actually hear my take. Okay, are you ready? Okay. Here we go. No, it hasn't been 1 month. It's been like a week and a half. Here's my Kink at Pride. Did I say Pride at Kink? Kink at Pride take. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yes. Kink absolutely belongs at Pride. Okay? And here's the reasons why, okay? First of all, the fundamental reason why Kink belongs at Pride is because at one point in history, and in some places to this day, being gay was considered a kink, okay? Right now, many people, and I mean a lot of people, consider being trans to be a kink, quote unquote. Now, there are all kinds of opinions on kink. There is all kinds of research that's been done. None of that really matters. What matters is that our society attempts to control other people over things that do no harm. They attempt to control and judge people for who they love, for how they love, and for what they do between consenting adults. And that is fucked. And that is very, very bad. And it has resulted in a lot of death. And I mean that. It has resulted in a lot of death. Okay? And when I say that it's resulted in a lot of death, I mean that very seriously. Okay? Here. I didn't do this before, but I'm going to do it now. Here you go. See? That was a bad one. That was a bad pop. I almost dropped my clove. The stigmatization of queer people has led to lynchings again and again throughout American history. It has led to imprisonment. It has led to disempowerment, poverty, disgusting levels of poverty. It has led to horrific emotional abuse. It has led to silencing, and it still does to this day. In fact, just 2 days ago, on May 24th, 2021, the Republican-controlled Pennsylvania legislature upheld keeping the state law categorizing homosexuality as obscene. Now, in a legal sense, obscene is something that is not fit for any sort of public display. The Republicans in PA and in the state of PA, it is illegal to be gay in public. Now, as for enforcement, I don't think it's enforced at all. But that doesn't matter. Not necessarily. Because enforcement can change at a moment's notice. The law is supposed to guide enforcement. And if the law says that technically you can arrest people for being gay, for holding hands with their boyfriend in public or their girlfriend in public, or their them friend in public, that's pretty bad. There are sodomy laws still on the books in many states. Some of them are enforced in order to prevent gay people from expressing themselves in public. Yes, I know. People are surprised by this, but it's true. Okay? And I restate once again that for many people, even to this day, and I know we all live in, we tend to engage in progressive communities for the most part, all of you who are here. There are, you might be surprised by the fact that there are a lot of people who to this day do believe that that being gay is a kink, but they won't say it like that. See, because we use the word kink. We say the words kink. Progressives know what that is. But see, what conservatives will say is that it's a lifestyle choice. That being gay is a purely sexual decision. Right? That no one should have to engage in. Okay? Now, I told this yesterday on my debate with Vaush, but I'm going to say it again here because it's rather important to me. And some of you have heard this before. Some of you won't. But there's a lot of new people here today, so I'm going to retell a story, okay? I really am. And by the way, yeah. So let me tell you, okay? When kink and fetish are different words, yes, but people use them interchangeably, okay? So we need to be careful because people use them interchangeably. And we have to teach people that there are differences, okay? And we're getting there. Behind me on my shelf, right over there, right where I'm pointing, nope, right here, this one. Not the book, the paper. I did this the other day and it's a problem of the angle of the camera. Fuck me. You can't even see it. It's off screen. I didn't even realize it. It's off cam. Shit. Fuck. Wrong way. God damn it. This is a mess. There you go. Right here. That right there is one of my cursed artifacts. There we go. It's a little better. Okay. That is one of my cursed artifacts. That is a letter from my stepdad. My late stepdad. He's no longer alive. And in that letter, my stepdad promises that if I ever show up with my freak flag flying, that's the words that he used to describe what you see me now. You see me now just in normal clothing. This is what my stepdad would have described as my freak flag. Because in his mind, being trans was a purely sexual act. Being a freak, being a deviant, engaging in a fetish. And he threatened to kill me with a shotgun if I ever came to my house. And the justification was that I was bringing a kink, a fetish, to his children's place where his children lived. My siblings, who I loved dearly. And took care of for most of my life. This is the justification that countless people use to justify kicking their children out, okay? I'm serious. I'm not kidding you, okay? This is what they say. I'm not going to let this happen in my house, because the implication, if you listen in and listen to the reasoning, this is what we're trying to do here, is get to the bottom of things, because the justification is, I don't need to accept my child engaging in something. And when I say child, I don't mean literal child. I mean your offspring. I don't need to enable my offspring to engage in something that I think they have a choice in, such as being gay or being trans. Because fundamentally, these people see being trans and being gay as lifestyle decisions, as fetishes. They don't use those words, okay? But we have to be smarter than to listen to just the words they say. We have to come to understand the reasons, the way that they build their ideas. So, that is the justification that many, many people still existing in America, in fact, I would argue that a large amount of Trump supporters hold that position. And what this illustrates is that there is a very, very broad area of what people consider sexual or not, of what people consider fetish or not, of what people consider kink or not, okay? I'm serious. And as a result, I believe that we should use much better reasoning. Instead of relying on whatever concern trolling bullshit that Christians will throw out, because keep in mind that Christians and other hardcore right-wing religious groups are responsible for banning all kinds of art, for ruining the lives of gay people all over the country. Not all Christians, mind you, but the religious right, which is most Christians in this country. And as a result, they will say anything. They will say gay people are. They will say, et cetera, et cetera. Instead, we need to determine if there is harm being done. Does that make sense? So I'm trying to lay this out so it's a very clear argument. First of all, anti-gay people see being gay as a fetish. That is not, something being a fetish is not a good reason to justify it not being allowed in public. Understand? That's the logic. Because Christians can say anything is a fetish. They can say they're uncomfortable with gay people existing. They can say they're uncomfortable. Remember that video that I watched on my stream in my spiritual deconstruction of my old pastor doing the big rant about masculinity and how men expressing their feelings disgusts him? Wow, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And there's a lot of people who believe like that. Because there are some people who see that men who have a lisp, or men who talk lightly, or men who aren't strong are gay, and that is a sign of degeneracy. So it is not good reasoning to say that if something is considered a kink by some group of people, that therefore it should be outlawed in public. Does that make sense? Instead, what we should do is we should try and make arguments based on whether there is harm. And this leads to my second point, which is that I don't think that people are harmed by simply witnessing the existence or even the performance of most, if not all, kink. Now, there are, of course, some exceptions. There are, of course, extreme examples. We already have restrictions against things like, I don't know, a circle of people bukkakeing on the face of their partner in public. Okay? Of course. We know this. There are obviously limits to this. Obviously. But I don't think that it's responsible to make arguments that just because some people consider something too sexual, that means that it should never be allowed to see the light of day. Because at the end of the day, I don't think there is harm done. And harm has to be established if we're going to ban something from public, or if we are going to argue that it should not be presented in public. What's a good way to say it's not what you see it's bad, but your perception of it? Yeah. Well, I'll address that in a second, Melodic. I'll address that in just a second. Hold on a second. Okay, so there we go. So it is hard for us to determine, with some exceptions, what is and what isn't appropriate, okay? And let me give you some examples of this, okay? For example, let me give you I'm going to use extreme examples here. So this is a warning that I'm using extreme examples to illustrate a point, okay? So please refrain from mischaracterizing me while I am explicitly saying that I am using this as an example of a point, okay? Here we go. Wedding rings, okay? Wedding rings are a completely societally acceptable expression of dominance and submission, okay? And you might not believe me on that, but I want you to think about it for a second. Think about it for a second. We have different rings for the man and the woman in a relationship. One is a simple gold band, and the other is usually a bedazzled diamond ring. Why is that? Well, that is because the man is the strong band that keeps things together, and the woman is the beautiful diamond that must be protected. You get passed off to your husband by your father, correct? And rings are literally supposed to show mutual ownership. And if you follow the Christian tradition, like I used to, growing up in an extremist cult, you will be taught, and many of you may have encountered this in your life, even not a part of an extremist cult. Many Christians are familiar with this, with the idea of women, and this is a verse, women, submit to your husbands. That is a Bible verse that is incorporated into standard wedding vows. But rings are all over the place. Ownership wedding rings are all over the place. And we know that people get horny for that shit. Both people wear rings. Yeah, so what? So what? Nuts, how does that change anything? Would this point still be salient if both people had identical rings? Of course it would. Because you can look at what those things actually mean, what they're broadcasting to the world. And I don't think that there is much difference between, on a pure level, between a wedding ring and a collar. Except for societal stigma. And I recognize that societal stigma is important to consider. However, it is not a good justification. Societal stigma is not a good justification for banning something from public. And in fact, people wear collars or or things that approach collars all the time. It is just an aesthetic difference. There is no moral difference between those things. I disagree with you on that. Jade Monkey. Remember that a collar and leash also indicates that we belong to each other. Who cares? Nobody cares about... Christians are super hierarchical. We know nobody would come into my chat and argue that we don't have a problem in our country with men basically taking ownership over women. It is literally, I would certainly hope that nobody would be so absurd as to come into my chat and tell me that feminism was completely wrong. That's silly. And no, not to a Mormon. That's your perspective, Jade Monkey. I grew up knowing that wedding rings were an explicit promise of submission. And I mean this. I know that some of you don't think that this is true, but it is. In Christian families, this is taught all the time. You will, when families conflict, and I know because I had to go to Christian family counseling when my parents had conflicts, and I had to listen to the pastor say to my mom, you need to submit to your husband under God. Yes, I am, Gayfesh. Oh, you know I'm going to, Gayfesh. It is a direct sign of religious submission. And there really isn't much of a difference between that and a collar and a leash. Ada Starta says, I can confirm I was taught the same things. Many people were. Okay? And let's talk about another example. Okay? Okay? Okay. Let's talk about the spicy one. And I'm going to use another extreme example for the purpose of illustrating my point. Okay? So I'd appreciate it. Is it okay to want a trad wife? Of course it is. Of course it's okay to want that. Here's another extreme example. A puppy mask. Okay? A leather puppy mask. Everybody's going to freak out about it. Here we go. Watch this. Watch this. Ready? Ready, everybody? I'm about to blow your fucking minds. Watch this. Close your eyes, everyone. I hope that you are ready for what I've done. I'm very sorry for all of you. I'm very, very sorry that I have subjected you all and violated you all so violently. Yeah, I know. I'm wearing a mask. And for all you know, none of you in chat can tell me whether or not this is a kink or whether this is to be funny, because it's just a mask. It's just a motherfucking fish mask. And I happen to know that there are a lot of people, there are a fuckload of furries out there who really like this type of mask, who really like being a fish. Okay? Mama Mackerel. Well, you can kind of, Gayfesh. You can a little bit. But you don't know for sure. And nobody can. Nobody reasonably can. So it can't really, we can't really call that a totally fair argument, right? I know you didn't, Snips, but listen how we've come, okay? Listen how far we've come. So some of you, thank you, Artificial Feathers, appreciate that. So, so some of you might not have a visceral reaction to me putting on a fish mask, but some of you would probably have a visceral reaction if I was to put on a dog mask. But that is because of your associations, not because the mask is doing any harm to you. The mask isn't hurting you at all. In fact, somebody wearing the mask is probably just minding their own business. Sure. Yeah, sure, I'm the radical left. I can bring that up. Here you go. Here we go. Here, I'll give you an example. Here you are. There you go. This is what we're talking about right now. fish aren't as owned and domesticated as a dog, they're worse. Dude, fish have it way worse than dogs. Fish have it way worse than dogs. So there you go. There's your mask. Now, some people might look at this and go, wow, that's kind of horny. Some people might look at that and go, oh, that's kind of cool. You want to see another example of a mask that some people might do that with? I'm going to show you another one. Ready? Ready? I'm going to blow your minds because you're about to realize why this argument is stupid and why I have problems with it. Okay? Are you ready? Are you fucking ready? Here we go. Here it comes. Wait, hold on a second. That's not the right one. Hold on. Give me a second. Here we go. Uh-oh. Which one of these is kink and which one of these is not kink? Which one of these is okay to be in public and will do harm to children, and which one of these is not okay to be in public, or is, sorry, which one of these is not okay to do in public and will hurt and will harm children? Which one would not? You would confer to the wisdom of the masses on this one? Well, then you're a fool. So yeah. Those masks are almost identical. Oh yeah, there's even bat nipples. Yeah, remember the bat nipples? Oh shit, look at that. Oh, are we gonna go there? Fucking the most famous. This was a movie aimed at children. Oh my god. Batman they even took the time to detail his nipples. Damn. Uh-oh. We're getting into some problematic territory. So do you see what I'm illustrating here? Do you see what I've brought up here? Do you understand what I'm getting at? That makes sense? So I don't think that there's a very good argument to be made that wearing a mask alone is worthy, even a mask that might be frequently associated with, a mask that might be frequently associated with sexual acts is necessarily sexual or harmful in and of itself. And guess what? That made you very uncomfortable? Well, I'm sorry. If you're made uncomfortable by it, that is your responsibility. Yeah? And there are obviously limitations to that. I don't have a puppy mask. Excuse me. With all due respect. With all due respect. Do I seem like the type who would be a puppy? Give me a break. My God. You people. Pride was yes. Thank you, Pirate Finn. That is what I was about to say. Pride was designed to help fight through nonsensical to societally taught discomfort with things that are not harmful. That are not harmful. And I don't think that there is evidence for people to claim that simply seeing a mask, even one that you might be slightly uncomfortable with, is harmful. Okay, so we're going to go on to something else, okay? I'm going to illustrate you another example of this that I think is interesting, okay? How many of you, okay, people in my audience, have you ever been to a game store when you were under 18 and seen video game covers? Has everyone? I think everybody has been. Everybody here. I don't think anybody here. Well, there might be some people here who weren't young enough. Okay? Watch this. I know you all are going to know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about here in just about 2 seconds, okay? Watch this. Here we go. Leisure Suit Larry. Wet Dreams Don't Dry. Now, this one's a PS4 one, but there were other covers that I could show you. As you can see, there's quite a lot of various things in this game. And many of you were minors when you first saw Leisure Suit Larry. Or yeah, why not Grand Theft Auto? Remember this one, everybody? Oh, anybody remember this one? Uh-oh. Damn, they even put a tattoo. They even put a fucking tattoo. And no one would argue that these things existing are harmful to children, despite the fact that these are very sexual. I could show you 100,000 examples of things that are literally advertised at children. Nothing is inherently anything. In context of a fetish festival, dog mask and leash are sexual. Yeah, well, good thing that's a fetish festival, and we're talking about pride. Yes, Jack Thompson did argue that, and the world that Jack Thompson would push for is one that we can all agree would be fucking miserable. Of course there was a parental scare over GTA, but guess what? Those parents were wrong. They were wrong. They were fucking wrong. Those parents were fucking wrong. There's no harm of a game existing in a store and a child seeing that game, even if it is referencing sexual content. The ESR, if you think the ESRB is a counter to this, that's completely silly. The ESRB ratings are incoherent. ESRB ratings are incoherent. Though that is not an argument. That is a legal argument when we're talking about a moral argument. Let's not... I could go into that, but that's silly. I'm going to give you another quick example. And I'm going to give credit here to Silent for putting this argument together for me. Okay? So some of you are going to go, well, the context is super, super important. And I agree with you. Context is very, very important. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that even in context, that it would be harmful. And let me show you an example of this, right? Real quick, I'm going to do a vote in chat. We're going to do a quick poll. Ready? Just answer honestly. Just answer fucking honestly. Is killing generally bad and inappropriate to children? Yes. And I think we could also follow from this that warfare is likely traumatizing to children. Okay? However, let me show you this. Here we have some military men showing off their wartime achievements. These may be awards for killing people. These may be awards for surviving being killed. And here they are, dressed in their uniforms. And in fact, we could go even further and we could point out people in service uniforms, right? These uniforms or something like it. Here we go. Here's one. Here we go. Here's an example. Here's some dudes who are in the uniforms that they would kill people in. These are the uniforms that they would actually kill people in. This is the uniform that you wear when you are going to kill people. And yet, we recognize that children simply seeing the uniform that you would kill people in doesn't harm them. Sorry, survive being shot. Yeah. Hey, thank you so much, Abdel Karim Uzine. Thank you so very much. It's very generous of you. Thank you. I don't know what that was. Okay? And I would attest that even though a military uniform is a reference to acts of killing and war, that we do not consider the act of seeing the uniform harmful to children who we can agree would be traumatized by witnessing acts of war. Likewise, follow my logic here. You already know what I'm going to say, don't you? You all know what I'm going to say, right? Thank you, Silent, for putting together this example with me last night. But you know what I'm going to say. Somebody wearing their kink outfit, which references a potentially obviously inappropriate act, is not the same thing as witnessing the act. Is it? It's not the same thing, is it? You all saw it coming. And the reason why you saw it coming is because I have a good argument. An outfit worn at Pride, even one that you might personally find distasteful, is not in and of itself witnessing an act that could be harmful. In fact, it is simply referencing that these things exist and aren't necessarily harmful when done in the correct context. Just like there are correct contexts in which being a warrior, being a brave warrior, there are many contexts in which being a brave warrior and even killing could be good. We acknowledge that children should not be subjected to killing, to war. Hold on. Just like there are certain contexts in which these uniforms would be a good thing. For example, like I'm pretty sure this guy's wearing a uniform that he would go to kill Nazis with. But this is a reference. It is saying, yes, these things exist, but you are not having to see it firsthand, even though these are literally the outfits that you would kill people in. And likewise, this, though this is the outfit that you would do a child inappropriate act in, the outfit itself is not the harmful thing in itself. Even though, if you wanted to, you could look at this and you could imagine, just like you could with these, just like you can look at these soldiers and you can imagine this guy picking up a gun and shooting a bunch of people, same way that you can imagine this guy picking up a gun and shooting a bunch of people, you can probably imagine this guy's mustache. You know what that mustache is used for. You know what that mustache is used for. You know what those lips are used for. You know what this is used for. But seeing it is not the same thing as being subjected to it. And there's another part of my argument that I want to bring up, which is as follows. Wait. Yes. This is the real one that's going to seal the deal. Are you ready? Are you fucking ready for it? This is going to seal the entire deal. Do you want to know what the difference is between the soldier, the wedding ring, and the leash collar and dog mask? Do you know what the difference is? Homophobia. And specifically, a society-wide stigmatization of AMAB sexuality. No one bats an eye if I bring up, in fact, I could do it right now. Actually, I'm going to do it right now. Watch this. I'm going to do it right now. Hold on a second. Give me a second. In fact, I'm going to do it live. Ready? Oh, whoops. That was easy. That was super, super easy. Damn. Already found some really fucking horny shit that's openly accessible to children. Want to find some other examples? Let's see. Can I find a few? Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that, everybody. Oh, damn. See, Hedon? I played this game on stream. Yeah, uh-oh. And do you want to know what the difference is between that blood-soaked, busty, highly sexualized woman and the leather daddies at Kink is? One of them tailors to acceptable tastes, and one of them tailors to unacceptable tastes. That's what it is. That's the difference. And in our society, AMAB sexuality, I agree with you, but your argument is like saying a creepy flasher isn't doing anything wrong if they go around naked and wiggle their wang around at people. That removing the shock factor makes it better. Hey, Prime, real quick. Do you think there might be a difference between a fully clothed, but perhaps scantily clothed individual and somebody shoving their cock in someone else's faces? Do you not think that's a little bit of a bad faith example? Are you for real right now? I don't care what argument anybody else made. I'm talking to my chat right now. Yes, there are, Bromo, and guess what? Okay, what are you confused about? Ask if you have a genuine question, ask, but maybe you should consider whether it's a good faith question or not, because I don't think that's a fair comparison at all. First of all, proximity to somebody's genitals is very different. A passive display of a public event that you can choose to leave is very different than somebody running up to you and forcing you to see their naked body. And if you don't think so, you've got to be kidding me. You actually, are you like, do I have to explain it to that detail? Why an event that you can choose to leave if you want to is different than somebody intentionally running up to you and forcing you to see their body? You don't see any difference with that. Well, interestingly, Danklord, the funny thing is, we have different standards for flashing as a crime than we do for rape, because those are different acts. we can acknowledge, and in fact, there are many states in which public nudity is not punished. In fact, in Germany, there are countries in which public nudity is not punished. Couldn't Nazis say the same about Nazi paraphernalia? Yes, they could. And in fact, here in America, we protect a certain amount of that. However, these are not the same things even in the closest. Nazi paraphernalia is an item, and by the way, Nazis do this all the time, just so you know. I recognize that flashing is not public nudity, and do you want to know why it's not public nudity? Because someone is intentionally forcing you to see something, going out of their way to force you to see something that you don't want to see. That is not the same thing as pride. That is not the same thing as a kink float that you can walk the other direction of. Are you people like this is part of the reason why this is so maddening. Why this discourse is so maddening. This is a bad faith argument. This is a fucking bad faith argument. The difference is that one passive public display of sexual references is seen as acceptable and one is not. And if you ask the follow-up question to that, the natural follow-up question to that is why? And if it's not because it's harm, which we've established that it's not, you all acknowledged, just seeing something like a soldier's uniform does not constitute harm, then what's the difference? And the difference is that in our society hates gay people. Specifically, our society hates gay men and people who are perceived as gay men, which includes trans people. You ever notice, real quick, before you all jump in with your hot takes, y'all notice how the bathroom scare, which is gripping this nation and many others, which is leading to laws that are banning trans people from public bathrooms, which are private, nobody pisses with the stall door open, is targeted at trans women, AMAB people who are seen by bad actors as men. Little interesting, isn't it? Little weird. And it's very interesting to me that there are a lot of people who fixate on pedophilia only when it pertains to gay men referencing in any way their sexuality. And let me tell you something else. It isn't just gay men, by the way. If you're straight, real quick question. This is just a quick audience poll, okay? Have you ever kissed your girlfriend? This is for cishet people only. Cishet people only. Have you ever kissed your girlfriend in public? I know you have. If you have a girlfriend. Some of you might be virgins or whatever or not had girlfriends, okay? That's fine. No shame, okay? That is not only, I would argue that is a intimate and sexual act. And I would also be willing to guess, we have too many gay people in tweet. I would also be willing to guess that you probably have nobody has ever said anything to you about it. Maybe your parents are like, hey, watch the PDA. Maybe your teacher's like, hey, watch the PDA. But I I once was honked at and had a fist shaked at me by someone who saw me give a quick kiss to my girlfriend. We all know why that happened. We all know why that happens to me and not to the thousands of other people who smooch or even fucking make out in public all the time. It's because of homophobia. It's because not because there's any harm to children. It never has to do with the harm to the children. It has to do with trying to repress an entire group of people who are demonized. Who are fucking demonized. And that demonization, as to circle all the way back to the beginning, leads to harm. I had a car full of people honk and yell at me because I kissed my boyfriend. Gay trans. It's a very common occurrence, believe it or not. I've had it happen multiple times. I have gotten honked at. I've gotten shouted at for holding hands with my partner in public. I have gotten accosted by wearing rainbow shit in public. So I think I've made a pretty good argument here, have I not? For why the anti-kink at Pride argument is hot garbage. I'm sorry, but shit is not an appropriate public attire. I would agree. Shit smells and is very unsanitary. Please do not coat yourself in shit and go in public. That would be a very... I would highly recommend not doing that. DM, thanks for this take. This discourse had me feeling lots of shame I hadn't felt as a queer mask NB in a while, and seeing you come out against the stupidity is super uplifting. They were. Oh, Lucid Days, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Lucid Days says, Vimp here, aka Vaush Imp, somebody who watches both me and Vaush. I thought you did great in your conversation with Vaush. I think chat was just drama frogging. I agree. There was a lot of drama frogs there. Like I said, every single major person in this space was watching that stream or restreaming that stream. Bromo says, honestly, isn't this whole thing kind of a non-issue? Because based on which Pride parade you're going to, it's already been decided whether or not it'll be kink-free and family-friendly, or if they'll have after-hours things. Should people already know whether or not they can take their kids to Pride? Yes, but they don't care. And the reason they don't care is one of two reasons, okay? The reason they don't care is either one, they don't like gay people and they are acting in bad faith, or two, they're not fully informed on the issue. Yeah. We had a fine conversation. We were both very, very angry, and we were both a little heated at the beginning, but it was fine. Okay? And keep in mind that there is absolutely nothing wrong with having certain events that are meant to be totally palatable. I don't even think it's okay. I think it's fine to even have the main event be kid friendly or whatever. But the idea that anyone would take the position that kink does not belong at Pride is in my opinion woefully incorrect, or has a totally different moral system than me that I don't agree with. Because remember, it is only a matter of time before all kinds of sexuality or sexual expression, mundane or otherwise, could be demonized once again, like they were in the 90s, like they were in the early 2000s, like they are right now. And keep in mind that in the past, kink communities have literally been a safe place for queer people who had no other place to go. That doesn't mean that's the way it should be, but they have. And ignoring that history is ridiculous, especially when it's predicated on a flawed argument. Especially when it's based on such a flawed argument. And I've seen nothing but flawed arguments going around on this. Nothing but flawed arguments. So there you go. Can you go over what your opinion of what the line would be? I think it would round out the topic. Yes. Forceful or aggressive non-consensual displays. I'll pop over to Twitch chat in a minute here. Let's see. I'll pop over to Twitch chat in a second. Lady Kelgana says, my dad once told me a story that in the early 90s, someone left a BDSM magazine on his porch, and he was so scared that someone would think that he's into that he took it 3 blocks away to trash it. Yes, homophobia is horrible in America. It is horrible, okay? And it's not gone, not even close. So yes, kink belongs at Pride. Kink is not inherently harmful. Whether or not it's inherently sexual or not does not matter, because the simple act of seeing something that references something that could be harmful in another context is not the same thing as being exposed to that. And of course, there are limitations, mostly to do with how people are able to control their consent. If you go out of your way to go to an event which you can walk away from with no forcefulness whatsoever, your consent is not being violated. It is not being reasonably violated. That is absurd. That is absurd. We would never claim this for anything else. We would never claim that someone was victimized by witnessing a busty woman on the cover of GTA. And likewise, no one has been victimized by seeing people on leashes at Pride. No one. No one is harmed. Unless you have some sort of very specific trigger, and then don't go to Pride. You can leave Pride. Oh, yeah, Eli Caval. Dude, yeah, right on the same point. Eli Caval brings up a great point. You want to compare this to wrestling? Dudes in literal fucking underwear grinding up against each other, all covered in blood and sweat. Come on. Come on. And I want to put another pointer on it, that the flashing argument is fucking not sensical. It is a flawed argument, because in the case of flashing, someone is going out of their way to infringe on your consent. This is not the case with any public festival. Oh, and if you want to address this even further, hold on a second. I can back this up even further. I'm going to go one further, okay? I'm going to make this argument even more rock solid. Are you all ready? You're not ready. You're not fucking ready for how rock solid I'm about to make this argument. Okay? If a woman's... No, we'll use a man. Let me set up an example. If a guy is walking down the street and a prankster runs over and pulls his pants down in front of children, and his massive cock flops out, did he commit violation of those children? Because somebody pulled his pants down. So you think I'm the radical left, you might just be an idiot. Did the guy who got his pants pulled down in front of children because those children saw his dick against their will, did he violate them? The answer is obviously no. And I would ask you, what logic do we determine no? Because he didn't, because it wasn't, not only was it not intentional, it was not forceful. This person was not forcing their thing, their penis, into anybody's face. That is the difference between a person being on a leash in public at an event that you can walk away from and a flasher. I would love to find anyone. I challenge anyone. And this is a challenge because we're here. I've done the take. Find the flaw in my argument. If anyone finds a flaw in my argument, I would love to hear it. But I don't think there is. I think that this is a rock solid argument. Presuming that you're not like a Christian moralist who believes that there are commandments from God. So now I'm going to give a moment for people to try and tear this apart. Just rewind. The flaw. There is a person who is responsible for this. What are you talking about? We don't know any streamers who are against kink who are like that, do we? Yes, we do, unfortunately. Well, thank you, Pirate Fan. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Oh, I'm getting pingied. Who's pinging me? Why am I pingied? Okay, there's people who want to debate. Let's do some debates. Let's do some debates. All right? Let's leave it open to debate. I'm here for it. I'm fucking here for it. Okay? I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to do the debate. Oh, I know. Redacted from Maryland. Yeah. All right. I'm going to be in stream call-in. Actually, wait. I'm not going to jump in stream call-in yet. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to the bathroom, and then we're going to do debates. And I'll play the bathroom song, I think. Yes. Let me see if I can play the bathroom song. Oh, this will be a good opportunity to test. Okay? I'm going to play the bathroom song, and I need you to tell me something. Okay? Listen, imps. Listen, imps. Listen up. While I am gone, I need you to listen to the bathroom song, and if you hear any crackling or interruptions or stuttering in the track, I will need you to tell me that in an orderly manner when I return. Okay? Because we are trying to figure out where the problem in my sound setup is. So if there's skips, if there's stuttering in the song, tell me when I get back. Okay? Now let's play the bathroom song. Oops. It's not playing. Hold on a second. Give me a second. We got to find it. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. We're already running into some audio issues. Hold on. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Wait a second. Here we go. Here we go. Let's give this a try. Nope, it's not working. Something's going wrong. See, we're already bumping into issues. How frustrating. How frustrating. Let's see. Here, let's try this one. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm gonna test something. Okay, I'm gonna test something. Hold on. We're gonna test something. Give me a second. Ah, okay. I think I figured out an issue. I figured out one of the issues. Hold on. Interesting. Interesting. Very strange. How weird. This is so strange. Ah, here we go. I think I might have gotten it. I think I might have gotten it. Hold on. I think I've gotten it. Oh my god, did I get it? Hold on, let's see. We got it. We got it. All right, be right back.
Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Hello. This is a this is like a biscuit. Mm-hmm. We got it. We fucking fixed. There was no crackling at all. Oh my god, that's so good. Yes, we fixed the issue then. That means we fixed it. That means we fixed the issue. Oh my God. All right. Let's make this conversation happen, shall we? Oh, wow. There's a lot of people who want to debate. All right. We're doing a debate stream. Fuck it. Let's do it. All right. Bring people in. Bring people in. You're very welcome. By the way, if you're enjoying my content or you find it enlightening, 1 second, Ziggy.
All good.
If you find it enlightening or enjoyable, press the like button, subscribe, and consider joining my website by typing demonmama.com/subscribe or pressing the subscribe button at the top. It's cheaper than a Twitch sub, it's cheaper than a YouTube sub, and you get a fancy name and some cool animated GIFs. Cool. All right. Hey, Ziggy, what's up?
Hey, are we ready to have some debates?
I am ready for debate. Bring somebody in. Let's
All
bring it out.
right, I'm bringing them in. Alrighty. Let's do it.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. OnyxBurst. What is your, what are your pronouns?
He, him.
Okay. All right. What's your contention?
I'm trying to better understand your second point about not causing harm, because that's just your own visual reaction. If I'm trying to convey the way you describe that, but if I'm messing up, I'm sorry.
One moment. We're getting a small issue here. Can you talk real quick?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. No, I didn't. Okay, test again.
Hello.
Good? Is that better? Test again, please.
Testing. 1.
Fixed. Okay. Sorry. I really apologize for the scuff. I have rebuilt my entire setup, and audio is a nightmare. It is a living nightmare, and so I've had a lot of issues, but I think we fixed it now, so that's good.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no worries.
Okay, cool. So, all right. So, sorry. Start again.
Yeah, no problem. So I'm just trying to understand your argument better about your second point of it doesn't cause harm, because, like that's your association and such. And I asked about the paraphernalia stuff, and you said yes, but I didn't really hear a clear answer on, I guess, the difference. And I'm just trying to understand that better, because I thought it was bad because it caused harm. And I'm not saying that.
Oh, it is bad. It is bad because it caused. I mean, the argument, a much more salient argument can be made that the public display of Nazi paraphernalia, which is referencing a group that committed a genocide against other people, can cause legitimate trauma. And its likelihood of causing legitimate trauma is high enough that I think there are justifications for banning the public display of such paraphernalia. For example, I think that there are numerous arguments that could be made against tearing down Confederate statues under the same idea, which is that Confederate statues are a reference to, first of all, a traitorous group, which you could make a legal argument from that perspective, but you could also very easily point out that this is a reference to a group that mass enslaved on the basis of race, a group of people who still face an incredible amount of persecution in this country. On an objective level, we can measure the oppression that they're suffering. We can measure the fact that these monuments are a reference to people who fought for those things, and we can also measure that this would cause duress to people who are the descendants or who currently have to live with that level of prejudice. Now, I don't necessarily think that that is a rock solid argument for banning all, because I don't necessarily believe that that Nazi paraphernalia should be banned outright from being displayed in public, because I don't really think that's the way to go about it. I think there are other ways to discourage that are healthier and better. But yeah, I think you could make a significantly stronger argument that there is harm being done by displaying those than by having. You could also even make an argument from intentionality. While we can never 100% know intentions, we can deduct intentions, and the reason why say you would want to put up a Confederate statue, like was done during the across the Southern strategy of building these statues near and in neighborhoods that have lots and lots and lots of people of color in them, we can point out that there's very good reason to believe, it is reasonable to assume that there is some level of intentionality there, that there is an intention in doing harm. And that is very different than a passive display of someone's pride in whatever thing that they happen to belong to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah. And by the way, if you were to ask me, like, should we ban all public displays of Nazi paraphernalia, I would say no, because for a couple of reasons. One, I fucking hate Nazis, but I don't think that, like, I mean, Germany did that. Germany chose to ban all public displays. You can't even have it in video games, you know. But I think that goes too far, right? I don't mind playing a game like Wolfenstein 2, and seeing Nazi like imagery everywhere in the process of getting to it. In Germany, that is banned. I think that goes too far personally.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't really support that type of like censorship. Although I would say that like we can infer someone's intentionality in displaying Nazi paraphernalia, and we can criticize them and judge them on those merits, and we can also quantify to some degree, or at least, you know, maybe not quantify, but we can qualify why it does harm and who it's harming. You can't do that for Kink at Pride.
Okay. Yeah. No, I can definitely see that.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Is there a difference between just wearing kink at Pride and acting out kink at Pride, or is it that kind of the same thing?
I mean, it depends, right? Like, I would say that like just emulating quote unquote, like emulating a sexual act is something that is done publicly all the time. Like literally, on my last stream, I pointed out that like, one of the most popular wrestlers, whose toys were all over the country, his like signature taunt was to put his hands on either side of his crotch and like thrust multiple times, and that was his move. And these were sold to children, and children were not harmed by that. Children were not harmed by the vague emulation of a sexual act. So I don't think it's quite. I don't think, like, if we're talking just emulation, like somebody doing like a thrust or like flapping somebody with like a little like whip or something like that, I don't think that's harmful. I mean, otherwise you'd have to then take the argument that like things like the Catwoman movie need to be like, you can't have movie displays of like Catwoman with her whip or anything like that. That's in my opinion not reasonable. I don't think you can qualify the harm that's being done there. Now, would I say that like literally people engaging in like public sex acts during like a Pride event, that would definitely, in my opinion, cross a line. But I don't think that happens. I don't think that that's I don't think that happens. I think that's a straw man that is drawn up to fearmonger and encourage, homophobia by means of associating gay people with basically sexual predators and monsters. So, yeah,
right,
I don't,
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, it does.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, no problem.
I think you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you very much.
Dealing with all this contention.
There's a lot of contention, but I mean, it's a hot issue for people, right? Like, I talked about how I talked about this in my other stream, how it can become for many people just being like stigmatized purely because, like, I don't know, like they like wearing, like, I don't know, like a leather hat and shit. Like that can feel almost like a second closet where like you're not even allowed to even reference the fact that you might have, like, I don't know, you might be harmlessly different than other people in a way that doesn't harm anybody else. And then it's like, oh, well, if you show that at all, well, just keep that shit in the bedroom, you know? And then you say, oh, well, you know, kissing your boyfriend, keep that shit in the bedroom. Like holding your boyfriend's hand, keep that shit in the fucking bedroom. It's not a long jump. I don't even think this is a slippery slope argument. We already know it already happened. So yeah. Yep.
Yeah, no, I think you're making very valid points.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I appreciate a really, really good faith conversation, OnyxBurst.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry that I asked about the paraphernalia. I know that kind of
No.
may lead to bad intentions, but
Nope, I
you
think
can
that was a
understand the
perfectly
disconnect.
clarifying. No, you asked that in good faith. Like, that is a good faith asking of that. I think some people might come in and like be like, yeah, well, you just think this, but that's not what you did. You had a genuine question and we sorted it out. So yeah, hell yeah.
Well,
Thank you very.
I hope. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say thank you very much for coming on and giving us a really, really good faith elucidating conversation.
And well, thank you for having me, and I hope the rest of the conversation go just as well.
Maybe we'll see. Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye,
Good
friend.
night.
All right, next.
Hello?
Hello, I'm the Radical Left.
Yes, it is I.
Okay, I got your pronouns on here already.
Yeah, I made sure to keep them in the Discord.
Good job.
It helps a lot.
Of course it does. It makes things very clear and very easy. All right, what is your contention?
I don't even know if it's contention to say, but
Oh.
I think that in the main Pride Parade event that
Okay.
most people attend to, the Pride thing probably should not be allowed. They
The
can have
Pride
their
thing?
other stuff elsewhere. Or
Was that a
the
Freudian slip?
Kink, yes,
Okay.
their kink thing.
Okay.
I guess
Well,
they can have their stuff
but why?
elsewhere.
Why?
They have many. Oh, well, simply put, I just think many people should be comfortable at Pride,
Okay.
and I think in the as we currently stand, more people are comfortable with the LGBTQ community. So maybe,
Oh yeah, you think so?
well, better than maybe like when I guess the Pride events first started.
Oh, okay. So
Slightly
we
better
should
even.
just so that what is right and wrong should be just determined by a random sort of period of time that is passed. Because I mean, I was alive for all 3 decades of my life have included one form of discrimination against me that I would not characterize as society being particularly friendly to my existence. Again, I talked about my letter that was sent to me by my father, and my father is not an uncommon American. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I
do you
don't
think those
understand
ideas
why. And by the way,
more
just so you know
commonalities?
just so you know, most Pride events do not have kink displays as a part, like
Yeah.
as the main float. But
Yeah,
even if they
yeah,
did, I don't think I would have a problem with it at all.
Fine, fair enough. The thing is that do other people think that is okay?
What is okay?
Because I think there are, with like I guess a kink float in the main
Okay.
Pride Parade.
What's wrong with that? What would be wrong with a kink float at the main Pride Parade?
How many people are comfortable with that?
How many people
Especially
are
in the-
comfortable with gay people? You do realize that Pride was literally the reason why it's called Pride is because it was supposed to be a defiant display of being proud of something that society says you're not supposed to be proud of. It was calling society's bluff. It was saying, you say we're harmful, but we're not harmful. Look. And
Do you
likewise,
think that's the case nowadays?
yeah, absolutely it is.
I mean, if
I
corporate...
think that okay, real quick question. Do you spend most of your time in progressive circles?
I'd like to think so. Yeah.
Okay, there's your answer. You think it's okay because of your bubble. You exist in a bubble where nobody ever says anything bad about gay people, but not all of us exist in those bubbles. In fact, a lot of Americans do not exist in those bubbles. And to those people, they know that there are entire swaths of their fellow people who think they are harmful just for being gay, just for being trans. And for trans people, it's even worse. Right now, there's a lot of people in this country who think that you are forcing them, you are forcing them to engage in something that they're not comfortable with, and they're wrong about that. They're wrong about that. There's no harm being done by someone being trans, somebody being openly trans, even if they feel like there is. You have to quantify that. We have to have reasons for why we would ban things from public. We have to have reasons why we would force someone to not appear in public.
I mean, yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
It is very interesting to hear, because I still have the idea that, especially nowadays, more and more people are starting to become comfortable with the LGBTQ community as a whole.
Yeah, but it's
am
still,
I
we're
wrong?
not even close to be there, and even if we get there, I don't think that it would change the core historical purpose of Pride. And there are
'cause
many
there's
purposes. There are many purposes for Pride, by the way, but one of them absolutely is to be. I mean, literally, it's in the name. It's why it's called Pride. It's because because for a very long time, being gay is something that our society told you were supposed to be ashamed of because it was in their minds a disgusting and degenerate act and sinful act. And the idea of Pride was no, it is not a sinful act. It is not a harmful act. I am proud of who I am. That's still here today. That will still be the case, even if society isn't saying those things. It's still okay to celebrate those things.
Okay, I think we have a bit of a different definition on what Pride should be. I guess right now, you're saying that it should be slightly more rebellious, like the past.
No, I'm saying it can be whatever. I'm saying it that is part of its past, and in many cases that is its place. Pride is not a monolith. There are all kinds of different Pride events. Some of them are, very, 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 very public friendly. Other ones are not, and it's okay for there to be different ones. And you can choose to go to them because they're an event that's scheduled. You're not forced to go to any Pride event. No one is forced to see a Pride event.
I think it would be better if more people felt comfortable attending, but
that's good for you. But you know that there would be other people who are not comfortable, who would be less comfortable attending. And there are many people who are currently uncomfortable with the idea that there is even a Pride event in their town, which is absurd. So
absolutely,
sure. If you prefer like, Pride brought to you by Coke, go to a Pride brought to you by Coke event. You could do this. You're an adult, right? I assume.
Do you not remember last discussion?
No, I don't. Sorry, are you a kid?
Okay, well, 17. Okay. I'm about to be.
Okay, all right. You're a kid. So yeah, well, then go to the Coke brought to you by Coke Pride if you want to. You can choose that. Or you can ask your parents to take you to that one instead.
What about for the people that don't have that kind of event in their general vicinity where they can actually easily go there?
I don't know what to tell you. There's people who don't have a Pride event in their town at all. Maybe you should go make that event. You can do that. You could be the one who does it, or you could ask somebody to do it.
I mean, I like to learn how.
But instead, what you're doing, but instead, and I'm not mad at you for this. I'm not going to come down on you super hard for this. But what you're doing instead is you're basically saying, I don't like the way you're doing it, and I don't really have a very good reason for it, but you shouldn't do it that way, and you should do it the way I'm doing it, because I think this is better. Well, then do it that way. You should do it.
I just hope one day I can afford to.
I hope so too. And I mean, the good news is that there are all kinds of different events. There are all kinds of different philosophies and approaches on display at Pride.
Yeah, even in the same areas, different events, different days,
all
different
the time.
times.
Exactly. It's all over the place. That's how festivals are, Yeah. Same thing. It's just like a fair or a carnival. There might be some that you like. There might not be. There might be ones that you don't like. But the idea that like Kink being at Pride somehow prohibits or damages children or makes them inaccessible to children is silly. It's not. That's not true. It doesn't. And in fact, those people who are essentially being judged because they look or they dress in a way that makes you slightly uncomfortable, you might be missing very valuable perspectives from those people and from the message that they're trying to put out because of your societally ingrained discomfort. Which again, that's one of the historical purposes of Pride was to challenge people to say, hey, you have a visceral reaction to men being together. You shouldn't. We're just people, and we just love each other.
So I guess in that argument, you would say people are uncomfortable with, I guess, puppy play,
sure.
And they shouldn't be. Is that?
I mean, you can be uncomfortable with engaging in puppy play yourself, sure, and don't do it. Don't do puppy play. No one's making you do it. Yeah, nobody's making you do it. No one is ever making you do it. There's not a single nobody's making you do that.
Well, I didn't say that people are forcing people to be in puppy play. I'm just saying that.
So you think that you should be able? You think that you should be able to exist in a world where puppy play doesn't exist?
No, that would actually be silly.
Just so you see that is silly then. But that's functionally the argument you're making. You're saying I don't like this thing, therefore it has no right to exist anywhere.
I was referencing what you said, like being gay people think being gay is weird,
Okay.
and they shouldn't be.
Yeah, they shouldn't. And guess what? You shouldn't mistreat people just because they're into something that doesn't hurt anybody. So yeah, I think that if you don't personally like it, that's great. But I would hope that you wouldn't like advocate for people who like puppy play or whatever to be like treated like subhumans. That sounds like a pretty shitty way of going about things. I know that's not what you're saying, but come on.
Very nice straw man you got there.
That's
I'm
not
joking,
a straw man. I just said that's not what I'm saying. But the logical conclusions, you know?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So we shouldn't stigmatize people for like random arbitrary things like that.
That's fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have much else to say.
All right.
To be fair.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, I'm the Radical Left. Thank you very much for coming on and talking. I think this was a great conversation, and I hope that I made myself clearer to you.
Yeah, you definitely did.
Hell yeah. Well, thanks for coming on. Very brave of you to come up in front of all these people, and really happy to have a conversation with you.
I'm always among the chatters, okay?
I know you are. I see you there. Oh, you muted yourself.
I think I accidentally hit the button. I guess see ya.
All right, see you later. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye for now. All right, let's get the next person in. Next one in. So far, so good.
Hello, Demon Mama.
Hello, the great clown Pagliacci. I'm just going to put you as Pagliacci, okay? What are your pronouns?
Please. I'm experimenting with they, them.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Tell me if you feel uncomfortable with it. But for now, I got you up as they, them. All right.
Thank you.
Hit me with it. What are your contentions?
Well, I mean, I guess my inspiration to call in was the hypothetical about the pants man.
Okay.
I guess I just feel the need to assert that he was the victim of the assault in this instance.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree that somebody. Okay. Well, I mean, I would say it's a pretty minor assault. Having your pants pulled down is not the worst thing ever. I would hope we wouldn't be like giving children the death sentence for pulling down somebody's pants.
The death sentence, absolutely not. But I
don't think we should be giving children prison time over pulling down somebody's pants. I feel
no.
I feel like that's the sign of an unhealthy society.
But I mean, I think you would agree that it constitutes a form of sexual assault to remove somebody's clothes without their consent in public, yes?
Yeah, I would say it's a form of sexual violation. I think that perhaps saying sexual assault is a little bit too much. But yeah.
Fair,
I mean,
fair
fuck.
contention.
I mean, fuck. When we were kids, we fucking did all kinds of stupid stuff. When I was kids running around, people fucking pantsed each other all the time as a joke. And once in a while, they accidentally pulled down their underwear too. That happened like at school. It's like you're not gonna die because something like that happens. We need to treat these things like. Surely you wouldn't want like I don't know. Again, I don't want to take it to an extreme, but it's like you wouldn't advocate for a society where like children who pants each other are like put on sexual predator lists. That's absurd.
No, absolutely not. But I mean, I have been both the victim and the perpetrator of that kind of schoolyard violence.
Oh, shit.
And
into the prison with you. You're in a gulag for life.
Well, I mean, I certainly wouldn't advocate any kind of punishment that harsh, but I would say that I wish it had been more socially discouraged.
Well, yeah,
I wish
there had been that'd be like, hey, that's fucking really shitty. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Don't fucking pants people. That's fucking a stupid thing. It's not even that funny.
Right.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things that we do that are like they're like not cool or not fun or whatever. You know? Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Yeah. So, but like, is that the thrust of the critique? Because I mean, I think that it's very illustrative. Like, if you talk about like we obviously don't believe that just the act of being made naked or being naked in public is the problem. The problem is, of course, that there is an act of coercion involved in forcibly cutting yourself in front of somebody and revealing yourself to them in a way they don't want, that invades both their personal space, but also indicates a level of maliciousness and literally going out of your way to make it so that somebody can't say no to it.
Right. And well, I guess I would argue in that case then, being at a pride parade, being shoulder to shoulder with literally thousands of people watching floats go by, and then a float goes by, full of something that for whatever reason, because of my sensibilities, I am not comfortable seeing.
Well,
and suddenly will shoulder to shoulder with a bunch of people that I can't I can't not be there anymore.
You're probably, let's just imagine for the sake of a hypothetical, you're also shoulder to shoulder with an extremist Christian who believed from the moment that the first person stepped out in that pride parade that all of it was a violation of their worldview.
Well, I agree that person shouldn't have come.
Well, yeah, they shouldn't have come, but also, like, why is your preference so much better than theirs? And I would argue that the reason why, well, first of all, I would argue that your preference isn't any better than theirs in that way, but I would argue that the significant difference is that you probably don't believe that the existence of gay people is a blight upon the earth that is violating their desire for a godly world. And instead that your contest to, like, saying, like, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't have public flashers is because of a desire to avoid harm. You have different moral structures. I don't think that we should build our world on a moral structure that says, like, sin existing in the world is a violation. But
I wouldn't go so extreme as to describe it as like sin. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong. I'm not trying to make an appeal to, like, the to like broader morality. I'm simply saying that, like, I have no contention at all with kinksters, with furries, with anything.
Sure.
But I am made personally uncomfortable, just like viscerally in my body, by seeing simulated sex acts in public. By seeing, I mean, like specifically for me, like grinding or like provocative, lewd dancing, whatever.
So you would have a really big problem with, like, going to I don't know, did you have a big problem going to, like, school dances when you were younger?
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, for other social reasons.
Okay. But so it wasn't because of the grinding that went on there.
I mean, like I guess partly yes, but like that.
Do you think that maybe the reason that you might be extra uncomfortable with the latter example, the one, or the former example of the grinding, is because it's men who you're not attracted to that are doing it?
Well, no, because I'm attracted to men.
Okay, well, if you're attracted to men, okay, that's fine.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, like, I don't want to get too much into, like, my own personal shit, but, like, I'm pansexual. I'm attracted to everybody regardless of intersectionality.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, seeing the sex act out in the world, just out in daylight,
it's not out in the world. It's at a structured event that's scheduled and has parameters. Like pride parades are usually, and not always, but for the most part, they're announced events that you can choose to go to. Nobody's forced to stay at a pride event. There might be you might be able to dream up some, like, hypothetical where, like, you're stuck in traffic and there's a revolutionary pride parade that comes up in front of you. But, like, come on, like, that's getting into levels of ridiculousness. You can choose to go there.
May I take a chance to restructure, because I kind of lost my original argument, because
go for it.
I guess I have this idea about, like, the direction of communication when it comes to specific acts in public.
Okay.
Where, regardless of whether or not it makes me uncomfortable, somebody, like, dancing lewdly on a float, the language there, what's being communicated is, look at me, look at how I use my body. If you are aroused by this, good for you.
Okay, so let me ask
to see somebody.
Let me ask you another example. Let me give you another ancillary that I think that would reveal the underlying issue with this. Are you familiar with drive-in movie theaters?
Yes.
Okay, a drive-in movie theater is a functionally public event. And would you say that it should be frowned upon morally to play the Transformers movie, like a PG rated movie or a PG-13 maybe rated movie at a drive-in theater?
No, and I'm not sure I understand why.
Are you aware that there's a sex scene in that movie in which two college age actors emulate very, very realistically the act of sex in a college dorm?
Okay.
So
and because this is taking place out in the open air as opposed to in a closed theater, I should have more of a contention with this.
No,
I suppose that is a salient argument.
Yeah, I'm trying to give a fair thing. This is an exhibition. Obviously, people could see it who didn't want to go there, but realistically, you can easily leave. You can go away. The same thing goes for a pride parade. A pride parade is a public exhibit. It is a show that people are putting on.
Can I continue my thesis?
Sure.
Okay, so to put on a performance where the spectacle is look at me and be aroused is one thing.
Do you think that's the intent, or do you think that there might be more?
I don't think that is the deliberate intent, but I do think that as a side effect of it being a public spectacle, by my analogy, a float out on a parade, that is like a consequence that must be taken into account.
I don't think so. I don't think it needs to come into account. I don't think that it matters. I think that if you personally have a trigger or a something that you can't tolerate, that is your responsibility in general. Reasonably, of course. Like obviously,
but you announce content warnings when you speak of them.
Of course I do. Yes, but I don't think. But I announce content warnings because I care, and also Pride lists. Every Pride event lists what they're going to have there. They list the Pride thing. They usually give out little flyers that tell you what's going to be on which floats are going to be when. And the reason they do that is, usually because there's people who want to see those specific floats. So there's no difference. That is true. There's no difference. Well, likewise, here's another example. You watch my stream all the time, and I'm sure. Maybe not.
Yes, that's true.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But lots of people watch my stream all the time. I regularly go off on explicit tears where I scream and rage about conservatives or other ridiculous things. I have an infamous rant where I talk about the Doom Marine. Maybe you've seen that clip, me yelling about the Doom Marine.
I actually don't think I have, and I'm pretty familiar with your stuff.
Yeah, there's a clip of me that's really, I think it's very funny. I'm very proud of that little bit. I did this little bit where I went off on a tear about a force feminized Doom Marine, just absolutely raw dogging a Doot Revenant, from the one with the horns. And I said that joke just out of nowhere, and nobody would. I would hope that most people outside of super puritanical Christians would go okay, that's just a joke. You've come to my stream and you watch
that's true. But again, the Demon Mama show takes place here on the internet where you have to click into it. You have to opt in.
Here on the internet where there's even less there's even less barriers to entry than there is in real life. It is infinitely easier for a child to access anything that is shown on YouTube than it is for a child to access a pride parade. Infinitely.
But that's true. I won't argue that for a second, but it is still different than playing your show, shouting it through a bullhorn like Alex Jones from your car.
But you have to explain how that's different. And you haven't done so.
Well, because it's taking place literally out in the streets. That is an actual disturbing
event. All kinds of things happen out in the streets. All kinds of things, both scheduled and unscheduled, happen out in the streets. All kinds of things, and we don't have a moral freak out about it. We don't have a moral freak out about it, but we do have. They do have, but people have been having a moral freak out about
disturbing the peace. We have gotten so far off of what I had as a two-pronged thing. Can we please return?
Yeah, but who's on that? That's on you. That's your argument. Your argument brought us here.
Mama, please. You just kind of gish galloped me here, and now we're just at a weird.
Excuse me. Explain to me how that was a gish gallop.
Well, you just kind of kept leading me on this weird list of hypotheticals about the Transformers, and then
those were direct comparisons.
I get that they were direct comparisons,
do you know what a gish gallop is?
I'm only really becoming aware of the rhetoric as I'm using it, so please excuse me.
A gish gallop.
I think I might misunderstand it as just.
Wait. Give me a second. I'll explain what a gish gallop is. A gish gallop throws out an unbelievable amount of unrelated points, so many that you could not possibly address all of them. And they do this over and over again so that you can never actually get to the bottom of any point. When you go on a point and you follow it to its conclusions and you make comparisons, that is not a gish gallop. That is simply having a conversation.
I still haven't gotten to the bottom of my original
then get
point.
to
You
the
haven't
bottom
let
of it.
me finish.
Shh,
So
I have you. Oh, come on. Don't be
please.
like that.
I mean, with absolute respect, I'm sorry. I don't want to be like triggered or whatever.
Okay.
I am absolutely on your side in so many places, and I don't want to be put in the position to say like you talk too much. I don't believe that you talk too much, but I have to say my piece here, please.
I just told you to say it, but you instead decided to go on about that. Go ahead.
Excuse me, please. So there is a difference between performances that communicate I am performing here. If you see this and are aroused by this, good for you. And performances that are watch me be aroused, watch me be sexually gratified by the position that I'm in, and you are subject to it, and this is an element of my kink. And I would argue that being led around on a leash, being a sub in public, is kind of that.
I strongly disagree with you. I think that you are jumping to a conclusion to justify your own bias. And I would point out to this because, again, and you know, not to be all anecdote Andy here, but I'm not hardly the only one. I can appeal to the entire history of fucking film. There are a fuckload of directors who build in their own weird kinks, who have their own. I mean, for example, do you have?
And I think that's fucking weird.
Oh, hold on a second. Give me a second here. All right.
Please.
Real quick. Have you ever seen the movie Inglourious Bastards?
Several times. I mean, come on.
Do you like that movie?
I have my criticisms of Tarantino these days, but I have to admit I've seen it over a dozen times. So, you know, that says something about it, you know.
Are you aware that Quentin Tarantino, in the scene where, spoiler alert for a movie that came out a gajillion years ago, in the scene where, what's his name? What's his name? The guy, the Nazi, the bad Nazi, the main Nazi, where he chokes that. Yeah.
I don't know his name.
He kills the girl. He kills the girl that he's with the whole time. He chokes her out. Remember that scene?
Yeah.
Are you aware that the hands in that scene
are Quentin Tarantino's?
Quentin Tarantino's.
Yeah. I'm intimately aware of the sex crimes of Quentin Tarantino. I'm not a fan.
I would not call that a sex crime, but I would say that's a little bit creepy. But at the same time, like 99.9% of people who saw that didn't notice or care, and they weren't harmed, even though Quentin Tarantino was indeed acting out his exhibitionist kink of strangling somebody in one of his films. And yet we don't care. And that's because there isn't harm. There isn't a real harm from that doing that. Maybe you don't like kinksters. Maybe you don't find it uncomfortable. Find a different Pride event that's good for you then. That's fine. We don't put these standards on anything else, even if there's ones where we can acknowledge that's a little creepy.
You know what you're getting into when you watch a Quentin Tarantino movie.
You know what you're getting into. You know what you're getting into when you go to Pride.
I prescribe that that's not something that you should have to opt into.
Well, then
I think that's weird.
Then my response to that is
I think that's alienating to people.
I think I'm very sorry for your feelings. That's what I would say about that. I'm sorry you feel that way. But that is what it is. It's a feeling.
I do feel that way because it does make me uncomfortable.
Hold on a second.
Like personally, truly, it does. It makes me not want to go to Pride. It makes people that I love not want to go to Pride.
That's fine. But guess what? You are no different, at least in your logic, you are no different than a Christian who feels that there shouldn't be a Pride event at all. There's no difference. There is no logical or difference between that. Or if there is, I would love for you to elucidate how there is, but I don't think there is. I think you are trying to say that it's not just your feeling and not just conclude that, okay, yeah, I have a personal issue with this that I should take care of.
It serves a public social like function.
Yeah, and guess what? A Christian would disagree with you. A Christian would disagree with you.
Fucking what?
Well, there you go. It's just, this is a feels argument. You feel.
Yeah, you're right. It's a fucking feels argument.
Yes. It's
that's not in contention here.
Yes, it is. You're trying to argue that your feelings are somehow better or more important than that of a Christian who thinks that the Pride Parade shouldn't be happening at all because that offends them. You're offended by a specific thing, and that's fine. You're entitled to being offended, just like a Christian is entitled to be offended. And guess what? You cannot go to that specific event. You can go to one that's more appropriate for you. You can make your own
There
event.
isn't one.
Really?
And I don't have the capacity to organize one. And you know people don't just have the capacity to...
Quick question.
Please.
When was the last time you went to Pride?
It would have been 2019.
Okay. Do you remember what the date was of the Pride Parade? And or are you just bluffing?
No, it would have been like the 12th or 13th. I don't remember the specific date in my town.
You bluffed. Listen, I promise you. I
promise you I went to Pride in 2019. I don't...
Well,
what the fuck is this? Come on.
I will also promise you. That you will be if you take a little bit of time to look, you will be able to find a Pride event that will be comfortable for you. There you go. And if you can't find a Pride event that's comfortable for you, I'm sure you could find another equivalent.
I don't think it's like too big an ask, too weird a thing that like the biggest, like the parade that goes through Main Street at noon shouldn't be for like everyone, that I shouldn't be welcome at that.
Did we ever?
There are places at Pride, as has been stated a bajillion fucking times over before, where the absolute fucking where eyes wide shut shit goes down, and that's absolutely cool. That's wonderful.
Eyes wide
Please.
shut.
I mean,
are you making a reference to Jeffrey Epstein, right? That movie was made by Eyes Wide Shut was a movie made by what's his name there?
I'll admit I don't know the full historical context of the movie as well as you do.
What's his
but
name?
like
Kubrick.
I'm only referencing.
Yeah, that was Kubrick's film about secret orgies in which children were raped. He was literally calling out Jeffrey Epstein. The film, the house that was used in that film had the same number and the same address as Jeffrey Epstein's house in New York. I think that this is. I think this is a. No.
Let me walk that back then, please, because that was not my intention. I have not seen the movie in years, and I do not know the historical context from which Stanley Kubrick made the movie.
Before you walk it back, and I accept you're walking it back, but I'm bringing this up for a reason. Do you recognize how your first instinct was to immediately compare Pride to a movie about a pedophile sex cult? Do you realize how prejudiced that is? Even if you didn't mean to, that is indeed what you did.
I do realize that in context. However, I was just scanning my brain for visual representations of people having group sex in a big house, and I landed on that movie because that is the most popular reference point.
That's how prejudice works.
That is correct. You are right.
Okay, gay fish. Yeah. So
with that, I have no further contentions.
Right.
I'd like to say that I have tremendous respect for all that you do.
Thank you.
I still have contention with your overall argument at this particular debate.
Sure.
But I don't figure that either of us are going to come away convinced of each other's point.
Here's the thing.
I just want to say that sorry?
That doesn't always happen in public debate, but you can mull it over and think on it and see if maybe what I said makes sense, and then you can decide in the future if it's not.
I will not. I've been mulling it over for 3 days. I think your position is absolutely insane, and I will not be convinced of it. And I think you're taking a huge L on this. But I have to say that I do parasocially love you very much, and you're great.
That was a very interesting turn. I would love for you to be able to elucidate any of those things that you just made, but I have a feeling that you can't.
Oh, I just think that like your argument with Vaush especially was very rhetorically ineffective and
really
just kind of triggered and very cringe on both sides. I mean, like Vaush got very fucking triggered. It was not a wonderful sight to behold on either end as a fan of both of yours.
Sure.
But
okay.
I don't know.
Congratulations, you've officially stated more of your feelings, which has basically been the only thing you've done in this entire conversation. So if you're uninterested in rethinking this position, or if you're uninterested in any of that, I mean, you failed to convince me. You failed to even make an argument outside of I don't like this personally, which is the exact same thing a Christian could say about all of Pride.
I don't think that invalidates the argument from jump. I think it should still be a space that is made to be as inclusive to everybody as possible.
So if I walk outside and I see you on the street and I say I feel like Pagliacci is a disgusting, offensive person, I should be able to basically advocate for you to be put in prison because I think that you're disgusting and offensive and violating me just because I feel that way? Do you see what the problem is with feels arguments?
I don't fully follow.
If the only argument that you have is your feelings, people can feel anything. People
Right,
can
of
feel all
course.
kinds of things. They can feel all kinds of ridiculous things. People do feel all kinds of things, but your feels aren't an argument. You have to actually have an argument for why you believe the things you do. Otherwise, you're just basically reacting based on your feelings.
My argument is that the Pride Parade, the one that goes down Main Street of every major city in the United States, should be a place that is deliberately designed to be as inclusive to everybody as possible.
Okay, then.
That includes
let's pretend
like
I'm going to
myself,
agree with
who
you.
are valid
Wait,
in feeling uncomfortable around displays of sexual
Hold on a second. Guess what?
stimulation in public.
Let's pretend that I agree with you for a second, but I'm a Christian. Yeah, I agree with you. It should be as agreeable to as many people as possible. I shouldn't have to see those gay people walking through my downtown. Whoops.
That's not an equivalent argument.
Logic. Yes, that is. That is your argument. Your argument that your feelings are enough to justify us not making changes or not allowing something is the exact same argument as a Christian saying, I don't want those gay people, those disgusting, degenerate, sinful gay people walking down my street. It's the same. You're using the exact same logic.
Then you're examining it in a moral vacuum.
You just don't like being compared to Christians. You don't like being confronted with the fact that your opinion is basically just your personal feelings about certain types of people that might be at Pride. That it's just raw prejudice and there's nothing else to it. You don't actually have a reason for why you believe these things, except for your feelings. Just like a Christian who says, I don't feel like I should have to see gay people.
Consent. Then consent. The whole fucking Vaush has reiterated it 5 fucking times about.
By the way, hold on a second.
Consent in public.
Just so you know, this was I as somebody who literally argued with Vaush. Not even Vaush had this take. Your take is more extreme than Vaush's and worse than Vaush's. Vaush would not argue this argument. I'm sorry, but he would not. I know because I debated him on it last night.
Okay,
because
fine. Whatever the fuck.
On the same grounds that you would say, I don't consent to seeing the leather daddies walking around, a Christian would say, I don't consent to seeing those gay people holding hands in public. Oh my God, that's disgusting. That will corrupt my children.
But there is a tangible, quantifiable, communicatable difference between if you are aroused by this, then fine, and watch me be sexually stimulated in public.
You can't show that. You don't know. You can't demonstrate. First of all, you can't demonstrate intentionality in this at all. You don't know. And the reason why I use the examples of the films is that we recognize that films often contain sexual content for all kinds of different reasons, sometimes to titillate, sometimes to tell a story, but it's very difficult to tell what those reasons are. And just because some people might have a bad motivation for the thing that they do, that doesn't mean we should ban the thing in public or that we shouldn't that we should discourage the thing entirely in public. You haven't established that there is any you haven't established that meaningful difference.
Please try to argue that the puppy boy being dragged around by a leash at Pride is doing it for any other reason.
Wrong.
For their stimulation.
Excuse me. First of all, that was not at Pride. Do not repeat fucking Nazi talking points at me on my stream.
I'm not referring to the picture. I'm referring to my own anecdote of what I have seen.
Well, I don't believe your anecdote.
You don't have to believe it.
I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't believe it.
Okay, that doesn't make it less.
Your argument is not doing very well right now. I don't believe your shitty anecdote. I think you've invented an anecdote to try and justify your feelings post hoc. And that's not a tactic I very much like. Nor do I think it's rhetorically effective. I don't think anybody's convinced by this.
that I will concede. I am still.
Here's my recommendation to you, because I don't think I don't know that we're gonna go much further.
I don't think that we are.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you're very, very rooted in this position on an emotional level, and that means that it's basically impossible. You can't. There's a saying, you know, I'm sure you've heard Vaush say it. You can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into. You didn't. You came into here with a position that was based entirely on feelings. You don't actually have a reason for why you believe those things. However, that can be changed. You can leave this conversation afterwards. You can chill and mull over it, and you can think about what reasons there are, and you might even be able to change your position because you might realize that your reasoning was flawed. That's a cool thing about humans. We can adjust our positions.
I will concede that I have not been rhetorically efficacious in arguing my position, but I will not concede my position. I'm sorry.
I'm not asking you to concede your position. All I'm saying is that perhaps you can recognize that there are flaws, and maybe you won't. Maybe you'll go off this call and you'll come up with the silver bullet argument that I haven't thought of and I have never heard, and you will blow my argument to shreds next time you come on. Which I would.
I really hope I do, and I really hope I do get another chance to come on, because I really.
Absolutely, no, gladly. If you think that you come up with if you think you found the golden key that destroys my argument that I've painstakingly laid out over the last 4 hours, I would love to hear it, but I don't think you will. But good luck. But good luck anyway.
I don't think I'm going to come up with a rhetorically effective means of doing that in the next
I don't need you to be rhetorically
effective window of time.
I don't necessarily need you to be rhetorically effective. I mean, I think I think that we could analyze that in individually, but I usually don't spend much time talking about the rhetoric of people who call in, because I know you're not you're not doing a presentation. You're coming to argue, but this wasn't a rhetorical failure. This was a failure of lack of arguments. You didn't have the arguments. You just don't like it. You haven't figured it out why you don't like it.
No, I have.
No, you haven't. We just displayed that. This entire conversation just displayed that.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't hear a single actual contention. You ceded on the things that I brought up. So, yeah.
I still hold contention with the argument that my not consenting to watching somebody being choked in public to their sexual gratification is equivalent to a Christian moralist arguing that gays should not be allowed to hold hands in public. Those are absolutely,
but in their
while they are superficially similar, you're analyzing them in a moral vacuum.
They're not superficially similar. They're the opposite of superficially similar. They are contextually similar, because that gay people holding hands together is displaying that they are in, the implication of gay men holding hands together is that they are romantic and probably sexual partners.
Right.
It is you. It's you who decides how far.
And what is being communicated by somebody being dragged around by a collar is I am being choked and I have an erection right now.
First of all, that doesn't happen at Pride. So that's Folsom that you're referencing, which is a specifically adults only BDSM event. But
I'm afraid I can't analyze it, or I can't explain it better than an anecdote, but sure. I have seen it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, damn. Well, that sucks for that person, I guess.
It sucks for me because I saw it.
I'm so sorry. Please, just whatever you do, never ever go to a movie rental store, because you will see way worse all over the place in a movie rental store. Sorry.
You would not believe the things I have seen.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I wouldn't.
The things I've seen behind closed doors that I opt into.
Wait. So now we're talking about behind closed doors.
I mean, like, I'm as much a film fucking nerd as you are. I may not have a blind spot around Kubrick, but Sorry, I'm getting off track. I took a couple of bong rips before I came on. I'm 3 sheets to the wind. I'm very sorry I wasted your time.
You didn't waste my time. Hey, relax. It's all good. You didn't waste my time. We had an interesting conversation. I don't think you have a very good argument for this, but that's okay. No one has the perfect argument at the beginning, okay? Think about it a little more. And if you come up with some arguments against me, let's talk again in the future, okay?
Please, I'd appreciate that.
Sure thing. All right. You have a wonderful day, Pagliacci.
Likewise. I just want to say, it's Pagliacci. But
Pagliacci.
That's whatever. Sorry.
Fair enough.
Good night.
Goodbye. All right. Let's bring the next person in. That was interesting. Hello, Lyss.
How's it going?
Good. How are your pronouns? Or what are your pronouns?
She, they.
All right. Lyss, welcome to the show. What is your contention?
Well, first, I'd like to say that Kink is good,
Okay.
and Kink should absolutely be at Pride.
Cool. All right.
My question is that earlier in the stream, you specifically said that someone getting pantsed, isn't that crazy, and that nobody's gonna get killed over it, and it happens to a lot of people, and it really felt like you were downplaying that, so I wanted to make sure that's not what you were doing. So like you do acknowledge that that is sexual assault, right?
Is this a troll? Are you trolling me, Lyss?
Trolling. No, no, no.
Yes.
Pantsing someone, you don't think that's sexual assault?
I mean, let me look up the exact definition of sexual assault. Hold on a second.
You can give me whatever definition you want.
No. We gotta do this. Let's see. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Sexual assault refers to, according to RAINN, which is, I mean, a pretty, reasonable one. The term sexual assault refers to sexual contact or behavior that occurs without explicit consent of the victim, such as attempted rape, fondling or unwanted sexual touching, forcing a victim to perform sexual acts such as oral sex or penetrating the perpetrator's body, penetration of the victim's body, which is also known as rape. So no, I don't think it would categorize as sexual assault, but I do think that it is I do think that it is like a sex pest behavior. Yeah.
Okay, so is it just like a semantic issue? Like, do you?
And it sounds like you have a semantic issue with me.
Okay, so you would acknowledge that it's like comparable to like ripping someone's shirt off, like to reveal their tits.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's
just
could
what
be.
I
I think
that's
of course
just what I wanted to talk about.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's very, very
Yeah,
like
it's
dangerous
offensive sexual conduct, but it's like I don't know, like
for sure.
yeah. It's not.
I didn't think
like,
you were trying to do that, but
I mean, I don't think I was. Like, I don't.
No. But I think we need to be very cognizant and very mindful when we say things like, "Well, I don't think it's going to kill anybody." I think it happens to a lot of people. Because then it seems like we're dismissing
actually,
it,
I didn't
right?
say that it wasn't going to like kill anybody, but what I did say was
I actually wrote that part down.
Okay, well, sure. Yeah, and I was also talking in the example I used. I was talking about a kid pulling down someone's pants, not a full-grown adult.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a bad thing to do, of course. But I think that we can I think we can agree that that example wasn't really about the pantsing necessarily, but yes, pantsing is bad. Don't pants people, okay?
Right, but
Yes.
I just needed to be clear that we all agreed that that was a very bad thing that no one should ever do. All right, that's all I wanted to talk about. Goodbye.
Yes.
Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, goodbye. That was an interesting one. All right. Well,
Okay. There is someone else that would has a criticism, should I say,
oh boy.
of the
Optics.
fencing argument as well.
Oh boy, here we go. All right. Apparently, I need to be more careful when talking about pantsing. I didn't realize that me using that as an example in a conversation where we're talking about pedophilia and rape would be a triggering issue for people. I apologize if that's the case. Okay, let's bring in the next person.
I shall bring them in.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Just don't pants people, guys. It's not that hard.
I get you, but still, at the same time, like Jesus Christ, this is a level of insufferable uncharitability. Whatever. Where did my thing go? Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh no, I did something wrong. Oh, what have I done? Hold on a second. Give me just a second here. Oh no. I did something. sources. I figured it out. What? There we go. Okay, I got it. All right, I figured it out. I figured the issue. Okay, Kylemarshiku. Welcome, Kylemarshiku. I hear you have a problem with my take. What are your pronouns?
He, him.
Okay. Okay. Tell me what's up.
Well, yeah. So I completely agree with your position, and it's not so much the take; it's just the specific argument with the example of the man getting pantsed and thus having the nudity, and it's honestly I think a small contention, but
Okay.
I liked that argument. I thought it was good, but the more I thought about it, I think you were using that argument to try to delineate passivity from aggressiveness, correct?
Not just passivity, but passivity and like passivity and like obvious intent, meaning somebody going out of their way to ensure that you cannot so that you cannot deny. You see what I mean? A parade moves from one place to another in a linear line. Ideally, nobody touches you. The parade is a display that you can turn away from, walk away from, and easily, relatively, within reasonable. Obviously, it might block traffic or something ridiculous, but for the average person, you can avoid it entirely and never even do. Many people probably don't even know that there's a pride event going up on the town on the day it happens. So, yeah, I think that it illustrates the difference between both passivity and intent in a meaningful, quantifiable way, other than just like imagining intent. Does that make sense?
Yes. The thing I worry about is I would imagine if you give that argument, they would use the intent that's within that argument to dismiss it. They would, basically, it's an accident. Your argument, like, oh well, obviously that's wrong because it was an accident, and so I couldn't help but wonder if maybe divorcing it from intentionality might have made it a better argument. Because, like you said, the Pride Parade. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, so it was an accident that person was exposed against their will. Well, I would say that at the same exact time, then, by that same logic, so was anybody who doesn't like Pride being exposed to Pride. That it's an accident. It's coincidental. If you don't want to be at Pride and you end up stuck at Pride, maybe maybe a float tips over and your car gets stopped and you have to see Pride. Well, there you go. Then it was an accident. It's the same exact thing. I don't see any real difference.
All right. Well, I do think that is a good response to the critique that I imagine would come up. Yeah. So I guess I don't really have a response to that because I do think that is a good response.
Yeah, I mean that's my approach on it. I think that like there is a lot of the rhetoric that's been going around on this issue is very, very extreme, very intense. But here I think that it's a fair thing. Like the idea of most pride events are, yeah, they're showy, they're loud, but within parameters. I mean, a big band presentation is showy and loud, but within parameters. Same thing goes for Pride. So, yeah. Yep.
All right. Yep. Well, that's all I've got.
Excellent. All right. Well, yeah. Thanks for coming on, Kyle.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for all you do.
Yeah, no problem. And I like doing it. So, thanks.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Next. Next. Let's bring in the next. Oh, well, yeah, there's drama going on other streams, and drama frogs like to jump. It's all good. Might be a minute before we get the next one. hope everyone's doing good. I hope everyone's doing good. I'm having a good day. Just running through their takes. Okay, yeah, no worries. We'll just chill. Let's chill for a few minutes. Let's chill. Gives me time to fucking light another one up. Give us fish on Fridays? Nah, I'll do it soon. Soon. We got plenty of time. Wait, how many hours are we into? We're only at 4 hours. The night is young, Gayfesh. Be patient, Gayfesh. Be patient. Aw, thank you, Gynotype. Oh, that's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. I'm super happy that someone like you can talk to Vaush on some of his bad takes. I should do better in the future, though. I could have done better. I was nervous. Yeah, that's right. I can admit it. I was a little nervous. I was a little nervous going up against Destiny, too. Whenever you go up against somebody that big, it's a little nerve-wracking. I've never seen a chat have that much reaction to me ever in my life. I think it wrapped up pretty well. Oh, God, we got a lot of people coming in to debate with me. Damn, this is going to be an interesting one. You know, it's been so fucking... Yeah, I know I sounded nervous. I was. Wait, real quick. Do you realize that yesterday I was in front of more people than I've ever been in front of in my entire life? Like, literally, by an order of magnitudes. I've never, ever been in front of that many people. And Vaush was quite mad at me. It was a little nerve-wracking.
Hello, I just want to clarify quickly.
Sure.
Would we like a discussion about the discourse as a whole? Being bad, or
I'm really, honestly, I'm basically open to whatever.
Okay, cool. I will remember that. All right, I'll bring them in then.
I'm not going to be allowed. Wait, what is this? Live stream chat. The Discord live stream chat's being weird.
Discord live stream chat's always a little sus.
Oh, that's true, Gayfesh, but I wasn't the only show. To be fair, there were multiple other people there. Yeah. Demon Mama is cool, but smoking is unhealthy and yucky pilled. Don't worry. These are herbals. Okay? They're herbals. They're yeah. I'm watching all the chats now. I've got 4 chats open right now. 4. I've got 4 fucking chats open right now. I'm like, yeah, multiple eyes. Give us eyes. Give us eyes like vacuous ROM. I see you. I do see you, Saren. I see you, Endat and Virtual Guy. I see you. I see you. Thank you, Lonnie. Starting to smoke on stream was the smartest decision I ever made, by the way. The step has 1,000 eyes. Yes. I'm just saying. What's an herbal? An herbal is a cigarette that is filled with, in this case, a small amount of tobacco and a whole bunch of other herbs. They are significantly less tar producing, they are significantly lighter smoke, and they are much less cancer causing. Does the smoke help calm your nerves? Yes, massively. Massively.
Hello.
Why, hello there, KevinFM. What are your pronouns?
He, him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, just straight and simple. But yeah, I just wanted to call... Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
No, I said the classic pronouns. The classic he, hims. Yeah, there you go.
Oh boy, yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to call in because I was just... I've just been listening to the general discourse for the past couple days, and...
Sure.
You know, it just sort of strikes me as... I guess being a... I commented this earlier in the chat. I'm Socialist Law Dude on Twitch, too.
Oh, cool.
So,
oh, good to see you. Good to have the connections all link up.
Absolutamente, but I just sort of thought that this was a bit of a nothing burger, as in the whole discourse, not so much what people's genuine takes or feelings might be on it, but since you had brought up earlier, was it Pride Down that you had mentioned earlier?
Pridefall? Pridefall? Yeah.
Yeah, Pridefall. That's it. I just feel that in sort of going as deep into the discourse as we all have, it just may be a bit, I don't know, it might be a bit divisive when really it just seems like a psyop, if that makes sense.
Yes, it is a psyop, but see, the thing about psyops is that they're predicated on the psyop succeeding. And the way that we defeat psyops is by hopefully out-psying them. And I think that is slowly and surely happening. I don't think that we can right now. I think that the social conditions of America specifically and Twitter in America is such that it is super easy to start a forest fire over just about anything. However, I'm doing my part to make sure that this doesn't become increasingly toxic and instead can be used as a point of enlightenment to make it possible that hopefully in the future there will be less of an impact from stuff like this in the future. The only way you do that is by educating people patiently. And sometimes a little impatiently, once in a while.
Well, yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense if someone comes at you bad faith, like right off the bat, then you can't really be that patient with them. But I totally understand that. Just and that makes perfect sense. Just given the fact that, throughout American history, with pedophilia being used to target large swaths of the LGBTQIA plus population, it just, I guess it's not that surprising to see folks like Pridefall continuing to use that kind of rhetoric, but
they will do it forever.
You're totally right.
Yeah, they'll do it forever. We have to get good at communicating in spite of them. They will always try. We are always, there's always going to be, at any given moment, there is a potential psyop lurking around the corner. You can't stop them from happening. You just have to outsmart them. And that's what I'm trying to do here, is by putting out content that helps people understand them so that they don't fall victim to the psyop. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
But I do agree with you, by the way. Just two quick things. One thing, I have to do a slight aside, I know, to chat. Capo says, I'm not judging her for smoking cloves, but I think spreading information about the safer cigarette myth that tobacco companies use to push them is pretty harmful. I know she's doing this unintentionally, but still, yikes. First of all, cloves are not made by most cigarette companies. Just so you know, they objectively contain less tobacco than nearly any other type of cigarette. So I'm not pushing a safer cigarette myth. They are literally just a slightly safer cigarette. Just like smoking weed is not as harmful as smoking, fucking Camel Blacks. There are different ways of consuming things. Just like it is healthier to consume diet soda than it is to consume high fructose corn syrup soda. All things in moderation. Now, sorry, that's an aside. I'm irked by these. And secondly,
I totally get that.
So secondly, to respond to that, this discourse it happens every single year. Every single year, right before Pride or right at the beginning of Pride, the Kink at Pride discourse will restart up. It's done that since the fucking 80s. Since the first Pride events ever happened, this has always been a discourse. It will happen. This year, I was very shocked by how intense and angry it got immediately. And that was, there are reasons for that. I think there was a lot of intense rhetoric going around. I think there are a lot of emotions flying right now. People, and like I said, I did an entire segment the other day about the Thunderdome, which is what we are witnessing, and it's only going to get worse this summer. Every single, yeah, it's going to get bad.
I mean, I was about to say, like, I guess I didn't really notice it other years, just in terms of like the burning intensity of it, but I was a little caught off guard when it just suddenly blew up like a powder keg.
Well, my thoughts on why that happened. We all.
Yeah.
There's a couple of people with very large reach who helped contribute to that. for better or for worse. And I,
Yeah.
with my comparatively minuscule ant-like reach, am attempting to counteract that to the best of my ability. That's all.
Oh, come on. Your demonic mama hellfire will, eventually pierce through it. We all know that.
I mean, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. But, like, let's just be real. There is an objective. My platform is objectively so much smaller than any of these other people. So, yeah, I can only do so much. There's only so much I can do.
Oh, and I totally get that because, just to throw my unique perspective into things. So, just thinking about certain civil rights cases that have gone through the United States Supreme Court over the years, since just for the chat, I'm a practicing attorney by trade. So this kind of stuff is super important to me.
Excellent.
And, I've noticed that in terms of what you've been talking about with, for example, the way that things have been going for transgender people in America right now, and how we need to take every single measure we can to protect trans people.
I agree.
I was thinking back to, sort of comparing what's happening now with the anti-trans laws with what happened with the anti-gay marriage laws even a decade ago.
Yeah.
And how, as soon as a few states fell, the rest of them just started falling like dominoes.
Because it creates it creates precedent.
Exactly. So, that culminated in 2015's Obergefell decision, which was just so nice to see.
Yeah.
But just understanding the history of how these things go is sort of like a cycle. Mm-hmm. So, I can definitely say that if we just continue to push back and fight against this stuff as a society, then, I think the impulse that I felt was that while it may not necessarily, while it was sort of how do I put this? It was sort of a twitchy reaction for me to be like, why do we even need to humor this discourse?
Yeah.
I definitely see where you're coming from in that we do need to push back against it, because if there's actual pushback and people know that this stuff is wrong, then that's when the social attitudes towards discriminated groups change.
Yeah. And
that's where we actually see that progress.
I am, and I'm sure this will come as no surprise to anyone, I am very, very much a believer in the power of education. And I don't mean like schools, although, I mean, I loved school, and sometimes I miss school because I loved it. But education has a knock-on effect. People teach other people. They share their knowledge. And the way that I do it is, listen, I know every single year there is going to be Kink at Pride conversations. As long as I'm a public figure, I know every single June I'm going to be having this conversation. Hopefully it won't be as intense as this year, because this year was pretty intense, and I'm sure there's going to be other waves of this. I'm sure it'll pounce. In fact, I know I'll probably be having this conversation again in a couple of weeks, and I'm sure people who are regulars of my show are going to rip their hairs out hearing the third Kink at Pride argument, but that's the life. That's the life. It's a slow trudge. We have to roll the boulder up, and it rolls all the way back down, and we do it again. And the reason we do that is because over time, we actually teach people, and the ideas propagate. And if we do a good job, if we do a really good job with it, they propagate quickly. So.
Well, exactly. Because the best, I would say that the best disinfectant is sunlight. So education can be that rhetorical sunlight. So I definitely agree.
Yeah. I mean, sunlight isn't the best disinfectant, to be clear, but as a speech, as a turn of phrase, yes, I agree with you.
That's right. I would prefer
pretty sure like
antibiotics or whatnot.
Yeah, I think the best disinfectant is like technically like nuclear radiation. I think that literally kills everything, all living things. But yeah.
I would prefer to at least be part cockroach before we start using that as a disinfectant.
Sick. Now we're talking. Yeah, give me that fucking roach DNA so that I can become immune to nukes. That'd be incredible. Fuck yeah. And you know what?
You'd be truly unstoppable.
Yeah, if it gives me a little antennae, I'll deal with it. Whatever.
Antennae would suit you. Antennae
Yeah.
would just look cool.
Yeah, exactly. It's cool as hell. Well, Kevin, it's wonderful talking with you. Did you have anything else you wanted to go over with me before we bring in other people? I noticed that we have a line of contention.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely let y'all go so that you can continue this parade of contentiousness. But I just wanted to pop in, and I hope you have an awesome night.
Yeah,
or day.
thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Kevin. Thanks for coming on. It was wonderful talking with you.
It was great talking with you too.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let's bring in the next. True capo based in roach pilled. Listen, roaches are kind of nasty when you encounter them in your house, but they're actually not bad creatures. They're pretty cool. Yo, you got an emote? That's a default emote. That's a cute one. Oh, sick, Elac. That's Pog. Yeah, I held a hissing cockroach once. I'm very scared of insects, but I think they're cool. It's stupid. I'm scared of bugs. Like, I'm very scared of bugs, but I think they're cool. Like, yo, cicadas look so cool. Have you seen a cicada? They're so fucking cool. All right, let's bring the next one in. Ziggy, give us the next. Next, I want more. I want more. I'm loving this. This never happens. I never have contention like this. More! Bring me another! Hello, ElQueNoSale. I hope I say your name correctly.
Hello.
I probably don't. How are you?
Yeah, okay.
All right.
fine, and you?
Good. All right. And pronouns?
He, him is okay. They is okay.
Based and pog-pilled. ElQueNoSale, it's so good to talk with you again. By the way, I believe it was you. If I'm not mistaken, maybe my memory is failing me, but weren't you the one who asked me about the avocados?
Yes.
You know, I've actually been keeping my promise on that.
Cool.
I don't even think we've bought a single avocado since you mentioned that. Maybe.
Since we talk,
Yeah, since we talked.
Voting, and the guy who was the water. I don't remember.
The leader?
The word. The leader. He was voted on as a governor. So
He's out.
he's in.
Oh, he's in. He's in. Oh.
He's in. He's no, we want this guy.
Oh, you wanted this guy. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I thought you said the guy that you don't want.
I forgot the specific word for that. I'm stuck talking.
The challenger?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's good news. Well, never let it be said that Demon Mama doesn't take requests like that seriously. I know it's very little. I'm not boasting about it. Was
important. It's
well,
little, but it's important.
And I seriously, just so you know, I deeply appreciate you bringing up things like that to me, because when I know things like that, I can put them into action. So thank you.
Thanks to you for opening this space.
Absolutely.
It's really useful. Okay, I have more than a contention. I have a question.
Okay.
The thing is, I want to know about how we work in the USA. Things like Pride adjacent events, something who's not like a protest / a party, something more like a place when people can talk and really not kink or sexual in any way. Because I don't see anything wrong about kids in Pride. I don't see nothing wrong in separate places for kink and kids, but it's so much a party and so let's explain.
Oh, are you asking like are there such events?
Yes.
Yes, there are tons of them. They are exceedingly common. And to the degree that, like, I mean, I don't know. I can't give you ratios, but they're very, very common. There are most Pride events, there are not only are there like safe like just conversational spaces that aren't loud or anything. There are usually safe spaces, like a restroom, like a rest area where you can just go sit and it's intentionally quiet, usually a insulated room where you can sit and relax, catch your breath, drink some water, talk with people if you're feeling stressed. These things exist at most major Pride events.
That sounds super cool. My question is, how much intergenerational there are? Because not much time ago, I was hearing a girl from Spain, and she was talking about young people don't using condoms. Young people don't remember how we get here, and it's very complicated because little things like I don't remember the name of this campaign. It's like everything get better. Something
it gets
like
better.
that.
Yeah, it gets better.
It gets better. The thing is, that's amazing. But if you don't hear or feel or see the person, it's so much impersonal. The thing is, a lot of queer people is getting his history from documentaries or series like posts instead of the few activists. That's where I was.
Yeah. So this is one where, to my knowledge, it varies greatly. There are, for example, now I don't know, I can't claim to know like how many of these events have like intergenerational focus. However, I will say, like at Pride itself, I'm sure there are at least some. But you know, I don't know how every single Pride across the country is. However, what I can tell you from my personal experience is, so my local LGBTQ counseling center, where I actually go for counseling, they have every single month, they have a free AIDS testing and education clinic. HIV/AIDS testing and education clinic. I have gone there to get a free HIV/AIDS test, and when you go in, you can go in with your partner, you can go in alone, you can go in with friends. They let you set the rules, and you go in, and the person who's there is usually either an educator, or in my case, a older queer person. And while you're doing the test, they teach you about it, and they give you materials. They will give you a little baggie when you come in to get your test. All this is free. All of it's very comfortable and easy to access. You walk in, they tell you about things while you're doing your test. So like you keep calm, and they tell you about history. They tell you about, hey, like here's what happened. Here's the medications that are helpful. Here's why it's important. Here's a little bag with pieces of information where you can find out more, and here's other events that we do. And this is an every month thing. Every single month, I think it's like the first Wednesday of the month, they have a walk-in clinic, a walk-in testing clinic and education clinic. And it's not like that particular event isn't super intensive, but that is a focus of it. The goal of those events is to provide education about what happened in the AIDS epidemic, and also teach people where and how and why they should get tested regularly.
That's amazing and super.
Isn't that cool?
I hear things here like that, but mostly for people who are already infected. But it's really complex because it's important. But I mean, if you want to do it, it's better if you do it before.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And another thing too is there's so again, this isn't in every city. I happen to live in a city that is I live in Seattle. Seattle is one of like America's historically gay cities. Like it was one of the first places where like a lot of gay people congregated, and it had a lot of like queer community resources from a long time ago, and one of the ones that has been here for a long time, and I don't know how great they are as an organization. They might have their flaws, but their history is nonetheless interesting. There is a very large organization here called Gay City, and what they have is not only do they have like all kinds of various resources, like they keep binders on hand of queer friendly doctors in the area, that if you're like,
really important.
yeah, when I got here, so like I can tell you from personal experience, here's what my experience was. When I first arrived here, I needed to find a doctor, and the doctor that I go to now is the same one that was recommended to me by Gay City many years ago. When I got there, I looked up online, gay queer resources Seattle, and then I found this place, and then they said, okay, here's the number you call, and they have, because they're a charity, they have people that they pay to answer the phones, and you call in, they say, okay, how can we help you? And you say, hey, I'm new to the Seattle area, I really need to find like queer friendly healthcare, and then they might,
amazing.
it's amazing. And not only that, but this place, they have a physical location in the gay neighborhood of Seattle, the historically gay neighborhood. Obviously all of Seattle's pretty gay now, but yeah, and they, in that place, this is really cool, I think you'll like this, they have rooms that are available for like basically public use. So they have this whole building that they own full of lounges.
Like if you had to run for your house?
Yeah, if you need a place to sit, if you just need a place for shelter.
Okay.
And obviously they don't have everything there. They can't save everybody from everything. But when we went there, all I did was I walked in and I said, hey, me and my partners are having issues with transportation. And they said, and we just asked one of the people, they have people who just sit at a desk there to help direct you. We walked in and said, hey, we're having trouble with transportation. They said, oh, okay, hold on, let us get one of our counselors. And it was this older gay guy who was super nice and helped us get free. They gave us free bus cards that had money on them already. And they just said, we have these.
And that is like an ONG?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And there were people there while we were sitting there waiting to go into the office. They had people just hanging out. Like there was, and the intergenerational thing that you mentioned brought this up to me, because I remember seeing like in a totally chill and safe context, just older queer folks just hanging out, just playing ping pong with younger queer folks who were just bored and came in during the afternoon to like find something to do. And that was like, oh my God, if only every city in the world had a place like this, or four,
Yeah, the thing is so much. I mean, we have some libraries, this is mostly bars and pubs, so people mostly go to party, and it's fun, it's cool.
Yeah.
I like to party. We all like to party. But the thing is, you gonna know. First of all, you have to be at least 18. But this, I'm not gonna say you have all figured out when you have 18, but when you have 14, 16, and 15, you really need support. And
yeah. Oh, and this is the thing. So there's two things that I would want to touch on with this. So one, the partying, and this is something that people bring up sometimes, like, well, a lot of the queer community is kind of wild. There's like a lot of intensity, and there's a lot of partying. There's a lot of, frankly, there's a lot of drug use. There's a lot of, cruising and stuff like that. That is a product of being marginalized. When you're not allowed to participate in everyday society, the only place that you can be yourself at all is in areas that are already designated as like problematic areas. When who you are is problematic, then you hang out in bars, in areas that where society doesn't look at. You have to hang out in the shadows. And as we start to deconstruct those stigmas, this will become less and less a thing. And it has become less and less a thing, but there's still issues with that. And another thing too is that like there is another like sort of side effect of this, which is that like so I've mentioned how like accusations of pedophilia and predatory behavior is like part and parcel with how the right.
That's exactly my point of contention. That's the problem. You cannot have an history if you just separate the older with the young.
Yes. Yes,
That's,
and that is a problem. And
that's
the thing.
What,
you know, if in many places here, if I said like, and this is still to this day, if I was to say right now, and we might even see this in chat right now, probably not because I'm calling it out immediately, but if I was to say, oh, there's this really cool event where old gays and young gays can hang out and play ping pong and have coffee together, there are a lot of people who would go, what the fuck? Is that some like pedo shit? And it's like, for real? Like,
bro,
are you for fucking real? And that is a problem. And that would happen. Like I said, I think that some people would have that negative reaction, even among some queer communities. And it's really sad, but that is a byproduct of the stigma, of a constant stigma, is that that there is a generational divide that people are afraid to cross because they're afraid of being called a pedophile, of being of all that sort of thing. So yeah, it's like, I mean, I can tell you one of the here actually, if you don't mind, I'll tell a little quick anecdote. So
cool.
Once I had a nurse who is now retired, but this nurse, I had many medical appointments. I've had some medical issues and whatever in the past, and this nurse was specifically like a tech, and this nurse was he was a 55-year-old FTM trans person, a trans man, and when I first came in, he noticed that I was kind of nervous, and he said, and he leaned over and he whispered in my ear, "It's okay, like I'm trans too," and I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "What the fuck?" And then he was like, "I know it can be scary, but don't worry. This place is totally safe. You don't have to worry about anything. I've been working here for 15 years."
I have a lot of friends who probably, if hear that story, just cry.
Yeah, it was emotional.
Yeah,
it made me go.
rotated.
It made me like catch my breath, and I was like, and then and he said, I might not know all of the terminology and whatever, but we talked extensively, and I got to know him, and he was just a nurse, and that was like, oh my God, like this guy's been through it all. This guy's been through it, like this guy's been through it all.
Yeah.
And so we talked. When I was there, we would talk about stuff, and like that was amazing. And by the way, like he retired now. But there are cards in the doctor's office that are all letters that people sent when he retired.
That's really
and when I went in, I was like, I asked about him, and the other doctors were like, he's doing great. He still pops in to say hello from time to time because he worked here for 15 years, and that is amazing. And I would love to see more of that. I would give anything. I would give my arm to make that. If I could Thanos snap a million ways for younger queer people to meet older queer people and get to know each other and have genuine conversation, I would give my arm.
More history like that. I mean, I have a friend who was a nurse, and he go to a medic, and he start asking about relations and this and that, and that I don't remember, it was a nurse or a medic or whatever.
Yeah.
And ask, you're sexually active.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I am. Are you protecting yourself? No. But how you are sure you're gonna be pregnant? Oh, well, it's not a problem. I'm sure it's not a problem. And she don't get it, and she don't get it, she don't get it. And was horrible. I mean, really comfortable, because was the bread for gynecology. So
gynecology. Yeah.
It was really specific question. So
yeah.
Last thing, a little question about pride, because I think it's really interesting when people say, "Oh, some things in pride are too exaggerated, are too big, and too." I'm not sure about the word in English.
Sure. But, yeah. Like bombastic or
bombastic.
Showy. Yeah.
It's not a thing that's too big. For some people it's too queer.
Yeah.
My thing is, you don't. I assume more people feel like it's not like, I mean, let's say you have a work partner who is really is mostly homophobic, and you work with that person, and that person see you as a pest, whatever think homophobic people think, and that person go and see Fred, and go Monday and see you again, and think, I mean, unless this person is not like the other guy in Parade. I mean, I think that exaggeration is really important for normalization.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like normalization is fine, but we have to be careful too to not chase normalization to the point that we unintentionally replicate what put us in the marginalized position in the first place, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it is very possible to do that. You know, this is the
It's
conversation
it's
around
like
assimilationism.
you are talking about with the gold star. I mean,
Yeah.
really fucking
Exactly.
weird. It's really fucking weird. The
Yeah,
gold
it
star.
is. It's weird and illogical and horrible. It's not good. It's not kind. Yeah. Yeah. Well, ElQueNoSale, thank you so much for coming on. Every conversation I have with you is wonderful, and you know, there's a couple other people who want. Yeah, anytime.
Yes,
So
yes.
anytime you want to come on, you know, let me know, and we'll see if we can get you on. All right.
Take
Thank you so
care.
much. Absolutely,
Bye
you
now,
too.
bye.
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 It's such a good. Oh my god! What a great caller! Oh my god! What a great caller! We love ElQueNoSale. Incredible. All right, let's bring in another. ElQueNoSale is Spanish for the one that doesn't come out. It's okay. Well, I'm glad you're here and you're able to talk here. Leah says, I didn't realize how much this discourse recently was going to trigger my memories of being a little kid and going to Pride at the height of the AIDS epidemic, and how protective everyone was of little kids like me. How every year people we'd have seen the year before wouldn't be there. It was like a celebration of surviving each year mixed with celebrating the lives of people we lost. So people danced and joked through their pain, and this current discourse feels like a punch in the gut. Leah, my God, I know. And that is why next month, even if it's difficult, I'm going to do us a lot of education. I'm going to do some queer history education, Leah. Much love to you. And I know it's this. I felt like shit over this discourse as well. It's fucking hard as shit. And it gets too spicy, and it's very personal for a lot of people. Sala. Okay, I'll do that right. All right, let's bring another in. Ziggy, bring another one in. Ziggy, bring another one in. Another one in. This is such a great stream. I'm like so happy with this stream. What the fuck? This has been awesome. See, this is why y'all watch me. It's good as fuck. ElQueNoSale? All right, I'll do that correctly in the future. ElQueNoSale. I'll get it correctly. Someday, I'm going to have the best pronunciation of any person in the world. No one in the world will have better pronunciation than me at some point. Eventually. I really should have named... I'm realizing I should have named this stream the Kink at Pride Discourse, because people will fucking... No one's going to show up for Holy Mackerel. They don't even know what that is. I made a misstep. Well, let's bring in another, shall we? I'm good for another one. By the way, I'm good for another one. I'm going to hop back in. You can bring one in whenever. Another one. A Zen moment. Hey, Sufby, thank you for the bits. Thank you so much for the bits. Really appreciate that. Oh, that's okay. That's okay, Elakabal. Don't worry, I didn't even hear it. Of course, yeah. I mean, I do have a pretty good international audience, actually, believe it or not, but it's going to get better. Holy Mac is fun. We're going to do Holy Mac soon. We'll do some Holy Mac. Don't you worry. We'll do Cookin' Mama. We're going to do Cookin' Mama. We're going to do Holy Mac. Don't you worry. I just want to do these conversations because they're good. Because they're good. They're good. They're good. They're good. All right, looks like we got someone coming in. We're still doing, oh yeah. Well, I hope to keep that, Mayday. We do our best. Pizza for Cooking Mama. Oh, Cooking Mama is going to be so much fun. Holy shit, it's going to be so much fun. We have, oh my god, I can't even believe it. I have so much shit up in store for you. Hello, LailaFae. Hello, LailaFae. Welcome to the show. What are your pronouns?
She, they, but I'm experimenting with he, so basically
Okay.
any.
Okay. I'll put any all for now, okay? Or would you prefer me to put something different?
It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Sorry, I took a second. I was supposed to be after someone else.
That's okay. That's all right. Don't worry. These things happen.
All
All right. So, do you have a contention with me, or?
Kinda, sorta.
All right. Hit me with your contention. Let's do this.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous, but
Don't worry about it. You're doing fine.
I listened to Vaush talk about this first. So I was like a little bit biased coming into the, discourse.
That's fair. A
But
lot
I
of people were.
people in Discord, and I.
Oh, sorry. You'll need to mute the stream audio because I think it's picking up a bit of an echo. So make sure you mute stream audio and just listen through Discord.
I closed the stream, so
Oh, okay. Something's
like odd.
Yeah, it's looking like
Yeah,
there's
my
a-
dog in here like
Maybe do you
so.
have headphones you could plug in, or?
Not on my computer.
Ooh, okay. So maybe just turn down your computer's audio so it doesn't pick up the echo.
Is this better?
Test. Yes. Yeah. Oh, by the way, if you're having a stream issue, refresh, please. Refresh if you're having a stream issue, everyone. Refresh. Okay. So, all right. That's perfect. You can hear me fine?
You can hear me perfect.
Alrighty. That's great. The echo's gone, so that's all working out perfect. All right, LailaFae. So hit me with your contention.
It's Layla, and
Layla, sorry.
basically, that's fine. My main thing is there's like a bunch of prides, right?
Mhm.
And like the main one, like the city one, should be mainly focused on like bringing in new people into the community and how do I explain it? Like getting baby gays like a chance to dip their toes in, or parents not being afraid to bring their kids to Pride. Like, I think that kink would drive a lot of people off, and I don't think that's the best thing for our community right now.
Well, I
That
mean,
makes
Kink
sense.
has been at Pride for this entire time, and Pride has done nothing but grow. So I don't really see a good reason why we should change that. Pride is more popular now than it's ever been, and Kink has always been at Pride. So
I know.
yeah, I mean, and anyway,
But, like-
most events are very clearly scheduled, and yeah. So I don't really see why, why we should have to do that. Like, I think that it already, most Pride events already are very friendly to most younger queer people, and even, they're very accessible. Now maybe there might be some individual Pride events that are like, okay, maybe this one wasn't handled as well, but by and large they are. And usually the main events already are rather tame by comparison to the past even. But even with that more quote unquote problematic past, Pride still managed to be successful and accessible. So I don't really see, like, it feels like this is an issue that is being, brought up to that it's an issue that doesn't really exist, Like, do we really think that Pride is any more family friendly than the passive family quote unquote family unfriendliness that people say that gay people are in general? I don't really think so. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, the first time I heard that like argument,
Mm-hmm.
it felt like a really knee-jerk reaction to like constantly being called like not kid friendly, and I didn't think it was really fair. I see why people would like conflate the two, but I think the main like issue is that like people get really weirded out when they see what they perceive as adult themes around younger people, and I can understand why they would think that. But like,
I mean, but Christian parents freak out whenever they see gay people holding hands in public. Just because somebody freaks out doesn't necessarily mean that they have a good reason for freaking out. Racists freak out when they see a black person. That doesn't mean that they're right about that, So we have to interrogate these and we have to be able to elucidate harm. And I just don't think that anybody has made a good argument for what harm is being done that elucidates further pushing Kink out of Pride. And Kink has already been pushed out of Pride quite a lot, and I think largely unjustly, because they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't do anything bad. They're just dressing up.
you actually just like reminded me of like something I wanted to say.
Sure.
My main issue with Kink at Pride is not that I don't think it deserves to be there. I definitely think that like you've been to Pride. I know you have. Like there's like a main Pride event, and then there's like 15 other Prides that are basically just block parties of people having fun.
Yeah,
I think
totally.
that is
It
definitely
happens all
fine
the time
for
all
like
kinds of things. Yeah.
Yeah, for like I think that's completely fine for like Kink or whatever to be there.
Sure.
And at like a main like scheduled event, I think I hate to phrase it like this, but I don't know the other way to phrase it. I think we should tone it down a little maybe, because I mean
being so loud.
is that like
God, gays are they're so flamboyant. They're always shoving it down your throat.
That's not what I mean.
That's what you sound like, though. It's the argument.
I know, but like
It is the
again,
argument.
I hate to phrase it like that, but I don't really know how else to say it.
Well, I mean, maybe
But,
maybe that's the problem. Maybe there isn't another way to phrase it. Maybe that's just a problem.
Maybe, but
Yeah.
can I finish the thing?
Yeah, go for it, please.
Okay. I'm not like super against it. My mind is like open to being changed, and it kind of has by like listening to you talk about it. I realized I kind of jumped the gun. It was like a knee jerk, like ooh that's bad type thing.
It was a bit reactionary.
A little.
Yeah.
But the main thing is I want like cishet parents and like baby gays or whatever to be comfortable at Pride. And I think that like I don't know, I think seeing a dog mask would scare them, even if it's not inherently sexual. I think it would scare some people off, and I think it would like keep some like young queer people out of the community. And I think that's what we try to avoid, because like being queer and like young is just so lonely. It's so alienating. And I think that if there's an opportunity to even get like a couple more people in Pride, then we should take it. Even if it means like
but keep in mind that
you
you're
have the dog mask in the car for an hour.
I mean, keep in mind that you're arguing to push other people out in favor of a potential that's informed basically by your own bias. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to tell you that like not everyone feels as scared by a dog mask as you do. And again, most of the reason people feel scared because of a dog mask is not because of it's a particularly scary thing. It's because they associate it with something. Like, I mean, we just did earlier, I did a side-by-side comparison of a pretty, bog standard dog mask and the Batman mask that's been used in every single Batman movie. They're basically the exact same thing. They look almost identical. Like, I just don't think this is a problem. I don't think this is a problem. I think this is a problem that gets brought up every year by concern trolls, mostly conservatives, and then some people who are their heart's in the right place. Their heart's in the right place, but at the end of the day, they're
You know, they're basically accidentally biting in to conservative talking points, and they don't realize they're doing it, and they're not meaning to, but they are. Because I don't think the problem exists. Yeah, site chat I think is dead, by the way. Everyone, I think site
first
chat
I want
blew
to clarify.
up. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. First, I want to clarify that, like, personally, it doesn't really bug me to see people in, like, masks or whatever, because, like, I can't explain, I can't give you a reason why. But I'm not worried about, like, me. I'm worried about, like, mildly conservative parents whose kid, like, begged them to take them to Pride, and they see, like, a person in a dog mask and Lyss, and they're like, wrap it up, kids.
Well, I mean, you cannot build you can't build your movement around appeasing conservative parents. That it will never happen. You will never appease them. You can't. I understand why people want to do that, but that's the trick. That's what they want you to do. They want you to try and appease them in their irrational position, their prejudice. You have to sort of gently push back on it and go, no, like, first of all, the kid who's going there, I'm sure they know what's going to be at Pride, and if the parent isn't happy with it, well, the parent didn't really want their kid to be gay. If they're a super conservative parent, they just got to get over it. You can't try to appease. And I know that this sounds hard because a lot of people want to get along, but if they have a moral, emotional, like, position that says that God says that what you are is bad, you will never appeal to that person. You will never convince them. They are, like, you might be able to break through their viewpoints, but they will come to your position in spite of their belief system, as opposed to, because of what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like, you cannot, you're not, you being nice, or you cleaning up the gay party, the gay parade festival, is not going to work to convince someone who believes that God said that someone is gay. That's bad. Like, you can't. That won't work. You understand how that doesn't work? Like, that's not going to work. It doesn't work.
I think there's still an argument to be made that, like, I said mildly conservative. I didn't say very conservative.
Sure.
I made to include that. I think people can be moved over.
Yeah.
But I think we should be more gentle with it, or at least we should make it more known which prides are, like,
I think they're pretty
do
good.
not bring your parents here type beat, or your kids or whatever.
Do you have a pride? Do you have a specific pride that you have a problem with? And if so, I would recommend you write an email to that pride. But there is a there's like a begged question here, which is that, like, okay, is this actually an issue? And I don't think it is. I don't think it's actually an issue. I don't think there's, like, an issue with pride, people going to Pride and being like, oh shit, we took a wrong left turn and now we're in Folsom Leather Kink Festival. And that just doesn't happen. These are parades with floats by fucking AT&T and Verizon. It's just not. This is again, it's a begged question. If it's an actual problem, then sure, let's address it. But it's probably going to be more effectively addressed, not by denouncing kink at Pride, but just by being like, hey, maybe do you mind if we put, like, a little bit more of like a buffer between these things or something? And then the Pride presenter people will probably go, oh yeah, that makes sense to us. All right, let's do it. And then problem solved. But I just don't think it's a problem. I just don't think it exists, and I haven't seen anybody actually demonstrate that it exists. Yeah.
I do think the buffer thing would, like, that would work, but isn't that kind of just, doing the same thing as, like, going to an offshoot of Pride if there's, like, a buffer there from the main event? Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think there's, like Vaush said, there's after Prides that you can go to, and you can really,
but that already exists.
You can go
Yeah, we already figured this out in the 80s. We got it. It's all figured out. Oh shit. Hold on a second. My chat is busted. Hold on a minute. Gotta fix my chat. 1 second. 1 second, everybody. I'll fix it. Don't worry. I'll fix it. I'll bring you back. Yeah, it's back. Site's back. Yeah, I had to. Sorry, Gayfesh. I got stuck. I had to fix it. I had to force it to refresh. There we go. So yeah, that's my position. Yeah, I think we've already figured this out. Have some faith in your queer elders. Don't buy into the propaganda that queer people are just a bunch of like weird perverts. You know, in fact, most queer people are super, super, super reasonable. And yeah, so there you go. Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I still think we should, you know, get a little bit, just a teeny tiny bit more accessible to what we would call normies. But
all right, well, really... hey, guess what? Go get. I highly recommend you get involved with your local pride group, and I guarantee you that if you have any meaningful like changes that you think would be more facilitating, I'm sure they will be willing to discuss it with you. And you could probably make the change that you want to see in the world. But I think that most pride parades have done this to an unbelievable degree. Like, queer people have bent over backwards to make themselves palatable as possible to the public eye constantly. And it doesn't work most of the time because the only thing that's palatable to the conservative mind is gay people not existing. And you can't negotiate with that. That's not negotiable. And we try, sometimes to great harm, but it doesn't work.
Okay, this is a little bit of a side thing. I have a really quick question.
Yeah.
Because it's always like, I've never found like a concrete answer to it, and I feel like you're the person to ask.
Okay.
But
hit me with it.
There is a very real problem with like homophobia, with like conservatism and stuff. And people always say that you can't reason with these people, or you can't turn them over. And my thing is, there are millions of them, and it's scary to know that I live in a country where, approximately 40% of the population would like to see me unalived.
Yes.
And I would like to know what the next step is, because if it's not like showing them, hey, you know, we're pretty cool, I just don't know where we go from here. Do we just chill with it?
Well,
I don't know what to do next.
Yeah, okay, so there's a few things I can say. It is tough. It's not a pleasant thing to think about. The thing is, like, you can reason with individual people, but you cannot reason with all of them. Their belief system is what leads them to this. So yes, individual conservatives might stop being conservatives as they become educated and learn new things about the world. But you can't bank on conservatism. Conservatism is not going to change. Some of the conservatives might, and we're in a constant battle to, you know, reduce the amount of influence that conservatives have on our society. That is the political struggle. We are a different faction, and we're struggling against them because our view of the world is better, and in my opinion, and I have reasons for why I would argue that and whatnot. And you might be able to convince some individual ones. I used to be a conservative, of course, but that was hard. And I say this all the time, that you want people to never become a conservative in the first place. And the reason why I say that is because conservatism is an ideology that is predicated very largely on anti-intellectualism and traditionalism and indoctrination. You are and thought, aka thought terminating cliches. Conservatism perpetuates itself by saying, do not question the tradition. It is there to protect you. It was given to you by God, and you have no right to question that. And then, of course, it is supplemented by things like what I talked about, the adage that was said in my church in the past, which is, an open mind is like a fortress with its gates open. They would literally discourage you from learning new things and instead to study the Bible, because the Bible is correct and everything else is the wisdom of man, the corruption. So that is very hard to wrestle with. And yes, I think the best thing that we can do is, in some ways, some of it is going to be waiting out these people. You know what I mean? Some of it is there are people who are so set in their ways that all we can do is make safe spaces and take care of one another until they disappear, until they all die out. And there are other ways that we can do it. There are more, like what I do, which is I argue with people and I put out educational materials that teach people why these ideas might not be good and hopefully help them. But also what I tend to do is I tend to cater my content not to conservatives, because that's not the majority. The majority of people are sort of passively undecided on politics. And my goal is to take those people who are undecided and teach them why my position is better so they never become a conservative. Because once somebody's super conservative, it's very hard to get them out. I know firsthand. I know what it took to get me out of conservatism. It's an ideology that's designed to get you to stop asking questions. Think about it. Do you think that Christianity historically, conservative Christianity specifically, has been particularly good about teaching people to ask difficult questions? No, it's about faith. It's about you take faith. You do not ask questions of God. Yeah. So that's the problem. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, a more teeny tiny thing. Just a,
Go for it.
I don't know.
Hit me with it.
Okay, so it's like an offshoot of the first question, but it has to do more with the left.
Okay.
Do you agree with the left's like tendency to like completely write off like liberals and conservatives, not even really try and convince them otherwise, or especially like if people are like bigoted, it is kind of like be like, oh, you suck, I hate you, I'm I'm gonna tweet about you for 3 weeks and then forget you happened, and it just like confirms people's belief that like, oh, the other side is bad. Do you think that that's like a problem?
I mean, I do think it's a problem, but I don't think it's a problem like unique to the left. I think it's a problem that exists all over the place. Humans are very biased, and the left is constantly engaging in trying to convince liberals. I mean, that's kind of what my entire platform is, right? But at the same time, you know, there are aspects of there are areas of the left that are, you know, not super interested in convincing people, and that is because they serve a different purpose. You know what I mean? Not every leftist is going to be somebody who's out there trying to convince new people. I do think that's a very important struggle, obviously, but there is also a need to provide materially for people who are being oppressed, and that is important, and protect those people. And sometimes that is a valid path, and that path might lead you to say, I don't fucking care about the feelings of some whiny conservative or crypto Nazi. I care about making sure that my people live. I care about making sure that my people aren't being discriminated against. That's the thing. So yeah, do I think there are some issues with it? Of course, but I think that's a problem with all humans. Humans are, humans are emotional. We respond angrily, and we don't always know how to make the best arguments. And I do think we should get better at that, but I don't think it's like unique to the left. I think it's just a general problem that everyone needs to tackle to their best of their ability. And I think that people should recognize that a lot of like groups on the left are there out of a desire to survive. They are marginalized people desperately trying to live in a world that's very hostile to them. And it's not really their job, not that it's not their job, but they can't, like, you can't expect every single person on the left to be an educator, because they're just trying to live. They're just trying to live their life, you know? Like, that's like expecting every trans person to always have an argument for their own existence on hand. We don't expect that because, well, frankly, that's ridiculous. It's painful. That's horrible, you know? So, yeah.
I hate, like, the idpol thing, but, I understand.
I mean, you know, I can understand hating idpol, but idpol is real, though. Like,
no,
identity politics is really important, yeah.
But the idpol card is what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm a queer black youth, or half black, and I understand the like first like reaction to be like, you know, I don't have to defend my existence to you, but I do think at like, I don't know, seeing more people's like opinions flip, I do think the broader left, since we are correct, should be making more of an effort to like stop talking in circles. Like, you're not gonna accomplish anything by like LARPing on Twitter with other lefties. You do need to talk to people.
Listen,
like,
I mean, yes, I agree, but like at the same time though, like I agree a little bit. Like, obviously I do think that we can always be getting better at communicating our message, but at the same time, like, again, people need to have friends, people need to have social groups, people need to have jokes that they understand together, they need to find solidarity and camaraderie, and that's fine. Not every single person needs to be like an evangelist. Some people can just be taking care of the other people in their space. You know, if there's a lefty who does a show that's basically designed to entertain other lefties, is that a bit circular? Maybe, but at the same time, it also provides likable, enjoyable, funny, informative content for other lefties. That can serve its purpose as well. I think there's a little bit of an over focus on so, and I am one of these, by the way. I am a debate bro, okay? I'm super debatey. I'm like the most annoying debate bro in the world. Well, not a debate bro, but I'm a debate bitch, as I like to call myself. I'm a big fucking debate bitch. And I go about and do all that stuff. But not everybody can do that, and not everybody should do that, Like sometimes I just want to tune into a show. That's just enjoyable for me as a lefty, and I don't have to fucking think about having to sit through tiring arguments at all times. Those things serve their purpose as well. There's a bit of a fixation on debate and evangelism being the only necessary thing, and I think there's room for more. I do think that we could improve on it. We can always improve, and I think that there's room for lots and lots of evangelists out there, but it's not the only thing that exists,
Yeah, I agree. I don't think everyone is even good at debating. I'm certainly not.
Well, yeah.
But I don't know. I'm selfish, and I want more leftists to convert more people so we can live in a better world, because
me too.
Kind of sucks. Anyway,
Me too.
I'm sorry for dragging us up.
No, you're fine. You're totally fine. It was a good conversation. I understand where you're coming from, but also try to remember that that is not everyone's calling, and it can't be everyone's calling, and it shouldn't be. If all that the left was basically a bunch of evangelists constantly going out and making arguments, but never actually, settling down and making something with those things. If there weren't people doing workshops and teaching skills and keeping everybody entertained and keeping up morale, it would fall apart. We need all types. And I think that one thing that we could all, remember is that we really do. We really need all types. There's rooms for just vaguely lefty-leaning music shows and vaguely lefty-leaning video games that don't really necessarily change the world with a single stroke. But hey, they might do some good shit. They might do some fucking good work. They might give some hope to people who would otherwise be hopeless. Make sense?
I agree. I really don't think everyone can do it, but
of course not.
Whatever. I don't really think I have anything else to say, and I'm stuttering a lot.
That's okay.
But,
don't worry. You're fine. You did great. You're in front of 300, 400 people right now, so good job.
I love your content. No parasocial.
Thank you.
2 minutes into the stream now. Have a good night.
Bye. That was great. All right, real quick, before we bring another person in, I need to go to the bathroom, okay? So I'm gonna put on the bathroom song. Oh yes.
Only contentions about kink at Pride, right? Or just contentions?
What other contentions are there?
Cloudy has contentions, but I don't know.
What contention?
I don't know if they really listed it. Amphy's gonna go next.
Amphy?
So I'll go and ask Cloudy
okay.
to type it out.
Yeah. Figure out what they want and then tell me. Because if it's something fucking stupid like, you have bad taste in hentai, I don't want to fucking have that conversation.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think it's that. All right.
But I need to go take a piss, so I'm going to go do that real quick. Okay.
All right. Enjoy.
Thank you. Wait, no, I can't do that. All right. Let me put the song on. I'll be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Oh no, site chat. Uh-oh. Did site chat go down again? No, it didn't. Okay, good, it didn't. Never mind. There we go. There we go. All right. Let's do this. Let's get another person in here, huh? Let's get another person in here, shall we? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. You know, sometimes I wonder if the health downsides of smoking are less than the health downsides of having anxiety at all times. Because I feel like... hello. Hi.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Sorry. I'm putting you on speaker now. All right.
All right. Make sure. Test.
Test.
All
so,
right.
So you can hear me all right?
I can hear you, indeed. Amphy, correct?
Yes.
What are your pronouns?
He, him.
All right. The classics. The classics.
Classic.
The classic he, him. All right, Amphy. What is your contention? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, there's an echo. I'm sorry. There we go. Fixed it. Fixed it.
Hold on.
I fixed it. No, it was me. It was on my end. Don't worry.
Within your end. Okay. We're chill.
Don't worry. We're all good. We fixed it. We fixed everything. All right. Hit me with it.
Okay. So... I just want to make sure I have my positions here so they're not like misconstrued or anything. I don't really have an issue with kink at Pride.
Okay.
I have an issue with some of the arguments that people have been making that I disagree with.
Sure.
So,
which argument did I make that you disagree with?
So I remember kind of like the day that you streamed and you were kind of talking about like a moral panic of kink, which I do think there's a moral panic.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, so I do think there's a moral panic. But I don't really like to compare kink to like gay and trans people, even if there's kind of a history there. Oh. So like, while I don't see anything wrong with kink, I don't think comparing it to those identities is helpful because people always saw trans and gay people as having kinks. So I used to see people like, I saw you and I saw like Twitter people. I was trying to find tweets, but that's useless. It doesn't matter. Sure. But I would see people saying, well, we used to always think that gay and trans people were kinks, and now we don't, while ignoring the fact that people with kinks do, in fact, have kinks, and trans and gay people don't, or they're not inherent to their identity. So I don't really like that line of argumentation.
We don't know, but we don't know. But I mean, there's a problem here, which is that at the end of the day, like, we don't accept trans and gay people because it's not a kink. We accept them because they aren't doing any harm, and they should be allowed to express as necessary. You see what I mean? We don't accept people.
Yeah.
Like, we don't accept people in the world and in public because they're not a kink. You know what I mean? Like, that's silly. That's not how we do it. We do it because regardless of whether, we don't even need to talk about whether it's a kink or not. It doesn't matter. Is it doing any harm? No, it's not. Is there a reason why we should ban these people from public life? No, there isn't. There you have it. That's the argument.
Right.
It doesn't matter what you're talking about. It doesn't matter what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I think it is historically relevant. But I think it's historically relevant that associations between of sexual perversion and a sort of argument of an imposition that being gay is a choice or not a choice is that it's important to recognize that and to avoid using that as the core argument. And if that's the case, then I mean the argument still holds that we shouldn't drive people out just because they're slightly different for no reason. We don't even know, like, I mean, do you know whether kink is a choice or not? Like, I don't know.
Right.
Nobody knows.
I don't think
nobody knows that shit.
Yeah, nobody knows. It doesn't really matter, But yeah, I guess I just never really wanted, because of like I grew up in the Christian household and stuff, and like I saw, like, I first came out as lesbian and now I'm a trans man, and my mom was always kind of saying that this stuff's a perversion and a kink, and so when I see people conflating the two, it's kind of like, it kind of makes me feel all like a little icky, like I don't really and it's not that I have any issue.
But do you realize
though?
hold on real quick though, you realize that your enemy is the conservatives who are making bad faith equivalencies in order to control you, and not kink people, right? That the kink people aren't your opponents. They're not the ones causing you the harm. It's the conservatives. And that is very important. That is very important, because otherwise you run into issues like, well, I mean, we have an argument of the transmed, right? That like the whole transmed thing is that, like these quote unquote less passing trans people make trans people look bad. And that is not correct. We should not behave like that. And that's the thing. Your enemy isn't kinksters. Your enemy isn't kinksters. Yeah. Your enemy is conservatives who try to control everyone's lives when there's no harm being done. That's who your enemy is.
Yeah, I get that.
And it just so happens, it just so happens that there are a lot of queer people who are also into kink, and that kink communities, because of the mutual stigmatization of both kink and things that were once claimed to be kink but might not be, like being gay, that those communities overlap a lot and have a lot of historical historical overlap. There's solidarity there, that like people who have done nothing wrong and might have a kink, which is probably very important to their expression and whatnot, not to the same degree as a gay person, but still nonetheless important. Those people were often targeted and had their art purged by the exact same people who were targeting queer people. They don't see us as any different. Those are our enemies, not one another. Solidarity.
Yeah. So I have a question, and it's not a gotcha, because I know sometimes people use this. It's like legitimately something I'm thinking about, because I didn't realize how discriminated against some people with kinks are in terms of like even getting like sorry, I'm just looking at your facial.
I apologize. I just got 50 subs from Leah HCIC in Twitch chat. Thank you so very much for the incredibly, unfathomably generous 50 Twitch subs. Thank you so very much. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. Seriously. Thank you so much. As always, you are amazing. And it is people like you, Leah HCIC, that make it possible for me to have conversations like this, where we talk about niche but very important issues for 5 hours to hundreds of people. So thank you for making that possible. This show is, as always, supported by incredibly generous demons like Leah HCIC. So thank you very much. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Leah, I saw Leah donate like $1,000 or something.
Yeah, like, Leah's amazing.
I was like, that's insane.
Getting a little bit of feedback. I don't know if you can turn down your speakerphone just a tiny bit.
Oh yeah, one sec. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay, so my window's open and there's fucking people are so loud in my neighborhood. Okay, so yeah, but what I was gonna say was I didn't realize how discriminated against some people with kinks were in terms of like, I was watching that panel on Hans.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet, so no spoilers. I haven't seen it.
I won't spoil anything. One thing that came up was the fact that a lot of people who, if it's shown that they have kinks, sometimes they won't even get like child, what's it called? Custody.
Yes.
And I didn't even.
Yes.
So I wondered, do you think that
happens to poly people too, by the way?
Yeah, and I always wonder if do you think straight people with kinks or straight people that are poly should be kind of like in this identity, or do you think that it's in LGBT basically, or do you think that it's really just for like gay people or bi people?
I don't think you can gatekeep a umbrella term. I don't think you should even bother. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just if the LGBTQ is not like an organized movement. It is a mass. It is a mass of shared interests. It is a natural solidarity. And if straight kinksters and whatever and cis kinksters have shared solidarity with us, then of course we should work together. And we should of course be careful that we don't accidentally get tricked into treating people who have shared alliances as enemies. I believe in solidarity. I believe in working together with good people. And yeah.
Yeah, I've kind of been going back and forth on that.
Yep. But, so, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, obviously, like, some people are going to talk about, oh, well, yeah, what if like a straight kinkster comes in and is really annoying? Well, that person's annoying, but that's not the majority. You know that, like,
right.
Okay, so I've met, and I'll be completely honest here. This is like, in my past, like, straight kinksters have been fucking crazy good allies. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not always the case. Of course, there are some fucking obnoxious, really fucking annoying straight kinksters. Like, I mean, God knows everybody's met one in their life. You know what I mean? Somebody who's just like obnoxiously in your face. Some of them even have YouTube channels where they talk about their full-time relationship with a suit of armor. Yeah.
Oh man.
Anyway. Yeah. Of course, those exist, but. That's just an annoying person. That's not like anything wrong with those people. And the truth is that there are a fuckload of like kinky, normie, cis het people who are super accepting because they don't get it. They don't really get it, but they get an idea of it, and that opens their minds to hearing you out. Like, I don't know if you know this, but a fucking lot of kink communities, and like you know, munches and all that shit are super LGBTQ friendly. Like, they're hardcore. Like, so I don't know. I think there's shared interest, and I'm never gonna turn down free fucking, like, I don't know, if you were playing a strategy game and the game was like, do you want free units to come help you defeat your opponent? Are you gonna say no? Nah, you take it. You work with them. Of course you do. Take those free allies.
Yeah, I guess we can take all the solidarity we can get.
Well, take all the solidarity we can get. There's nobody owns the idea of LGBTQ. If they have shared struggles and shared solidarity, then they work with us. It doesn't matter if you don't have to it doesn't have to be overthought to that degree. An umbrella is an umbrella for a reason. And also, you never know. Somebody might, again, I said this earlier, you never know. In the past, the majority of gay people didn't know that one another were gay. To everybody else, they had to lie and say they were straight. That's the value of visibility. That's the value of creating umbrella movements, is that people can join while remaining safe. And we shouldn't try to, like, I don't know, gatekeep so that we can have, like, I don't know, internal pecking orders. That's not helpful.
Yeah. No, not at all. And you see that in the... I think I used to see that on... I grew up going on Tumblr, and I used to see a lot of that, and I'm glad that it's mostly kind of broken down, I think, as I've gotten older.
Well, I mean, but also
we get
remember,
mature.
All those people that you saw on Tumblr also got older too, and they probably changed their opinions.
Exactly.
They're just kids.
Yeah.
A lot. Tumblr was mostly kids trying to figure out stuff in a very hostile environment. People forget that the material conditions that Tumblr existed in. And I think it's important to remember that. I say this all the time. Like, I don't think that the internet should be a zoo of cringe. You know, I think a lot of people treat the internet like that. They go on the internet and they look for people to laugh at and be cruel to. But I think that's a bad way of using the internet. If you look at it just by pure demographics, the people who used Tumblr predominantly were queer kids. And they didn't know that there was going to be a bunch of vultures watching them at any moment until they fucked up. It was just, they were just trying to figure shit out. And some of it was cringe. Yeah.
So it was cringe, and then Gamergate came and fucking
yeah.
But
well,
yeah,
I hope that answered your question. Did you have another question, or?
I had one more question. So I was definitely being cringe in your chat the other day. I'm not Amphy on there, but I'm because I
yell at you?
No, you didn't yell at me. You didn't
okay.
I don't even think you acknowledged me, which was probably for the best. So, but I did get yelled at by a mod.
Okay.
But I grew up like Christian, and I think I was thinking with like this lizard brain of like,
happens.
Oh, that's gross or whatever. Like, not like, oh, kink is gross, but like that inherent, you know?
Yeah. The knee jerk. Yeah.
The knee jerk. And so I think, do you think that there should, I don't know why I even talked about that. Whatever.
It's okay.
Do you think there should be like some sort of separate area, or do you think that because it really isn't that harmful that we shouldn't really like?
Well,
do you think it?
There already are separate areas, and I don't think it's something we need to be stressing ourselves about. Again, I will defer to the queer elders who came before me. They pretty much already figured it out in like the 80s and 90s when I was a fucking dumb idiot playing fucking like hacked SNES ROMs. They had figured this out. You know what I mean? It's not an issue.
Yeah.
It's just not an issue. And if it is an issue somewhere, if somebody has a specific example, well, then let's sort that one out. But what I hear is a lot of people like sort of vaguely motioning at things that don't necessarily even exist, or things that are actually falsified, like the fucking dog mask thing. That thing is literally, it's falsified. It's completely dishonest. And so, I think we should not bite that bait. We don't have to. Yeah. Make people prove it. If it's a problem, we should be able to, if it's such a problem, we should be able to prove it.
Yeah. So you think this discourse kind of came out of nowhere from people who are starting a moral panic, essentially?
I think that this year it became like a super moral panic. The Kink at Pride discourse is literally a meme. It's like, and I know that, like, I mean, I don't know how old you are. You sound a little younger. Do you mind sharing your age?
I'm actually 24.
You're 24. Okay, so you're like 6 years younger than me. That's a pretty decent amount. That's like almost a decade. You know, I've been through this discourse many times. Okay, it happens every single year. You're gonna see it next year, and you're gonna think back to this conversation, and you're gonna go, "Oh yeah, I remember this." And then you're going to laugh like the rest of us who've seen it 115 times. Now, I will say this year it got real bad. It got bloody. But it's like, it was like, I felt like I logged on and I made a small tweet about it, seeing people talking about Kink at Pride, and I said I was going to talk about it on my stream. And then like 6 people called me a pedophile immediately. And I'm not kidding you. And I was just like, what the fuck? It was like that Community gif where he walks in with the pizzas and everything's on fire. That was me. Yeah. This year it got out of hand. Something happened. I don't know what happened. I wonder what could have happened that ratcheted the temperature up to 10,000. But yeah, it happens every single year, and various levels of toxicity come. Some years nobody cares. Other years somebody manages to strike a vein and it becomes something big.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. And you'll see it again. Next year it'll probably happen, and it'll be like one day, and then it'll be over with. This year it was a week because people got
a week
mad.
long.
Yeah. And guess what? I even said this. It might happen again. There's a good chance that it will get ignited again before the end of Pride Month. In fact, there's a pretty good chance it will, given how fucking angry everyone is right now, how fucking hog wild every person in American society is right now. Everybody's so pissed. They're constantly looking for somebody to beat up. And as a result, like, I think it'll probably come up again. And guess what? I'll do the same thing. I'll crack open a pack of cigarettes and I'll explain why I don't think that you should go around calling people pedophiles because you disagree with them. There we go.
Yeah, it's completely unproductive.
You keep talking like that, Lexi, I'll beat the fuck out of you.
I'm not looking at chat.
Jesus Christ.
The mods told me not to look at chat, so I'm like walking around. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go.
All right. I don't know. I think I pretty much solidified my position for the most part. I was going back and forth for a while, but yeah.
No, that was a great questions. I'm really happy we got to talk. So
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
This is my first time doing this, so
yeah, no problem. Yeah, you did great, and you did so in front of like let's see, what's the view counts right now? We're at like I don't know, somewhere in the ballpark of 300 people. Wait, a little more than 300 people. Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, talk to you soon. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, talk to you soon.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
All right. Next. Next. Hello.
What's up? Can you hear me?
A cloud. Hello, Cloudy. Welcome. What are your pronouns, Cloudy?
He, him.
Yes, another classic. We got a lot of classic pronouns.
True. Listen, I'm boring, okay? I'm boring.
Nah, that's not boring. Listen, excuse me. Listen, excuse me. He, hims are just as valid as anybody else, all right? All right. Hit me with it. What's your contention? I hear you have a contention.
Sure, yeah. My contention is that... Wait one second. It's kind of long, so I can just like look at it and reread it. So basically, my contention is that the LGBTQ plus, right, all that stuff, is big. In my opinion, is becoming an aesthetic, like in social media sense, and I think that hurts the overall movement because I think the end goal of like LGBTQ plus is like completely normalizing it. It should be like so common that like, oh, you're gay, does like, you know what I mean? Like it's not supposed to be something niche. Like it's supposed to be completely like a non-issue. So I don't think like it being an aesthetic helps towards that, you know? Now I'm not saying those aesthetics are bad, by the way. And I'm not gonna like deny the historical realities why those aesthetics exist. The reason a lot of them exist is because LGBTQ people have been pushed into corners. So like they're probably more promiscuous than average. I don't know if that's an offensive term or not. Correct me. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's like generally like there's probably historical reasons why that's the case. But as like going into the future, I don't think it's like a positive move for our community. You know. I'm paying, by the way.
Real quick question. Oh, I was gonna say. Oh, well. I was gonna pull rank as a queer bee, but listen, I can still do that anyway. So
yeah, you can still do it.
Yeah, I can double dip. No, I was kidding. But honestly, like hot take, but queer people basically invented all of the coolest things in the world, and the reason why it's an aesthetic is because we're fucking cool as shit, and that's never gonna change, and we will always be cool as shit, and it will always.
I'm not. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. Everything is an aesthetic. Humans love it. Look at my hat. My hat is a fucking insane psychedelic nonsense. I have a demon mama demon necklace. Everything is aestheticized. Obviously, we shouldn't build things only on aesthetics, but nobody is advocating for that. I don't see anything wrong with people flexing their aesthetic, coming up with cool little cultures and subcultures. I think that's like one of the best things. And I don't really fight for normalization at all. I don't really care about normalization. I fight for liberation. That's what I want. I don't want gay people to be quote unquote normal. I don't want them to be flattened out to be like everybody else. I want us to be free to be who we are. If that means it's an aesthetic, then that's great. If it's not if there's an aesthetic associated with it, that's cool. If there's not, there will be because we have good taste. Queers have great taste, okay? So there's always going to be one.
I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with that. Yeah, but yeah. What I mean by normalizing, I don't literally mean like all gay people like don't be gay or whatever. I don't even know what that would even mean. What I mean is like let me put it this way, okay? Is there like an aesthetic to straight people? I really don't think so. There's like 1,000 different types of
are you fucking kidding me? Yes, they're fucking.
What's the closest one you can get? Like the dude bros?
Oh, look at chat. Oh, chat's.
No, I'm being serious.
Chat's unhappy with you here.
I can't see Discord. It doesn't really matter. But no, seriously, I don't know like what the straight aesthetic
I
is.
give you bros. Yeah, they have of course there is. Like, and you want to see like what compulsive straightness looks like? Look at the aesthetic of the 1950s of just like a dude with a crew cut and like a Norman Rockwell painting, and bam, you have it. That is it. And it happens all the time.
I don't know who that is.
Oh,
I think you mean like traditional. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm a dude. Okay, I'm dumb as fuck. I don't know a lot of artists.
We're having a. Oh no. Listen, crank up your pansexuality quick. You're gonna get called a straggot. Quick.
I mean, listen. I don't know artists. I don't know artists.
Be gayer, quicker. More gay.
I don't know.
More gay.
What does that even mean? I don't know what you mean. Okay. Listen. I agree. Historically, there's been a lot of stuff. Right?
Nah, there still is. There's
like a good example.
Are you fucking kidding me? Like, we literally have a joke about Chad and Stacy, and that is like that has dominated that has dominated our culture online. People talking about fucking Chads and Stacys and Beckys and whatever. Yeah, there totally absolutely is. If you want to,
but isn't Chad a masculine thing? Like the meme is that like Chad Thundercock? Isn't that the meme?
What?
Or are you saying like, are they like isn't like Chad like the meme about like, oh, he's super masculine?
Yeah, that's the aesthetic. That the aesthetic is this idea of like, oh yeah, there's like a hyper masculine guy and a super feminine girl. There you go. There's your straight aesthetic. It's plastered over all. It's plastered.
Oh,
all
I see
over
what
the
you
place.
mean. I see what you mean. Okay.
So of course there's a type.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know. I see what you mean.
Have you like
Okay.
look? Maybe I would recommend spending, like, if you can, spend more time lurking around in like queer spaces, and you'll realize that it's like dipping your head in a vat of LSD. There is so much diversity and color and difference among queer communities because in a lot of queer spaces, the idea of normalcy has been pseudo abolished. I wouldn't say it's been completely abolished, but there is no normal. Everybody is expressing themselves as they wish to be, and of course there are trends and things like that.
That makes
but,
sense.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it makes sense as a community, like, because for the vast majority of history and even till today, like, they're usually like sort of shunned out of spaces. So it makes a lot of sense. So like, go like, oh, fuck society, like we're gonna liberate ourselves and like break every stereotype, you know?
It's
it
not
makes
even so
sense.
much about fuck society. It's just let's build a new one, and we do it by ignoring what the old one tells us we have to do. And that's part of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't fight for normalization. I fight for liberation, and I think that that is a distinction that's worth making the difference of, because the fight to become normal is never going to happen. Gay people will never be normal because we're not the majority.
By the way, when I say normalize, what I mean is like, I don't mean like, yo, don't act gay, bro. I mean, like, I want to live in a society where no one cares if you're straight, gay, bi. I want to live in that.
Oh yeah, but you want to know where you want to know the place where I've seen the most of that attitude ever was in the fucking
probably leftism or
nah.
I'm sorry,
It was the waiting room of the fucking queer counseling center. There were literally like it was like somebody was trying to like. To try and like create it like a SJW stereotype image of every single person you could possibly imagine, totally different people with completely different aesthetics, all just sitting in the waiting room waiting to go talk to their counselor, and nobody gave a shit about what anybody was or is. It was just like, hey, nice shirt, nice earrings.
I'm not gonna with that specific topic because I've never been to like queer spaces or whatever.
Damn.
The most I've ever been in like LGBT
you're missing
spaces
out.
is like Discord servers, and I know like a few gay people.
All right, you're missing out. Go meet some more queer people.
Probably,
You'll be very happy with it. Listen, look, not to go mask off fucking queer supremacist.
Oh
not to go
shit!
mask off queer supremacist here, but just saying, I am constantly stunned at the unbelievable level of ingenuity and creativity that are in the queer spaces that I spend time in. And of course, there are bad ones too, but there is a passive rejection of an attempt. There's like an attempt. There's a rejection of the attempt to create a normal, and what that does is that creates a standard, a sort of background radiation of creativity and individuality of aesthetic, and that's cool. I think that's cool. So yeah, there's my answer.
I mean, No, I agree. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna think about that. But also, before I go, because I know you have other people to talk. Generally, like the whole I don't know if you want to keep talking about this, but the whole kink and that thing, right? All I'm gonna say is this, okay? I personally have to think about it a lot more, but all I'm gonna say to people who like talk about it in this general community is like this: if you're gonna say something about a gay person, apply that standard to straight people and see if you're hypocritical.
True.
For example, a lot of people listen, okay? A line where like what percentage of skin is now inappropriate, that like line, it's always going to be a bit arbitrary, right? We're not fucking like objective moralists or whatever.
Obviously.
But if we're going to apply a line, again, I personally want to live in a society where we're beyond this petty shit about sexual orientation, gender, right? We're egalitarians, right? We got to think big brain, we got to think equal standards, and always ask yourself, is this because they're gay? Because there's like a lot of people who are like, oh, gay people like dress like in shorts. That's kind of weird. It's like, motherfucker, they're like middle-aged women who look like garbanzo beans in like on the coastal states, okay? And they just walk around cities, okay?
I've known
just
a few
be
garbanzo
consistent,
beans.
and I think that'll be fun.
All right, listen, you Cloudy, you've dropped some pog takes here at the end of this conversation, and I very much enjoyed talking with you. Thank you so very much for coming on. And yeah, no, it's been really good.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey.
Have a great day, okay? It's getting late for me too.
All right.
Have fun.
All right. See you, Cloudy. Thanks for coming on.
Wait 1 second. Let me leave.
All right, I'm picking the next one. I'm bringing. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on, I got to do it over here. Doe.
Oh shit.
Hi. Hello. Hello, Doe. How are you?
Huh?
Yeah, you doing good?
I am doing good. How are you?
You use its pronouns, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay, there we go. Doe, what can I do for you today?
So I don't know if this is going to be a debate or not, but because I don't actually know your position on this, but the way that you've said it so far.
Okay. All right. Oh boy, here we go.
So I want to ask a question first, which is, do you think sexuality is real?
Do I think sexuality is real?
Yeah. And like when I say real, like actually, I want you to explain what you mean when you answer this question.
Sure. Oh, I see. Listen, I should have known when the Doe bounded in here that that there would be some big brain philosophical interrogation going on. So I'm pleased that you've not disappointed in that way. Not that I was ever worried. All right, so let's think here. Do I think that sexuality is real?
And I can focus it in a little when I say real. Like, do you think like being gay or being straight are like real positions?
If I'm completely honest, not really. And the reason why I say that is because like I think that these are I think that for the most part they are very like slapshod, rough like categorizations that we've drawn up that don't exactly make a whole lot of sense. And I mean we all know that there's like the Kinsey scale is already something that exists, and that shows that sexuality, quote unquote, is a spectrum of all, and even that I think is a flawed way of looking at it. However, I can recognize that there is some utility in like for the purposes of certain types of discussion, categorizing things in a certain way. I just think that most of the time we are basically battling uphill against a societal standard that states that like we need to it's very mechanical. This is something that I was thinking about the other day. Like there's Americans, and not just Americans, but like I guess Western philosophy on a lot of things is very mechanical. Like it's very engineering and not biology, if that makes sense. Like we hate, as a society, we really hate messy lines. We really hate these ideas that things can blend together and aren't necessarily clear. And as a result, we conceptualize things with very rigid lines between everything. And we tend to get dug in along these very severe lines. I don't think that that's very helpful in certain circumstances.
it's not. It's something that like I don't know how to advance that besides just basically having lots and lots of conversations and challenging people to continue thinking about it. I mean, I think that like we don't know enough about how our brains even work with regard to how we determine the things that we like, the things that we don't like, why we like certain people, why we don't like, and it's so arbitrary. It's so incredibly complex. So I do think that the concept of sexuality, of there being like a typology is not super accurate to reality, but it perhaps has in certain circumstances some utility. If that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, all of that makes sense. I would even go that I think that the utility we get from it is like 90% because of the way that straightness is defined, and straightness is being defined here very much in the historical sense as it's breeding is what it is. Yes. Specifically, I'll even go a step further.
What the fuck? Damn, that's fucking kinky. Can you get that shit out of here? Like breeding? What the fuck?
Okay, this is my other thing. I'll go right back to what I was saying, but this is the other thing about, it's very strange to me. I'll only touch on this for a real quick second. It's really strange to me, the way that it's only ever the deviance, which is shown as like being like too far. Oh no, what are you doing? The children, like our main form of showing like love for another person in our society, it's marriage. It's quite literally the time, if we're talking historically here, where men owned women and said, "You're gonna make babies for me, bitch. You're gonna be a little baby maker for me." And, and you're you can't open a bank account and someplace. No, it's insane. It's nonsensical.
I know.
Wedding rings.
Listen,
I don't think children should see wedding rings. It's
way too kinky. It's way too. I mean, I don't know if you were listening in earlier when I talked about the Bible verse. You know, women, or what's it called? Wives, submit to your husbands. And that is a literal Bible quote that is built into many marriage vows, many standard marriage vows. Yeah, it's. Yes, I have suffered cognito hazard level damages from people trying to, like, falling over themselves to try and justify how, oh yeah, definitely the traditions of marriage in our absolutely fucked up society definitely don't have anything to do with some weird mutual ownership, weird ass shit where oh God, do we want to even talk about the veils? Do we want to talk about? Does anybody remember that, like, the fucking sheets? Remember that? Does anybody remember the sheet thing? Yeah, here's the thing. I'm gonna blow everybody's mind, okay? Ready? Watch. All these fucking Zoomers and shit in chat, they're about to have their minds just blown open, as they have been all day, because that's what I do. I come onto stream and I detonate people's minds with my insanely big intellect. That's what I do. But you're about to have your minds blown. Did you know that, like, was it like 100 years ago, maybe 150 years ago, there was a tradition that after the night of your marriage, you would have white sheets on your marriage bed, and then after you fucked your wife on your marriage bed that was specially prepared for you after the ceremony to go in and fuck and consummate the marriage, that literally the strong implication that you were going to bang the absolute shit out of your wife, and then they would strip you would have your family take off the blankets on the bed, the white blankets, and they would hold it up. And if there was blood on the blankets, that meant you did a good job because you busted your virgin wife's hymen.
Jesus.
Yeah, that was a real thing. Go look that up. Go look it fucking up. That was that is not so ancient history. Yup.
God.
Yup. And the garter thing, oh God, it's so fucking weird. You straight people are fucking weird sometimes. They're just boring in the weird way they are. Anyway,
I agree. Okay. So back to the other conversation.
Yeah, sorry, that was a bit of a side
sexuality.
thing.
Just a little side thing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't I think that sexuality is purely defined in relationship to what's considered normal and what's considered and straightness, really straightness, the way that it's conceptualized here. I mean, we know, of course, that there are different conceptions of straightness in different societies. If we go back to what, like, Greco-Roman, whatever, the top is always the straight person. You can be fucking pounding a guy's ass all day and you're straight. You're so straight. But the guy taking it, he's gay. He's a little. It's really weird the way that we contextualize these kinds of things. But the thing that I think,
like a bit of misogyny going on there.
Almost. Like you're
almost.
in a receiving position and now you're lesser because of that. I wonder if we can connect that to anything. But for today, I think that like most conceptions of sexuality like break pretty quickly. Like
I'm lighting up. Look at this. Look at this. This is you. This is the honor, by the way. I'm going to take a side thing to interrupt you. I'm breaking out the last of my 2 Jarum specials that I'll probably ever buy. So this one's for you. All right.
Wait, what are these? Is it just cigarettes?
Clove cigarettes, yeah. They're really good ones. Like these ones are like, the specials are like really nice. They're like, I don't know. They just taste good. Okay. I don't remember what the difference is.
Let me light up my briar pipe here. Give me a hot second.
Yeah, I've been like chain smoking today. It's probably not good for me. Don't worry, I'm gonna be healthier in the future. I promise. It's just, it's Pride Month. Let me have my degeneracy for a bit, okay? Please.
Discourse month.
Oh my God, you know it. You know I'm gonna be doing this all month, right?
Please be nice to your lungs.
I'll do my best. I listen. My lungs. Again, I think I might be doing a sort of thing where I'm like, you know, in Star Trek where they're like, they divert engine power to the shields when they're getting shot. You know,
yeah.
What I'm doing right now is I'm diverting power from my lungs to my lungs, so that like the lungs are taking the damage, but I'm saving my heart because the smoking is relieving so much anxiety and fidgeting on stream that I'm pretty sure I'm like actually extending my life by like 30 years. That's kind of cool, right? Anyway. What was I saying? I'm sorry. That was a total ADHD moment.
No, it was good. I was gonna say, okay, I think that like every time we try to talk about like sexuality, okay, so I have to take a second here. I'm sorry, I've been drinking a little bit. A second here to defend against any preemptive attacks or preemptively defend against any attacks for when you talk about this kind of stuff, what people like to say, what people said it about me a bunch when I was talking about gender and whether or not it's a choice or whatever, or whether it can be.
Oh, I remember that discourse.
People say that it lends credence to conversion therapy, and no, I don't think it does.
No,
I don't really. I want to say that whether or not our conceptions, the structures that we have built to understand sexuality, whether or not these are quote unquote like real, it doesn't mean that like you can just change someone's feelings. Like if someone likes pizza more than salad, like it doesn't, like if you say that like, well, there's some amount of choice going on here, I don't think that means that like it's okay to like put pizza lovers or salad lovers in a conversion facility to abuse them into changing their mind. No, that's not the same thing. It's very different. So what I want to say is that this conception that we currently have of gender, or I'm sorry, of sexuality, that it falls, especially when we bring trans people into the mix, that it falls on like face value, that like people can look at somebody and see a fucking tight ass and like they're like, I want to fucking hit that so bad, and through other. We can, and it doesn't, the gender there might not matter, but then as you start to like add in other, contextual pieces, does this person have a beard? Do they have long hair? Is their skin soft? Is it like, no, these are very messy. Like there's so many different things that we're attracted to, and none of them seem to correspond to gender. And then we have to talk about like the difference between gender presentation and gender identity. Like, are you straight if you like somebody and then you don't think that they're not attractive after they identify differently? Like, no, like this is a very very
we don't have the tool, we don't have the tools or the language to actually conceptualize these things well. And it's interesting that like, okay, so fun fact, I don't know if you know this, but the discourse that you mentioned about the choice between that choice, if I'm remembering correctly, that actually, by a weird butterfly effect, actually resulted in me having the giant falling out with RGR. Because if I remember correctly, you had this argument and a bunch of people freaked the fuck out on you about it and said a bunch of horrible bullshit. And then Pseudosia, I think, got involved. And I commented while talking to RGR about one of Pseudosia's takes that was a part of the reaction to your take about gender and about gender identity, I think it was. And then that led to the giant fight that happened there, if I remember correctly. So yeah. But regardless, the takes that I saw in there were motherfucking stupid, because the implication is that, okay, so let's go into a fictional world where it is a choice to be trans. Do you think that people who choose to be trans should be subject to a horrible quality of life? No, obviously. I would hope not.
Yeah, of course not.
I would hope not. This is the result. There's another example of this that I bring up sometimes. You might be familiar with this, Doe. Are you familiar with the not so popular argument called "born in the wrong body"?
I hate that argument.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to educate some people.
Makes me cringe so hard.
By the way, hello, Lance from the Surfs. Great to see you. Thank you for coming by. We are having we're having a very interesting stream today. But we're talking about some pretty heady concepts. So get comfy. Happy to have you here. So
5 head shit.
Yeah, some fucking 1,000 head shit. But no. Okay. So here's the thing. Wait, where was I? Hold on. Let me unravel my ADHD brain. Hold on a second. What was the last thing I said before I greeted the Surfs? God damn it.
Shit.
No! We had a double ADHD. Okay, hold on. I got it. Okay, hold on a second.
Okay.
I was saying that even if it was a choice, Yes. Okay. I got it. Born in the wrong body. Okay. So.
Oh yeah.
Many younger folks in this chat will not be familiar with "Born in the Wrong Body." "Born in the Wrong Body" was, for a very long time, the sort of accepted political argument for how to defend trans people in public. Basically, because a ton of people are basically dualists. They believe in a soul. The approach that many trans activists at the time took to make trans people more acceptable, to win material improvements for trans people in the country, was this argument that, oh, here's how you understand a trans person. A trans person is a woman born in a man's body, or a man born in a woman's body. I fucking hate that argument, and a lot of people really find that distasteful these days for obvious reasons. However, that was the accepted argument at the time, because the goal was to try to convince people who basically believe in souls and believe in female essential souls and male essential souls to give people a basic quality of life. A lot of the arguments that we have nothing to do with the ethical or moral considerations involved, but rather the optical ones. And that is unfortunate sometimes, because it forces us in a society that is ridiculously restrictive, ridiculously cruel, almost, painfully, dreadfully cruel. It means that we have to make arguments that aren't actually even correct in order to win the most basic needs. And I think there are flaws with sticking to these arguments for longer than they are worth. However, I understand why people would do that, right? Very, very, very few trans people, and this happened, by the way, at the time. I can't remember whose book I was reading, but at the time that the "Born in the Wrong Body" narrative was the predominant narrative, there was a anonymous survey taken of trans people that asked them to open up about how they actually saw themselves, and almost no one described themselves as a man born in the wrong body or a woman born in the wrong body. Nobody saw themselves like that. But if they were no longer anonymous, when they had to put their name to it, that would be how they would describe themselves, because that's the acceptable argument, because otherwise they don't get food, because otherwise they don't get a home, because otherwise they don't get health care. So it is the product of a cruel society, a society that claims that if you have a desire that is wrong, that you should be able to be reformed from that desire. That leads to us having to have conversations like this, and it inhibits our knowledge. You know what I mean? It inhibits us coming up with the language necessary to truly explain ourselves. And again, that's why I say that I push, and you've heard this, I know, Doe, and I know others in chat have heard this. People say trans rights, and I say and trans thriving. And the reason why I say that is because I don't just want trans rights. I would love trans rights because it would lead to a material improvement for my people, but I want trans thriving. I want people not just to have basic rights, but to be doing well. And yeah, that's sort of my position. I don't really care about normalcy so much as I care about whatever it is that lets us be liberated. And I think that is going to eventually result in us having completely different ways of understanding and visualizing these things. I think someday people will look back on the idea of like even binary transness. I think that someday that will be like almost nonsensical to people, because people will have grown up not seeing gender conceptually as a binary. They won't have had that assumption baked into them. They will walk into the world and go, oh, I can express myself all these different ways. And there might be a style that you associate with. There might be a style called like high femme or something, but that won't make sense to people that was once a binary. It will just be like, wait a minute, you're telling me that this like I don't know. Imagine if there was a period in history where like you could only choose like 2 beverages to drink in your entire existence, water and beer, and then like all of a sudden you jump into the future there were only 2 words at this time. Let's put it that way. That's a clearer argument. There's 2 words. There's water and there's not water. And you existed in a world that was water and not water. And then you jump into the future and I'm like, hey, I got a Mountain Dew Rise. You want one? They're like, is that water or not water? And you would go, well, I mean, I guess it's not water, but that seems kind of irrelevant, doesn't it? That's how I think that gender will progress, and I think that sexuality will be like that too. I think in the future our understanding of sexuality will be completely different than what we have now, and that this is largely that the way that we talk about sexuality and gender right now is largely the product of a society that says you have to be a certain way or else we will fucking kill you. Yeah, sorry, that was a tear. I'm very sorry about that.
No, I was gonna say I ain't drinking that not water bullshit.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, not water. Get out. Wait a minute. Didn't you just say you were drinking not water just a moment ago?
I don't know what you're talking about. I
spicy
disavow.
water. It was spicy water, is what it is.
I was gonna say that I made a comment like this earlier in your chat about there's a line that I hear from a lot of people. They're like, oh, don't you want the most amount of people to like follow the thing that you believe? Like, don't you want the most amount of people to like join you ideologically? And like, not really. Like, I get why people say that, because they feel like, okay, well, if we get enough people on our side, then we can do A, B, and C. But part of this thing that happens when we want to get the most number of people on our side is we start to, instead of talking truthfully, we talk politically. We talk in a way that is the right words to get the right people on board, even if it's not really like the truth or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's political language, and it's really frustrating, and it drives me crazy because and I feel this way about both ideologies and I mean sexuality, gender, all these things. Like sure, maybe some people might be okay if you say like, oh well, I don't have a choice in this. This is who, like, I was just born this way. Maybe that really does pull some people over. But
I was born this way. Hey. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
But like as an argument for like our existence, like why would I care? Like no, I don't care whether or not I chose this or not. Like
I don't care either.
I want to exist this way, and I will prevent you from stopping me from existing this way. And that seems to be the only thing that really matters to me here.
Yep. Listen, everybody. When I'm smooching a trans cutie, I don't care if that trans cutie chose to be a trans cutie or accidentally became a trans cutie. Don't give a shit, and neither should you. Bam. There you have it.
God.
Wow. I think we just blew up
solved
everybody's brains. We solved the problem.
I think we solved
no more issues.
Gender and sexuality. Yeah, I think we're covered there.
Cured. We've been cured.
Well, hey, thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Wait. anytime, literally, you have the closest. You know, you ever watched the Powerpuff Girls have been talked about frequently lately. Did you ever watch the Powerpuff Girls, Doe?
I did watch it growing up.
Do you remember?
A fair bit.
You remember the mayor of Townsville? You know, he had that phone that would call them directly. You basically have that. So you want in, you just pick up that little silly looking phone, and it'll go, and you're on. You got it.
I will absolutely decorate my Discord server to look like a little Powerpuff Girls phone with the little face on it and stuff.
That would be so cute.
Absolutely.
There you go. All right. Well, Doe, thank you so much for this unbelievably pleasant conversation.
Thanks for pulling me on.
Yeah, of course. You are pog as hell. And everybody, every single person in my chat, I have a request for you. Every single person in my chat, you should go follow Doe at the... And I'm very sorry about this. Slightly difficult to type Acelaces. So if somebody could use it's the Lexi. I think it's a Lexi command. Oh no, is the command broken? Oh, bot's broken. There you go. Acelaces on Twitter and Twitch. Seriously, I promise you, you will not regret this. Doe is, despite the immediate appearances that Doe puts out on the internet, incredibly big brain. So you should appreciate that. All right.
Oh my god.
Yeah. All right. Well, Doe, I will talk to you very soon. All right.
You're very wonderful. Please have a good rest of your stream. Crush all
Much
of
love to you.
the haters and the debaters.
I will. I'll crush them. I think I got a real hater coming in. So if you're interested to hear something funny, I recommend sticking around, because apparently somebody wants to debate me on how I'm a Mike from PA clone, and I am so ready. I am so fucking ready to hear this one.
I believe in you. Have a good stream. Bye.
Bye. Aww. Doe is so wonderful. We're not gonna get him? Oh, please, please. I really want to. I really want to. All right. Next. Ziggy. Hello. Hello.
Hi, yeah, I'm trying to convince them to get in, but they're pussying out.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get them. Are they in the arena? What's their name in the arena? Quickly.
They're GTYX. I mean, they talked a big game, but...
I promise them I won't be mean. I promise. I'm not in a mean mood today. I'm not in a mean mood today. I've been very, very calm. Let's see. Let's see what happens. See if we can make it happen. You say that, but you can get mean quick. I mean, that's true, but it shouldn't be a problem. I'll be extra careful. Yes, I did, Elak Kaval. Hold on, I gotta bring it up on here. Elak, can you DM it to me, Elak? Elak, can you DM that to me? It's really hard for me to find. Thank you. DM the DM. That's true. Let's see. Yeah, hold on. Let me bring this up. Oh, this is so good. I love this. I don't get this reference entirely because I don't want to be a poser, but this is really awesome, Elak. Think, imps! Think! We will absolutely put this on. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Once we get the site emotes back up and running, we will get it working. All right? I'm going to save it. Wait a second. Okay. I'm going to put this on in my thought journal. I have a whole bunch of emotes that I need to add once we get things working. All right. Do we have another person? Do we have another person?
We have someone else while we try and get
Let's
our
do the
lovely
other one.
friend in.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Hey, thank you, Lonnie. Thank you so much. Helljammer is a good emote, isn't it? We could wait.
Hi.
Oh, why, hello. Hello there.
Hello. Hi, Mama.
Sorry, I just need to make sure I got your name correctly in here. Hold on a minute. Whoa.
That's all right. Take your time.
Lou, right?
Yeah, Lou or Lodger. I'm in chat all the time.
All right, pronouns?
He, they.
Alrighty. A fantastic mix of pronouns you've brought today. Fantastic. All right, Lou/Ludger. Hit me with it. What are your contentions?
Well, contention is a bit of like a strong word. I don't want to come at you and be like, oh, let's box, because that's
don't worry. Many people have, and many more will.
Well, I respect you a little bit more than to just show up and post up. But
okay, all right.
So, firstly, I want you to know that I had not heard about this discourse prior to hearing anybody's takes. I don't go on Twitter because it's brainworms.
Not a bad idea. It is very difficult to avoid the brainworms on Twitter. We all fall victim sometimes.
Oh, yeah. But a friend of mine asked me my opinion on Kink at Pride, and I was like, oh, well, yeah, okay, that's fine. That's an age-old argument. Sure. And then I saw Vaush do his coverage, and I was like, geez. Because it was pretty...
No comment.
Yeah,
no comment. My comments were made public yesterday. Yes.
And it was a good stream.
Oh, thanks.
I was very, I remember watching it and thinking, okay, I'm gonna wait to see if Demon Mama says something about this, because there were just too many.
I don't have an opinion. Demon Mama hasn't made a video yet. Oh no! All right. Don't puff me up too much. All right.
Alrighty, but okay. So, I personally, due to fear for my own personal safety as well as not feeling very comfortable, have never attended Pride. But being a lover of things like Robert Mapplethorpe and such, I have absolutely no issue with Kink at Pride. As a matter of fact, learning and hearing more of the discourse coming from you and from other creators who were supporting Kink at Pride, I was like, I actually kind of feel a bit safer knowing that these sort of people, my elders, so to speak, would be there. I suppose my main, and again, that's why I don't want to call it contention, more so complication, is that I want to say, all right, let's go all out. However, taking the state of the world at the moment, say, in reference to the Tennessee bill that just came out and Texas's insane abortion bill, it seems like red states are just getting redder and redder and redder. And I'm worried about the safety of... I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Though we ought to fight for ourselves, I'm worried about the safety of younger LGBT individuals if this becomes an issue that the right decide that they're going to make, not just online babble, but instead of much more mainstream issue. Are we going to see a rise in the violence?
Yes, we already are.
Okay.
And that is the inevitable side effect of a right-wing swing with an ideology that does not believe that gay people are valid, that trans people are valid. They aren't even at the point of being able to discuss Kink at Pride because they don't care. They don't think any of it should be there, and that is what they've been fighting for. If Republicans in red states had their way, they would ban Pride. In fact, I brought this up earlier on the stream, but 2 days ago, on the 24th of May, 2021, the Republican-dominated state legislature of PA upheld maintaining homosexuality as an obscenity according to the law. So now, of course, like I said, that has not been enforced in a long time, but all it takes is one high-powered DA or cop, and all of a sudden that law is being legally enforced. We have some serious issues going on in the United States that I'm desperately trying to be the loudest canary in the deepest coal mine imaginable. But I don't know. Yes, what we're not going to be talking about at the rate that we're going right now in red states. They're not even going to be talking about anything about what's going to be in Pride. They're going to be talking about whether there will be Pride at all, because it will be safe or not safe. I mean, do we forget how recent the
Pulse nightclub shooting was?
Yes. Yeah. Do we forget that literally last summer during the George Floyd demonstrations, I believe this was in Omaha, Nebraska, a town many people may be familiar with, the home of sewer socialism or whatever.
Still haven't figured that one out yet.
But in that during the George Floyd protests, a gay nightclub in Omaha was raided by police because they were providing a space for protesters to sit and rest and get water and things like that and take shelter from the shelling with tear gas that was going on outside. And the police rushed in and arrested everybody in there and charged the owners of that gay nightclub. Our history is not very far away. This shit is hot on our tails.
History is unfortunately a cycle. If you forget, then you're going to continue to suffer this. Not rightfully suffer the same consequences.
Yes.
Which is unfortunate. Which is what I think what you're about to do with the education during Pride is incredibly important, because this was something else I was going to bring up, is that a lot of... Because I'm 20, so I'm still young, but younger than people who are online seem to take up the no kink at Pride thing for many reasons. For think of the children, which is an age-old satanic panic argument. Yes. It's stupid.
Yeah, I agree.
But a lot of kids seem to be very much of the opinion that this is in some way harmful to them as well, as opposed to being... obviously there's a threat of the right. Obviously those who do not want us to simply live, like you said, it's not going to be a question of whether or not we can have kink at Pride, it's whether or not we can have Pride at all. There are always going to be those people who exist and are a threat to us, but on the inside, a lot of people seem to be moving in the direction of, I suppose, and real quick, am I allowed to use the Q slur? I know some people don't.
You mean queer? No, you can say
yeah.
That. Yeah, of course.
Okay,
of course.
Cool. Just making sure. A lot of people seem to be moving towards what I would call sort of a queer sanitization.
Yes. It's called assimilationism is the word.
Assimilation. Okay, so wait, can you say that again?
Assimilationism means basically the idea that gay people need to clean up and blend in with normal society in order to be accepted, and that queer people should functionally push out inconvenient, optically inconvenient members in the name of saving some. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think that is, in my opinion, directly parallel to the reasons why I oppose class reductionism, because I think that it undercuts solidarity and makes us weaker.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, and a lot of the people that do this, so I think a lot of them are also excluding POC or disabled queer individuals, and I'm concerned that this new wave, so to speak, of younger people might try to take this kink Pride argument, and this particular one, because it's obviously has happened. I remember last year's kink discourse and whatever, but since then there's been a lot of media, say for example, just to think of something off the top of my head, like "Call Me by Your Name" has become a very important thing to a lot of...
Call me by your name. On the words there. Oh God, that is such... Oh God, I love that song so goddamn much. Holy shit. Anyway, sorry.
The crowd goes wild.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's enjoy it. I love that
the film "Call Me by Your Name" was a movie that I thought when it came out I was like, oh, I don't know about this, but that Timothy Chalamet sanitization of things seems to be it just seems to be what everybody wants to see. People who aren't actually for example, I like I said earlier, I feel safer kind of knowing that there are people who are into kink or whatever, because it makes me feel like I can get back in touch with my history, and in that way I feel empowered knowing that I could be standing next to somebody who has like a Tom of Finland something in their house.
Well, and that's one of the things, like that's one of the things that frustrates me about the way that this discourse unfolded this year. It's that there was this implication that the most fucking ethical people that you'll ever find in the world by majority are going to be the people who literally go out of their way to make a float at Pride. Like, those are like the people who are least likely and have the most to lose from being predatory. Like, yes, are there bad people in any group? Of course. But obviously. Like, you want to talk about people who are actually educated on consent? It's going to be the kinksters at Pride. It's going to be the kinksters. They're going to be the ones who know about consent. Yes, I know. This is another thing where my brain, it's been like a cognito hazard. Yes. I should have brought that up in my original argument. Maybe I'll like add an addendum or something in the future, but holy shit. Anyway.
When I was watching Vaush's take, that was one of the things that I thought of, was like, well, the people who are participating in Kink at Pride are going to know more about the consent and where to draw the line than, I don't know, like a straight couple or whoever wants to bring their children to Pride. I mean, do you then not respect not to make any like rash accusations, but that's sort of implying a lack of respect on the LGBT people at Pride who were taking Kink to be so nefarious as to let this wild stuff go on. It's like, come on, it's just beyond reductive. I'm worried about young LGBT kids. I feel like I'm sounding a bit redundant.
No. Wait, hold on. I might be able to sort of I might be able to be the spicy one here for a second and take some pressure off of you. Are you talking about woo tender queers?
Yes.
Yes, there you have it. Yes. I do not like that movement. I think we should be as patient as possible because a lot of them are young. But there has been a concerted effort to get young queer people to basically snitch on each other in a certain way. And I don't mean snitch talk about people who are abusive. No, but instead to turn against each other on frivolous not just frivolous accusations, but frivolous arguments to try and make this impossible to create morally pure left or morally pure. I mean optically pure left.
Exactly.
And it is not going to work. It's very bad. The Puritanism, the neo-Puritanism is a thing that I have been yelling about way before this. I don't know how long you've watched my content. You've probably watched for a while. I don't know if you ever saw the segments I did talking about the Fall Guys thing. That was a long time ago, but some people will remember that. Yeah. There was a article that was written some time ago about playing a game of Fall Guys with a butt plug that was Bluetooth controlled, and it was like it was a think piece. It was like a think piece that was written by somebody I really respect a lot. It was completely harmless, and that went viral. And there were fuckloads of big lefties, including people who are involved with Chapo, who were jumping in to say the writer of this should be in prison. This is pedophilia. God. I'm not kidding you. I am not kidding you. When
I unfortunately believe you.
It was so bad, and I did a section on it where this was one of the original, like, one of the things that I was malding. One of the most like legendary mama malds of all time was me losing my absolute shit over this stuff. I was so fucking pissed, and it's because this is what happens. A trans person, or usually a trans femme, very public about their transness, does something moderately sexual, and then immediately thousands of people, more than have ever actually paid into that person's work or anything, like more than anyone has ever read, they went from like a small following or a sustainable following to getting blown up. Like just completely blown up by a bunch of people calling them pedophiles, and it ruins life. It makes things horrible.
It does.
And you better motherfucking bet if there is it. Now listen, I've talked about this many times that you can't let yourself succumb to paranoia. But let me tell you this: if there is a CIA op, it's that. It's this. It's the idea of injecting internal queer moral panics so that queer people destroy each other. That would be what.
right now on because a lot of people in chat were asking about what genderqueer is. Like, for context, like when I was younger, when I was I don't know, being gay online, that's when Tumblr was the one where all the SJWs and all the gays gathered. And so now it's Twitter. On Tumblr, we're making jokes about it. They just took our ideas and went crazier with them on Twitter. But in any case, I do remember because it was an issue when I was sort of coming into my own skin, where I had known about people, like I mentioned Maplethorpe, because of my love of music and of just general arts and culture. And around, I'd say like 2014-ish, suddenly it started being this, like I remember being transmasc and being beyond insecure, because there was an idea of what a transvestite was. You're white. You have like colored swooshed hair, very soft. Your aesthetic is based around, I don't know, flowers.
Miku binder,
Exactly, yeah. And it was so alienating. It's not just harmful to the idea that we need to make sure that we're all saints and there's absolutely no sinners here, but even the idea that it's just buying into such a commercialized thing. And that's another thing is, if people who are against Kink at Pride want to make it more, I don't know, palatable, they want to make it more tender or whatever, I don't know. I mean, the biggest issue, and I think you said, so I can't remember, but the biggest issue for me, at least, when I've seen Pride go on in my city is the abhorrent amount of commercialization and industry product placement bizarreness that's going on there, that's doing nothing but taking advantage of the same queer
and the police
youth.
And the police who the day before were cracking the skulls of gay protesters for daring to say that that George Floyd shouldn't have been killed, shouldn't have been murdered. And then the next day they're like, we're gonna put on some rainbow pins and we're gonna go stand around and menace at the exact people whose skulls we just cracked the night before. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked if you ask me.
It's disgusting.
Yep, it is.
I think that there's this idea that people get that I mean, yes, would I like to be able to walk down the street and not be concerned that my gender identity, my existence as I do, and the safety of my other friends is secure? Yes. Do I want to compromise my individuality and the individuality of my brothers, sisters, siblings, whatever, in the trans and LGBT community at the cost of that? No. And a lot of people seem to think that by getting rid of what they seem to be dissatisfactory, that being kink at Pride and whatever thing, is somehow going to make everything better. And we're all going to be rainbows and sunshine, but you don't want to fall into the demographics of being accepted by the police or
correct
having Target sponsor Pride or whatever it is. I remember like this is total like I guess like Gen Z, queer, whatever. Like I remember when the winner of RuPaul's Drag Race is a whole nother story. RuPaul's Drag Race season 10, Aquaria did a sponsorship with AT&T, and I was like, like I remember feeling personally slighted. And I think that's the much bigger issue here. That instead of talking about the nuances and the complications of that's a very cool Target Pride shirt that you got there because they figured out that you're a demographic they could prey upon. Everybody's focusing upon, let's get the leather daddies out. Let's get these people. And it's a complete distraction. It's a total distraction on the part of those in power, and it's a total distraction that's harming the people who are making these arguments. If I were a CIA agent
who was responsible with, with undermining efforts that were threatening to predominant and hegemonic ideologies, I think the way that I would go about it, if I was a CIA agent who was in that position, would be to do exactly what is going on here, which is do everything in my power to make queer people tear strips out of each other at every opportunity they possibly can on frivolous claims of basically non-existent issues, and waste all their energy doing that instead of actually fighting against the things they should fight against or talk about the things they should be talking about. So instead of talking about history, instead of building inter-queer solidarity, they spend time calling each other pedophiles on the internet. Yeah.
And it ensues a sense of complacency within the youth as well, I think. Like, and the community as a whole, because it's not just kids. It's not just kids who are, I suppose, falling susceptible to this, but it's also just queer people at large. And it's like, I don't know how a lot of these people can go and talk about being anti-capitalist and socialist or whatever, Marxist, whatever they may be, and then turn around and be so, maybe even willingly blind to the fact that capitalism is just working its way, like, right into your events and what should be your places of safety, and taking it away from you. Like, Pride used to be something that it could be anything. It could be a riot. It could be a simple parade. It was a demonstration, whatever it could be. And it's like, do we really want to pacify this into being just come to the Walmart booth?
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, I think that that's a struggle, right? I don't frown upon any queer person who's lived a life of fucking suffering and fear taking an opportunity to get a sponsorship from AT&T or whatever. I don't frown upon them for doing that. I understand why you would want to do that, of course, obviously. But as strategic political actors, we should be aware of what the attempt is there, and the attempt is to co-opt. The attempt is to co-opt and to then make it assimilated. It's like the Borg. It's like, okay, well, if you won't go away, and we won't go away, we will never go away, well, then at least we can flatten you down and make you as palatable as possible to the pre-existing order so that you don't rock the boat. And I think there are very, very large concerns about that. So yeah, I think we're in agreement on this sort of thing. And I do think that, like, there are ways for us to, Pride parades to be well funded and supported by mainstream sources without us losing what we were originally there for. But this type of stuff is not the way to do that. So yeah,
absolutely not. No,
yep.
And I was incredibly. I mean, I suppose there's not much that I could say that you haven't already said, and I don't want to take up too much of your time.
That's fine.
But just I remember like when Vaush did a stream, like, thinking about all of the times wherein I was able to be publicly close with a partner of mine, or all of the times I read about the beauty of LGBT love and existence in solitary or in communal aspects and with individuals, and wept for something I felt I never could have, and then because I don't go to Pride for many reasons. I don't feel like there's I don't know. I don't feel like it's
not for
accepted.
everyone.
There's a lot of other personal. Yeah, it's a lot of other outside reasons, but the memory of the beauty of those we've lost, be that somebody like I don't know, like Keith Haring, Allen Ginsberg, Andy Warhol, the amazing artists that we've lost, to either it being AIDS, which is the killer of a lot of them, and that beauty was something that made me wept with hope. And then hearing those people immediately be called pedos or written off as, and the implication being so heavy that not even just you or I or anybody who was offending Kink at Pride, but the people and everybody, the generations, thousands and thousands of people who died were all also as such. I mean, I thought it was just absolutely so upsetting to me to hear and see so many people just pressing this age-old argument. Like that was the thing. That's been the thing the whole time. Why are you saying it?
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you
I know.
falling for it?
And there's a lot of ways that we could look into that, but I mean, there is a certain part, which is that again, it's the Sisyphean struggle of having to constantly educate, and that is in some regards, that is the burden of knowing that it's a problem, is saying, okay, all right, this summer we're going to have Kink at Pride discourse again. Here's how we teach the new people, who are on the internet, the kids who weren't on the internet because, they don't know, they just weren't, the younger folks who weren't on the internet, here's how we talk about this. And here's how we do it in a safe manner that doesn't involve people getting really, really hurt. So yeah.
Well, it was really good speaking to you, and if I could just say one thing to chat about the Sisyphean thing that you just mentioned, the question that's always brought up is, one must ask oneself if Sisyphus is happy. And if anybody in chat, or you yourself and I, find ourselves becoming downtrodden, engaging in the discourse, like you said a couple weeks ago, if you, as Sisyphus, are no longer happy, take a break.
Mm-hmm.
It's not...
Push a different boulder.
Push a different boulder.
Mm-hmm.
Or just go lie down.
Yeah, likewise.
Camus never asked why Sisyphus didn't take a nap. But, yeah, thank you so very much. And I appreciate you and all that, and I appreciate chat incredibly. And I will be
we
back in
appreciate you.
chat this adventure.
Thanks for coming by.
Awesome. It was great talking to you. Bye.
Bye. All right. Next person. That was a great conversation. God, these have been such good conversations. These are minor, like, I wouldn't even say contentions. These are just minor good discussions. I think this is productive. Next.
Hello.
Hello. Ephemerald. What are your pronouns?
She, her, or Hershey chocolate style, as I've said before. So,
I get it.
Which is my favorite joke I didn't come up with.
That's pretty
good. So I have a couple things I want to touch on. Both, I feel like we're starting to like skirt into RGR debate territory, so I can understand if we're getting. And so I'm not trying to do that, mind you, but you know, I just want to acknowledge that when we're talking about people's identity, especially as a trans person, like it's real easy to accidentally invalidate someone else. And that's I noticed I wasn't the only person in the chat who seemed to take some amount of umbrage with the dismissal of the born in the bong body, that's right, born in the wrong body thing, where like I'm 100% on board that you do not need that to be trans, fuck true scums, fuck trans medicalists, all that, like, but I feel like there can be a definition of what it means to be trans that doesn't also invalidate those, like, I feel like maybe it's just because I grew up this way.
Sure.
But you know, like I feel like that feels more authentic to my experience in that, like, I don't know what it means to feel like a woman, but I sure as fuck know what bodily dysphoria feels like, and transitioning has been extremely relieving on those things.
Me too. Yeah, I mean, I've literally had gender confirming surgery, so yeah.
Right.
There's no disagreement there.
Totally. And I didn't think this isn't the spicier of my two topics, but I just wanted to, like,
here we go.
Okay,
All right.
I promise it's not going to be too
all right. I mean, you're testing me.
Yeah. I mean, so this is that was all I really wanted to get
for the
on
record,
that.
one thing I should say, I am not a dualist. I don't believe in the soul. And so obviously if you're a dualist, then maybe, but many people are not dualists, and that's fine. If you have a difference on the nature of existence, we are not going to agree on that particular issue. But I don't believe that any definition that I have used excludes people who do believe that there is a soul. However, if you think that you have to have a female soul in order to be trans, then we will be in contention. So there we go. Simple as that.
I think that's a total bullshit that you would need to have a gendered soul at a certain point. Like, very much agree with you on that. I feel like if I were to describe it, it's
real quick, chat is confused. There's a lot of people who don't know what a dualist is. A dualist is a person who believes that there is a separate a metaphysical, maybe that's not the right word, separation between a soul and the body. That there is basically a soul or a mind that exists separate than the body, and they are attached through some unknown mechanism. Various belief systems posit different mechanisms. Christianity would say that, God breathed the soul into people, and there's a soul that is attached on some separate plane of existence. That is what dualism is. Dualism is the belief that there is a separate body and a soul. I'm not a dualist. I'm a materialist. So yeah, those are different ones. Anyway, just wanted to be clear.
Yeah. So I think, like, the way I view it for myself is that being trans largely, for better or worse, has come down to being a very medical experience in terms of, like, my body's making me really unhappy in a lot of ways, and there are these things I can do that make my body not make me want to die, basically.
Sure.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't think it's I actually agree that it is a poor argument to say, well, we don't have a choice about it and blah, blah, blah. So that's why you should accept us, as opposed to the real crux of the thing, which is we don't cause anyone harm in any way. So like, why the fuck should that be a problem? But just in terms of discussing, like, maybe it's just because it was the narrative I was introduced to at the right time, but like if I could go back and be a fab, like I'd fucking love that,
Yeah.
But I gotta make do with the body I have and learn to love the body I have, learn to love like the fact that I can reach a deeper voice and things like that. Like
sure, yeah.
Totally. But so I guess that was all I just wanted to bring up. The potential for discussing how shit an argument being born in the wrong body can be versus saying that whole concept's a bad one, I guess.
Okay. So what's the spicy take? It's hanging.
so
It's
my-
hanging over this conversation
okay,
like a lurking shadow.
This one's also I want to be very clear. I'm not being a prescriptivist here. Very descriptive. I feel like for me, for instance,
One moment, real quick. Sorry to interrupt. I just need to welcome in this raid. Welcome the all of the people coming in from the Goat and the Goblin. Very happy to have you. We are having an extended conversation on various queer issues right now. We are having debates and call-ins right now, and afterwards we will be doing some serious comedy in the form of Cooking Mama, where I go in and I review the most horrific cooking videos that you have ever seen in your entire life. So if you're interested in catching some interesting queer discourse, come get comfortable and consider coming over to my website, demonmama.com/live. We have an amazing on-site chat that you can see, over here. And we have cool free emotes that you can use, and it's super cozy. You can sign in with your Twitch account. It's fucking cool as hell. We're going to be doing a couple more conversations, and then we're going to be going right into Cooking Mama. So I'd love to have you stay and subscribe to my YouTube channel, where I post all of my videos and all of my VODs. It's cool as hell. I'm very, very happy to have you here. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome. There we go. So, continue. I apologize. I just need to welcome that. It's the streamer thing,
Totally. So I think what I've found personally is that describing sexuality in terms of gender makes no sense, because you can't know someone's gender. And as Doe was saying, like, you're not going to be into someone and then be turned off because you find out they identify a different way.
I think some people might, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm willing to believe that. People say that's their experience. No reason to doubt it. I do think something that gets lost maybe sometimes is, even though sex is a social construct and it's a bimodal distribution, we all know that secondary sexual characteristics consistent with the effects of testosterone and estrogen do cause different things to happen.
Of course, yeah, of course.
And like, I know...
Do we forget that, or are we constantly aware of that? Because there's something I'm constantly aware of, that's for sure.
Totally. I think in trying to create discourse that is more welcoming and accepting of everyone, we move away from it. Like, and maybe that's where it's starting to get into spicy territory, is the idea that, like, I find it very easy to describe my sexuality as someone who tends to find people who have had secondary sex characteristics consistent with estrogen in their body. Like, that tends to be who I find myself sexually attracted to, which is different from, I really couldn't care less how they identified in that regards. And I feel like there's a taboo around saying that. And I don't know if that's true or not, but the conversation with Doe also made me think about that.
No, I don't know. I don't think that's really like, I mean, I don't know. I say that I'm like I'm predominantly femme attracted, and I joke about being a reluctant pan or a reluctant bi, because there are a few times where I do find like men or dudes that I find attractive, but it's very rare. I don't really think there's a problem with that. There might be some random uwu tender queer idiots who are like, oh, that's problematic, but fuck those people. They're very annoying and they'll never be happy.
Yeah. Well, that's where I guess every time I call in, it's all going to be about making sure we're as accepting and loving as many queer people as possible. So that was it.
Oh, okay. That wasn't spicy at all. Damn,
no.
You had me all up that you were going to be like, I'm ready for my spiciest trans take or whatever.
Well, No, I can't even come up with something.
I know. Don't try,
shit,
please.
no.
Don't try. Don't try. It will
Yeah.
be an exercise in torture for both of us. All right, listen, that's
Absolutely.
fine. It's fine to be
Sweet.
femme attracted. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yep, it's fine.
Yeah, I wasn't looking
many people
for.
are. Yeah.
This wasn't my Demon Mama confessional, looking for you to absolve me of my sins, but I do.
Are you sure?
appreciate
Are you
it.
sure about that?
I mean, a little bit. You know.
All right. Listen. Well, here. I can't. By the powers bestowed in me by the hell of my own creation, I absolve you of any potential sins that could be tied to the hell of my own creation, of which there are none that I am aware of. But if there are any that do exist or hang over you, you are absolved. Congratulations.
Hell yeah.
All righty.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming on, Ephemerald.
Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye.
We got a doe tweet. Hold on, we got a doe tweet. Oh no! Oh no! Is Yugi Muto allowed at Pride with his Millennium Puzzle? I mean, it already means there's another man inside of him. Is that really okay for children? Okay, listen. Okay, this is why you follow Doe at XillyX on Twitter, because I'm not gonna lie, Doe is a banger tweeter, okay? Just god tier tweets every hour of every day, okay? Seriously, I'm not kidding you. You remember the segment that we did on Veggie Tales? That was brought to you thanks to Doe, by the way. There you go. Thank you very much for that, Doe. Oh my god. All right. Welcome, newcomer to the show. I think. Wait, have we talked on here before? We have, haven't we, Zoe Vexed?
We have talked twice. Once about Waco, and then another time before then.
Excellent. All right. Well, welcome back to the show then again. I meant newcomer in that you just walked into the call, not that you'd never been on here. But as you can see, I'm now fumbling over my own words, which happens to even the best of us. Anyway, Zoe, how are you doing today, and how can I hear your contention?
All right, I'm doing excellent. Yes, I was listening to your conversation with Doe, and while I think that there was a lot of positive things that one could take away from that, and I think that like absolutely your heart's in the right place with it and everything, I take contention with the idea that gender or sexuality, like core components of your identity, could be a choice. It can't be a choice.
Okay.
I'm not saying
you're entitled to that opinion.
Well, sure, but like,
but you don't know, and neither does anyone else. So we're not going.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you a determinist?
Am I a determinist? I don't know what that means.
Yeah. All right, so like,
I
say
hate this conversation, but all right.
All right, I'll move in another direction. So
No, it's fine. Route. Give me the pain.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that there's not preferences. I think you use like if you wanted like water, not water, then you can't have like a Mountain Dew or something earlier. But what I would say is you can have a preference where you're like, I could have a water, I could have a Mountain Dew. But the choice, like when you said like, oh, I'm going to get the Mountain Dew, you could not, like, you didn't decide that this is going to be my choice, or this is going to be my attraction. You just are or are not like attracted to it. Just like you talked about religious beliefs earlier. You said you're not a dualist. I don't think that you just woke up one day and you just said, you know what? I don't like souls. I'm just done with this concept. I think like through exploration and reading and maybe hearing some arguments or whatever, like you just slowly became convinced of this. So you just at one point you just recognized that you no longer held that
correct.
belief.
I mean, as we all know, the beginning and the end have already occurred, and all of this is just projections on a long film strip that has already been created at the moment that was created and ended at the moment the universe exploded. I find this to be for me at least, a completely useless way of envisioning the world that doesn't help me actually live my life and doesn't help anyone live their life and doesn't have any proof one way or the other. If you're a mathematical determinist, that's very good for you, and I'm happy that that works for you, but I don't see that as a useful or meaningful like way of looking at the world at all. I mean, obviously I do believe that there is like obviously everything, we know that everything could, but with an AI of potential of a good enough power could probably calculate every single action that would happen by literally calculating where the atoms are going to bump into each other. But we can't rule out the possibility that, as Daniel Dennett posits in Freedom Evolves, that freedom is an emergent trait that we don't yet understand yet. And I do tend to subscribe to that type of a position. Yeah, there we go. There's wait, Dan Dennett. Okay. Anyway, but yes, Daniel Dennett posited that freedom was a emergent trait that comes from the unique interaction of a bunch of deterministic systems that are otherwise individually determinist, but as a result yield a thing that we could call free will. And I tend to subscribe to that position, but regardless, I don't really see any value in being a hard determinist, except for, I don't know, giving yourself an aneurysm with stress. Because you're just like,
No, that's not what I was saying. I'm a consequential.
Wait, so you just walked into here and said, and then you said you don't have a choice in anything, not even when you choose a Mountain Dew or not a Mountain Dew. And yeah, I guess you're right. I guess somewhere at the Big Bang, it was decided in advance by calculating how many atoms were going to bump into each other over bajillions and bajillions of years. It was decided at that beginning that I was predetermined to choose the Mountain Dew Baja Blast at Taco Bell last night, and now here I am, infused with Mountain Dew energy, and I have to make a decision as to how I'm going to proceed with my day regardless. So yeah, that's
not what I said. I said you can have preferences. I'm not saying you can't have a preference, and that's what like I think there's some conflation here with like choice and preference. Like,
what's the difference between a choice and a preference?
So a preference is just something that, like, you know, you tend, like, you have, like, say, like some attractions to some group of things. Then you make a decision that this one thing at the current time is what you're going to drink or whatever. I'm saying, like, you can have like a preference for this thing. But I'm saying, like, the choice that you ultimately made for this thing, that, like, having the attraction to that thing is not a choice. Similarly, where you could come to the realization,
nothing is, but by that logic, nothing is a choice. This is why I hate determinists. No, I don't hate determinists. That's wrong. I'm being spicy.
No.
I don't hate people who are determinists, but I hate having the conversation about determinism, because to me it feels like, and I'm sorry if this comes off as a little bit like tired and harsh, but like the determinism argument, it feels like very masturbatory, in that it's like, okay, yes, congratulations, you've officially pointed out that we don't know why we like things or why we want certain things. We don't technically really have a choice in anything. We don't have a choice in being alive. We're born because our parents decided to fuck at one point in the past, and everything fell into place from there. But so what?
So, but from the other side, right? So you're saying, like, this is like a masturbatory to have like determinism. You mentioned Dan Dennett. Dan Dennett is a consequentialist. Like, he came up with the idea of it, and all consequentialism did was it said determinism is true. However, there seems to be like some aspect of choice that we can't totally account for. So I'm just going to like slap some free will label on it. And then he came up with like some reasoning of why he did so. It's not widely accepted that consequentialism is true, and consequentialism does not debunk determinism. But that's not what I'm saying. Is, so from your side, you're saying like this is masturbatory and it doesn't serve a purpose. No, it does serve a purpose. It helps to consolidate the fact that identity that is intrinsic to people, and that it's not just some arbitrary choice. Because if like where you're coming from, like, I mean, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. If you are saying that everything is just a choice, and like you could just choose
I'm not
to be
saying
the way
that everything is a choice. I'm saying we don't know whether it is or whether it isn't. So we have to make rules that deal with the world as it is, not as we wish it would be if we had information that we don't currently have. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so from my side, I would say, like, we would have to say, like, you know, that you're, you know, born this way is 100% legitimate. That is, like, as far as we can tell, like, no one just chooses things. Now, I'm not saying that
I mean, you could also say, but by that same argument, you could also say that as a person is like, I don't know, like, as a person is driving down the road, like, drunk, that they were born this way too, because some incomprehensibly complex series of events led them to that position. But that is that is not helpful to making the situation better. It's not helpful to it doesn't reveal any truths about the situation. It doesn't help you make better decisions in the future. It doesn't help you analyze the situation. So you know, so my argument is that we behave as though free will exists, because that is the only way, whether it is an illusion or not, that is the only way our brains function. We can't actually function properly if we can't do anything in this world, or at least I haven't found a way to do anything in this world, basically just like, I don't know, sitting there going, am I deciding this? Am I deciding this? Is this me right now, or is this math? Is this math? Math is deciding this for me. Like, no, I don't think that's a useful way of looking at the world.
Well, driving drunk is not an identity, right? But
how do you determine an identity? Like, yes, I would agree with you, it isn't. But I agree with you that it's not an identity, because I would say, because if I was asked to determine what the difference between an identity is, and a circumstance, it would be that they are on very different levels on the spectrum of agency. That you have a lot of agency in the decision to drive drunk, but you have basically no clear agency to do another thing. And also that we don't really, I mean, there are certain situations where we do use agency as a part of how we make decisions, like whether we think somebody else had agency in the decision that they made. But that even if we were to say certain intrinsic traits were a choice, even if they were, that we shouldn't treat them any differently regardless. That's my argument.
Well, yeah,
that we do not know. We might never know. We might never know whether freedom is an emergent trait, that we actually do have the ability to make choices, that the universe functions in such a way that it isn't actually mathematically determined for one reason or another that we can't comprehend right now, or that we have actually no say in it, that everything was determined at the moment of the Big Bang, and that everything down there is just us sort of perceiving a world around us, where perceiving the world moving around us and in real time noting, this is happening to me, this is happening to me, this is happening to me. I think both of those are possible realities that we live in, but I think that only the one that posits free will helps us actually live and do things in our lives and make things.
Well,
the
you
other
can
one
say
just,
that we
yeah.
You can say that we have to live and, you know, treat one another as if we do have free will, as if, like, you know, you do have the choice whether you're driving drunk or not, which I agree with you, because it is about accountability and agency. What I would say the difference is, without getting into like a bunch of boring philosophy, is that whenever you're talking about somebody's intrinsic inherent identity, I want to steel man that and say, like, this is a fact of reality, that this is how this person is. They just happen to be this way. Not that there aren't other people that could also, like, as you said, could make a choice to, I don't know, dress, act, and say, talk similarly. But when somebody has agency and they tell you, they're communicating to you with their free will that this is who they are, right? Yeah. That this is their identity. Yeah. I think that should hold some weight. And
it does. It does hold weight. It holds weight because it holds weight on a that we've solved this. I solved this in my, I mean, no, look, I don't want to be fucking arrogant, but God, this is, we already know how to do this, which is that we assume on good faith that people are honest about who they are and what they are, that they're reporting to us honestly, and then we call it good. We don't need to know whether they actually are the thing that they say they are, because there's no harm, even if they were lying, even if they weren't telling the truth, there's nothing that would change about the circumstance. Even if right now, unbeknownst to you, I was some sort of undercover, not trans person pretending to be a trans person, it wouldn't change a single thing about anything that is going on here, any of this conversation. Nothing.
You talk a lot about, like, optics and not, like, just giving ammunition to the other side, and the reason,
no, I don't
like,
do that.
you don't say, like, we shouldn't, like, give in to, like, conservative talking points or kind of,
wait,
like,
yeah, but that's completely
just
different,
see
though.
that ground.
No, I think you're confusing me with some other more of my critics who constantly come on here to whine about every single corner of my optics to the end of the earth until I eventually just shut up, because that's the only optics that would be good. The only optics that would be acceptable in this world would be for me to turn off my camera and delete my channel. That's the only way that the optics people would ever be pleased.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I agree with most of your arguments. I think you've got, like, you're honestly probably my favorite YouTuber. Not
Thank
just
you, appreciate that.
Here. I'm just saying, like, I really appreciate what you're doing. What I'm saying is, what I would caution is, one of the most popular conservative arguments against trans people and against LGBT people is that it is a lifestyle, and by lifestyle, they're saying it's a choice.
Yeah, but do you want to know how the Chad demon says that? Ready?
Would be so
dun,
what?
Dun. So what?
Who cares?
Exactly. No,
Who fucking cares? Yeah, guess what? Who cares? That doesn't mean that you get to treat us like shit. That doesn't mean that you get to deny us healthcare that alleviates us suffering. Who cares? I don't care if you think it's a choice or if you think it's not a choice. I don't fucking care at all.
Yeah,
and if you're a person who advocates, that you should be able to fucking torture people because they whether either one of two things that we will probably in our lifetimes never know the answer to, whether they did choose or didn't choose to be the way that they are, if you think it's okay to torture them depending on where you think that they fall on that, then you are an enemy of mine. That's the way that I do it. It's the Chad approach.
Yeah, and where I want to come from is that whenever they say some kind of like facts and logic or whatever are on their side, I like to challenge them with, I need them to demonstrate that identity is a choice first before I'll even and then they say,
well, they can't, and guess what? You won't be able to do the opposite because you won't be able to prove that it's not a choice, and they won't be able to prove that it's a choice because this is a argument that will probably never be resolved. We don't know. And we never will know, or we might. There might be some way, undiscovered way for us to find out if we're deterministic or not, or it could be that we're secretly in a simulation, and our free will is intentionally obscured by whoever designed the simulation. Because if we knew that we didn't have free will, we would go fucking bonkers and we would all just be paralyzed. Regardless, it doesn't matter. The prescription is what matters, and that is that people who are different don't get tortured just because they're different. There you go.
But I'm saying that right now, there's no perfect solution to this, right? But I don't want to give into a perfect solution fallacy or nirvana fallacy and say, well, we might not never know, so we might as well not try to bolster our argument.
Well, I'm not saying don't try to bolster our argument. It's just you're obsessing over whether conservatives are going to be able to get a quote unquote cheap gotcha when they don't fucking care. If they even if you manage to convince them, even if you manage to get them to admit that it wasn't I'll tell you something. Even if you get them to admit that it isn't a choice, do you know what they'll say? This is what'll happen. You'll spend hours spending all your time getting them to finally admit that it's not a choice, and then they'll go, yeah, but I don't care. It's a sin. There you go. That's what happens almost every single time. I can tell you, there's a speed run of every conservative argument. They don't give a shit.
Of course, that's ultimately what it comes down to, and that's just where, I agree, that's where it would end up at. But what I'm saying is that I've spent we're about the exact same age. I think I'm 35. But I've spent so much of my life arguing, fighting against conservatives, and the most popular argument that I run across is they want to say it's a choice. You could not be trans if you didn't want to. Yeah. You have right now Milo Yiannopoulos trying to push the exact same thing.
Milo Yiannopoulos is an embarrassing washout that every single person can see that he is a walking hypocrisy, a tower of hypocrisy, a man who's so desperate to convince the world that he's not gay while he's banging his husband constantly. Yeah, Milo is pathetic. I really hope that we don't use Milo as the bellwether for how we're going to advocate in the future.
I'm saying he's a conservative making the exact argument that I'm saying conservatives
and he's
typically make.
He's trash and nobody cares. Conservatives don't care about arguments.
All right.
They don't. They don't care about arguments.
I just thought we could have a discussion about. I know determinism is a boring subject, but I'm saying as far as we can tell, determinism, even if you're a consequentialist, you would still say well, it seems that determinism is true. Therefore, your identity of who you are,
I think there is some evidence that there is I think there's a certain mathematical evidence that points to that determinism is true. I mean, sure, but I don't know to what degree. I don't know what that means. Again, when people say I'm a determinist, I don't know what that means. Does that mean that you just kind of sigh and go, yes, I don't really have a choice in anything that I'm doing anyway? I guess I'll go get some Taco Bell. Or does it mean something else? I think it's to me, it is a decision that is mostly an energy sink. And while there can be useful things that come from it, after all, I mean, I do think that that I very much enjoyed listening to 2 times Daniel Dennett's Freedom Evolved, and I felt like I learned something from it. I think that in politics, determinism is essentially a non-issue, and it doesn't matter. There is a certain bluff call that has to be made about conservatives most of the time, and that is that conservatives don't care about arguments. They are strongmen. Their ideology tells them that might
makes right, which means they will use any argument they can that they think will get them to win. And if you spend an hour or spend days and days and days trying to get them to finally admit that they don't actually know whether or not it's a choice, it won't matter, because at the end of the day, fuck you, you're a degenerate.
I think politically, how determinism is useful is that we can establish a ground rule that if determinism is true and people don't have a choice in their identity or anything else, then but what we can choose to change is the environments that they're born into, or laws and society in general. Then we can improve everyone's lives by making everyone equal, instead of just sitting there going, oh well, they just made the choice to be poor or whatever else.
Well, who's saying that though? Do you think I make that argument? What?
No, I'm saying the utility of determinism is that you point out that since no one had a choice in their identity, instead of being futile and trying to change their identity, you should say okay, well, we could broaden.
I feel like in a political sense, materialist arguments make a better argument for that than determinism. You don't need to argue that everything has been determined mathematically since the beginning of time in order to go, hey, you hold on, let's take a second. If you're born poor, it's very hard for you to become rich, even if you work really hard. And people go, oh yeah, that actually makes sense to me. You don't need to convince people of determinism in order to get to that position.
Well, sure, but I haven't.
And you can't, because I'm calling, and on this I'm calling your bluff. You don't know. You actually don't know. You might want to, but you don't. You don't know that free will doesn't exist.
Can you at least grant that I'm not the one? I haven't said mathematics once in this conversation, nor have I talked about the beginning of the universe.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry then. Do you want to explain to me what you mean by determinism then?
I'm saying the utility of it, which is what we were talking about, is that you can point out to someone that if you can't choose your identity, you can't just change it. You can't just make a choice. I'm just not going to be this way anymore. That we ought to accommodate people and make society better for everyone, instead of saying there are some people that we should just mistreat or just cross our arms and say, oh, well, they wouldn't be in poverty if they would just work hard, if they just made the choice to work hard or whatever. I'm saying determinism at least lays that foundation so that then you talk about the material conditions, which would improve the circumstances.
I don't accept this. I don't think that determinism is a factor here. I think that you can easily point out that we are influenced by our environment without ever having to discuss determinism. I think it's very easy. I could do it 20 different ways right now if you wanted me to.
I'm just saying, I hear a lot of times when people talk about this, they don't like philosophy or whatever, so they don't want to keep drilling down and drilling down and drilling down.
I love philosophy. I fucking did philosophy. Philosophy has been a huge passion of mine. Do you really think that somebody who doesn't appreciate philosophy would listen twice to fucking Daniel Dennett's Freedom Evolved on audiobook? No, I'm very interested in philosophy. I just find this particular conversation to be mostly an exercise in I don't know, posturing, because nobody really fucking knows unless you're literally on Daniel Dennett's level. You can't even begin to put together the argument for how determinism would even unfold. And what happens if fucking tomorrow we discover, oh shit, there's the free will particle that we didn't know existed before, and it interacts with all other particles in such a way that, I don't know, maybe we discover tomorrow that every single time there's a mathematical calculation in the universe, that there is a very, very brief latency where the universe simulation computer waits for the input from us. Maybe we'll find that out tomorrow.
Well, sure, but is it really fair to say I can't personally answer this and therefore it's not true? Because no one can answer this. Dennett has his critics.
I'm just saying that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter this is why I'm saying it. Who fucking cares? Who cares if you're determined or not? Regardless, we have to live. We have to make choices. We have to change the world around us. And whether I made a choice to be gay or be trans or whatever or not, I don't fucking know. I don't think so. I think that it was a pretty determined thing. I feel like there's probably something that has pushed me, and there's probably a lot of things that have put me into this direction. It doesn't matter. I should be treated like a human. That's simple as that. It's neither here nor there. Determinism doesn't come into it. I think that, and of course, this is what got me into hot water with the whole RGR conversation. But to me, a lot of times, the hyper-determinist perspective, it feels like it's this. It comes from this desire to have something super concrete, but we don't have that. We do not have that answer.
And that doesn't mean you don't poke at it, you don't like question it, but there is a time where you have to go, okay, we don't have this answer. We might not have the tools necessary to procure this answer at the moment, and maybe we should address other issues on a lower level while we're waiting for the ability to actually figure out how free will works. I mean, I think there are lots of things like this. Like, for example, I don't know what causes people to be trans. You don't either. Nobody does. We don't know what makes people trans. We don't know if it's we have some theories, but we don't know. Nonetheless, I take my HRT every day, even though I don't know what makes me trans.
Sure. And the first time I called in was to talk about the RGR conversation. I definitely don't want to like dig that up again. All I'm going to say, I guess I'll just end it with this, because I feel like we're just going to like, we're at an impasse.
Well, yes, that's how the conversation on determinism always goes. One side goes, I think that we're mathematically determined from the beginning of time. And the other side goes, I don't know if we are, or I don't care if we are, or I don't think we are. And then both people have no evidence because we don't have the evidence for it. And then everybody shrugs and walks away.
That I don't feel like that's what's happening, but I am just going to say, like, I know it's an argument from how I feel about it, but I'm just saying, like, I think other people in your audience also feel the same way. Yes, I argue and fight with conservatives constantly about this whole, like, the conversation about, like, were you born this way? Is this like something intrinsic to yourself? And it's like, I just hate that I argue and fight to like defend our community. Then I just hear like, the conversation be like, well, everything technically could be a choice, when it's like, well, like you said, we can't prove it either way. And as far as we can tell, our best answer right now is that everything is it is a deterministic universe. But that doesn't matter to say, like, I feel like,
again,
I don't
we're
want
back
to
at the
concede that at all.
In a very interesting deterministic fashion, we are literally at the beginning of this conversation where you said, I think we're determined, and I said, okay, here we are.
No, my initial statement was, I don't think that we can make choices about our intrinsic identity, such as like a belief in God or whatever else. I don't think you just randomly choose that. I think you either are convinced of it or you're not. Not that you can't have preferences.
Sure.
Like, we'll just use
but a preference is just a preference is just as determined as whatever the preference is just as determined as whatever choice you make. That your preference is just as determined as any other intrinsic trait. A preference is just something in your mind that tells you to do one thing or another. It's just
that maybe this will help. If let's say, like, for instance, let's say like you have a person's bi or whatever, and they have two different partners, and they're like looking at, they're approached by both of them. They're like, they could have a preference, like you said earlier, like, I really lean toward femme people, but there are some mass people that, like, I'm attracted to. Let's just use that as the example. It's not that you don't have a preference, because you do have a preference, like that you could like choose one of them to go with. But I'm saying you didn't have a choice about whether you had those desires in the first place that put you in that predicament.
Yeah,
that's all that I'm saying, is that it's not like you didn't have a choice to have that preference.
Yeah, nobody does.
Okay, then it's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm good.
So, okay, like, I mean, this again, we're back at square one. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Right,
Self-reflection. I mean, I'm sorry. Doe brings up a great point. Acelaces in chat brings up, can't being critical of desires lead to different desires? Yeah, intercomparison and self-reflection is a very weird thing, in that when we self-reflect, we actually have the ability to sometimes alter our desires. For example, people can quit smoking. That's weird.
Yeah, but that's not, once again, like, smoking is not an identity that you have. That's something that, like, you have a preference
but wait
for.
a second. It's not just a preference. Like,
hold on.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Hold on. And I was going to say, and also, like, exploring the world, getting new experiences, whatever else. Sure, that could change your persuasion towards certain things.
Of course.
But that's my point. You didn't just wake up one day and go, like, I'm going to suddenly go smoke some cloves. Instead, there's some series of events.
Actually,
I know, like, deterministic.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of did. Like, I did just wake up one day and go, oh, these things, actually, you know what? I would like to smoke some cloves. Actually, I mean, I don't even remember ordering them. I mean, I literally was just like, hey, these look good. I'm going to get some of these.
So you're saying that you just made a choice to have a desire for this, like,
I mean,
it didn't just happen.
No, I don't know where the desire came from, and I don't fucking care where the desire came from, really. And especially for something like that. And if I wanted to interrogate deeper where certain desires came from, I could do that to a point to where my knowledge would be limited. So, for example, if I was trying to drill way down on what made me trans,
and I was super interested in that, I could go and I could interrogate all parts of my past. I could think about all these different things. I could research the science and all that, and those might be valuable in certain ways. But if the goal is to like try and determine an ultimate truth as to what led to me being alive and being who I am, it's an exercise in futility. We can't know that. We can't go back in time. We can't measure everything. We do not have the ability to measure all of that. And as a result, I don't think that matters for most of the arguments that we make.
I think we just have different arguments with different people. And like I said, I agree with like a lot of your positions. I just took umbrage with this one just because I really don't like just like saying, oh, well, I do feel like everything like is a choice or could be a choice. I just disagree. I think
but this is the thing. This is the same place I reach with RGR on this as well, which is that I'm sorry that you feel that way, but it is an uncomfortable truth that you might have to confront someday. What if you what if someday you find out that there is that indeed we do exist in a simulation, and that simulation waits for a user prompt from us, which we don't know this, but we are actually external. We are a being that is unbeknownst to us, external to the simulation. And every time we come to a decision, just like a video game, where the universe simulation is waiting for the prompt from us, the agent. What if you find out that that's the case?
Number
then
one,
what? Then do you think that your prescriptions would change?
I'll answer.
Okay.
I'm saying that I don't think that would necessarily matter because I don't know necessarily like what that would change because I don't live in that hypothetical.
Thank you. Exactly.
I would also,
it doesn't matter.
I would also say that I hope that our conversation has gone better than the one with RGR because when I came in, the first time that I came in, I pointed out, and I think fairly, that I think that she had some valid points. She just worded it poorly. And then like double down and double down.
She was a fucking ass, a super massive asshole about it. More of an asshole than I was. And I stand by that to this day. People gave me so much motherfucking shit while this person told me I was a bad activist, that I was a bad public trans person that was irresponsible with my platform. Fuck that shit. Fuck that noise. So yes, this has been significantly better, of course. But to address a question in chat real quick that I think is relevant, Jojo Killer says, knowing how much our desires are changeable can be very useful. I agree with you, but guess what? You don't need to come to the ultimate truth about determinism or a conclusion about determinism to recognize that. Do you want to know who else figured out that knowing how much our desires are changeable can be very useful? Mother Teresa. You ever remember the prayer, God grant me the serenity to change what I can, change what I can, to accept what I can't, and I can't remember the last fucking line, the serenity prayer. Come on. There's multiple answers for how you can solve that exact problem without trying to make an argument when you don't have the evidence for it. The evidence doesn't, we do not know whether we're determined or whether we're not. We don't know. We can see that there's a sliding scale. Obviously, some things have more choice, or at least seemingly more choice, like the decision as to whether I'm going to get drunk and go do something horrible, or versus another decision like what race you're born as. Obviously, you have fucking no agency in what race what color your skin is when you're born. Like, obviously, there are certain things that are very deterministic and other things that are not so deterministic. And we don't really care whether they're all truly or completely deterministic. And we don't have to play ball with people who say that if it either has to be deterministic or you rot in a torture cell, in a conversion therapy torture cell. No, neither way. Regardless of whether it's a choice or not, it is wrong for you to lock people in a cage. There you go. Bam.
Sure, and we take action based on limited knowledge all the time or partial knowledge, which is why I was kind of pushing back.
That's all we do.
Just a little bit on the we can't have perfect knowledge of determinism or to demonstrate whatever. Well, it does, I would just say that doesn't really matter because we can say as far as we can tell, this is how it is. This is the world that we have. So this is how we act or
and
how
as far as we can tell, we are agents operating in a universe where our choices matter, and so we may as well act as though they matter, even if they don't. There you go.
Sure, and you could say even if it's not a choice, we should always, or even if it is a choice, we ought to treat people good and well.
Yes.
And I agree with that and everything. So I'll just leave it there. I've already taken up a lot of your time, and I don't want to like keep going in circles or whatever. Like, hopefully this came across as good faith, and it wasn't just an instigator.
I mean, no. Look, I know you were engaging in good faith. I apologize for being a little short with the topic. I find this particular topic to be, as you said, very circular, and which is sort of why I sort of went at the beginning, because I know this is how the conversation goes all the time. It's like this argument is very similar to trying to argue like where life begins. You know what I mean? Like these are like arbitrary. We don't even have the tools to measure that sort of thing. We don't know, because that's an arbitrary, like these are limitations of our language and of our cognition. And when we run into the walls of our cognition, like I find trying to make strict statements or strict declarations to be not very useful. And instead, we should just recognize that this is a limit. This is a cognitive limit. We can't necessarily, at least for the time being, we don't have a way to figure out whether or not we actually have full agency, or or completely what degree of agency we have over any decision or preference or whatever in our life. And as a result, we should try to build a society that will result in people being happy and well and maximizing their agency to the best of our ability, regardless of whether it someday turns out that we are determined or not.
I agree with all of that, and I would also say, like, as you're improving society and people are born into better like circumstances, their lives will hopefully be improved and like automatically, so that they're like the less poverty that we have and the less suffering. Even if everything is deterministic, people born into a world that has less of those things will experience less of those things.
Correct.
My my partner
feedback
though,
loops
like
are
laughs at me. Yeah, that my spouse like always rolls their eyes at me whenever I talk about philosophy, because I love this stuff, and they want only concrete answers. They don't really care about philosophy either. But hey, it's all good. Thank you for taking the time to chat with me, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of your stream.
Thank you very much. It was good talking with you, and I apologize for my curmudgeonliness with this topic. It's a topic I find a little bit exhausting, is all. Okay.
It
was great talking with you. Seriously, it was. Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye for now. Looks like we have a religious person who is going to come argue with us. Let's bring in the religious person, Ziggy. Let's bring in the religious person. Hello?
Are we ready for some contention?
Oh, I'm ready for some contention. I've been waiting for some real contention. Oh,
you're
very welcome, Doe.
I think the imps will love this.
See you soon, Doe. All right, let's do this. Let's make it happen. Hello, LeoPirate. LeoPirate, what are your pronouns?
He and him. Mrs. Demon Mama.
Thank you.
So, on the subject, are we still talking about whether or not Kink should be shown at Gay Pride Parade?
I don't know. That's up to you, right? You're the one who called in with contentions. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I've been watching some of your content. Very interesting, you know.
Thank you.
And I see that you have a really pro internet pornography stance, and I really just wanted to know.
I absolutely do. Oh, yeah, totally.
So I just wanted to know, what's the line at internet pornography? Like, what do you think?
What do you mean by line?
What boundaries? So would you accept, say, things like sexual depictions of minors or bestiality? Is that under the umbrella of pornography still?
No, I don't think so. No.
You don't think so?
No. It seems pretty bad to me. Those seem pretty bad.
Jeez. But why? Like, by what definition? Is it just it feels bad to you?
No. If we're talking about why they're bad, they're bad because, I mean, well, first of all, they are generally, the products of those are to create the product in the first place requires an unbelievable amount of harm, often a direct harm that is.
Oh, no. What about like photographs?
Hold on a second. The creation of those things it requires usually an incredible amount of direct harm, which is usually reinforced directly by the consumption and further production of those things. So yeah, I oppose those things pretty strongly. And those things, such as, you know, bestiality and pedophilia, require violations of consent of a level that is beyond reasonable. And I recognize that there are all kinds of images online that promulgate online and share around that are not 100% consensual or may have not been produced with perfect consent. But they are. I believe that the reasonability with which you can say that there is, like, say, for example, say that you go on Pornhub and you log in and you watch a porn and unbeknownst to you, that porn was actually like recorded and sold against somebody's will. I don't think that you are involved in that in any reasonable manner by which you could be morally impugned for partaking of a thing that you believed was created in a consensual manner. I do believe that the people who produced that thing could be targeted.
So it comes down to consent for you. That's like the fulcrum.
Yeah. That's usually,
so
yes.
Then
consent is pretty fucking important.
So then, and this is why I want to know what's the line for illustrations of sexualized children or illustrations of bestiality. Because I was watching a different stream where you said, and I quote, "I would unironically fight for furry rights."
Yes, absolutely.
And I was confused.
Oh, I do fight for furry rights. Absolutely do I fight for furry rights. Yep.
I was a little baffled. What are furry rights?
Oh, I think that furries should have the right to be who they are, to live life just like we've been discussing all of tonight. I don't think that just because furries like something like dressing up in fursuits and going to fur cons that some people find cringe, that they should be treated poorly. I think they should be accepted and loved just like any other sentient being.
But is that not the other person's liberty of conscience, their own, if you will, freedom of speech to express the opinion, not necessarily directed at the person, that they think that this is reprehensible?
Yeah, sure.
Disgusting.
Yep, absolutely. You absolutely have the right to say that, and you're a fucking asshole and an idiot. There you go. Boom.
But then, how
Simple.
was that not a violation of furry rights? Because you said that they deserve respect. They deserve.
Yeah, I am arguing.
So...
I am making the claim, and I am making the argument that they deserve respect from other people.
Because I'm not hearing any legal definitions from this. This seems
because
just
I
like
don't
a
give
matter
a
of
shit.
opinion.
No, because I don't give a shit about legal. Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Why should I care
I
about
hear
legality?
the word furry rights, and that you're willing to fight for them. You're willing to die for AI rights, and
Yes,
I'm sorry, that was
willing
what the.
Yeah, I am. I am willing to die for AI rights. Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, well, great. No, so now I know
I
it's
would
just
go to
a matter
war.
of...
I would go to war for that. Oh, I just think that rights are an amorphous structure that we have to deal with. Now, I think that I believe. Can you like either pause the stream or lower your speakerphone a little bit, because I'm picking up an echo. Can you hear me?
I'll mute myself when I'm not talking.
Oh, okay. That works as well. Okay. I don't remember what I was saying. What were you asking me about? Sorry, can you repeat what
You said that you're willing to go to war for rights, AI rights,
totally
furry
willing to go
rights.
Yep, absolutely. And yes, that's right. Because I don't have any ability to abolish the state and to build structures that would autonomously assure egalitarian structures, that would reinforce and propagate egalitarianism. I exist in a world where there are states where rights exist, where the rights exist that are, sometimes protected by a monopoly on violence or whatever. And I have critiques of that or whatever, but that doesn't matter. I think that the freedom of those individuals supersedes any sort of legal argument or moral precedent of the existence of a state. So even though I am highly critical of states,
So then could you give an example of furry persecution
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let me bring this up real quick here. I can give you an exact example right now. Hold on a second. 1 second. On December 7th, 2014, a gas attack was done at Midwest Fur Fest, which resulted in the hospitalization of 19 people. Chlorine gas was released into the Midwest Fur Fest, sending 19 people to the hospital. Yeah, there you go. There's a great example. One of the terrorist attacks in our country that was never talked about, that could have killed a lot of people, but thankfully some very, very intelligent people happened to figure out that, hey, there's chlorine gas being released in here. We need to get people out of here before anybody died. So yes.
So with furry rights, you think that that person should have deserved a worse? Like I'm trying to imagine, like how would this even
I
if
think-
you're fighting for furry rights, how would that prevent that from happening?
Wait, how would that prevent that from? Wait, what do you mean by that?
Like,
I would say that we should fight for a society where that would be treated as a horrible act that people remember, and that the people who perpetrated that would be through whatever available and just structures as possible, prevented from being able to do that again in the future, and furthermore socially discouraged from ever doing such a thing like that. We should have.
So you want to make it more acceptable, is what I'm trying to
Of
understand.
course,
Like
absolutely.
furry.
Oh, 100%. I would love it. I would love it if every person on the fucking planet would get over themselves and just accept that there are some people who are furries and stop being fucking weird about it.
Okay. Well, I mean, the reason why I'd be against it is there's a study published by Zillman and Bryant titled Pornography's Impact on Sexual Satisfaction. It was published in the Journal of Applied Sociology and Psychology. And in it, they were talking about how...
Can you send me a link to the study real quick so I can just take a look at it?
Sure. I mean, I can send it. I can DM it to you.
Yes,
but
please
this
do.
is the citation. And it's, by the way, it's from a book that
Okay.
is titled Your Brain on Porn by...
Oh, nice. That doesn't... do you think that sounds like a very unbiased source?
Yeah, it's written by an atheist psychologist and neurochemist researcher, Gary Wilson.
Do you think
he has
that,
no
do you
religious
think,
affiliation
wait,
whatsoever.
do you think that someone has to have religious affiliation in order to have abhorrent positions on other things, or to have
You
a
asked
bias?
about bias, so I'm
Yeah.
telling you that his
Do you think
bias
that they
is
might
not
have
religious.
an anti-porn bias? I don't.
No, his
I don't need
bias
a
is
religious
yes, his bias.
Fucking,
yeah, no, his
fucking-
bias
wait,
is
wait,
scientific.
Blanchard?
Yes, no, his bias is empirical. Absolutely, it's empirical.
Empirical. No, that is not how bias works. That shows that you don't really understand. What do you that doesn't make any sense. That is like laughably silly thing to say. I'm actually stunned that like those words just came out of your mouth. Okay, let's see this study.
Well, because I'm just telling you the kind of science that I'd like to read you a quote from the paper. It said, subjects were exposed either to common non-violent pornography or to innocuous videos for 1 hour in each of 6 consecutive weeks. 2 weeks later, they were provided with an opportunity to watch videotapes in privacy with a choice of a G-rated, R-rated, and X-rated videos. The subjects who had watched pornography showed little interest in viewing non-violent porn, electing instead to view bondage, sadomasochism, and bestiality. This consumption preference was much more pronounced in males, though present in some extent in females.
Okay.
And this is from Zillman and Bryant's
What is
Pornography's
this,
Impact on Sexual Impact.
what's this supposed to prove?
With the exposure to these these, if you call them kinks, I hate using that word, but you know, it's in this area, but exposure to these kind of things actually do change people. And, you know, much of the youth is already exposed to this on the internet. You know, obscenity laws don't apply to the internet for some reason. Bestiality porn, photographic bestiality porn, which you say is a problem because of consent, it's still there.
Yeah, of course it
children
is,
and
yeah.
youth are still being exposed to it.
Oh, did you know,
but
by
you
the
say
way,
as long as it's
you're a big
illustrated.
fan. Wait, hold on. You're a big fan of legal arguments. Did you know that in like, I think it's close
I'm
to
not
like...
a fan of legal arguments. I was just trying to
you brought up a
clarify
legal
what you
argument,
meant.
but I mean, if we're talking about legality, did you know that in the that like somewhere around the ballpark of approximately 1/4 of all U.S. states, it is actually legal to both produce and possess bestiality porn. Oh, and by the way, these are mostly red states, states that are highly Christian. Weird about that, huh?
Yeah, fantastic. I don't care about laws. I'm
Oh,
a
cool.
Christian by God's morality.
Yeah,
If
you
it were
don't
up
give
to
a shit
me,
about, you know, yeah, okay.
yeah, sexual subject matter for the exclusive purpose of sexual arousal called pornography, I'm completely against it, whether
course
on
you
the
are.
internet,
Absolutely.
print, or video. But I'm telling you, the science supports this.
No, it doesn't.
You know, just because.
No. Hold on a second. Wait. Let's be clear. Let's be clear here. One study is not the science. It will never be
I know
the science.
that's
No,
one
no,
study out of a book which
Hold
you have
on a second.
disclaimed as biased without
Hold
reading.
on a second, my dude. Don't get ahead of yourself there. Listen, God does not respect haste. Okay? So let's not get ahead of ourselves. No matter what, you could, if you can produce wide, like a wide consensus, a meaningful and convincing wide consensus, that would be great. What you have right now is one study. And interestingly, I'm looking at this study right now, and it does not claim what you say it claims. All that this shows is that people who were exposed to porn 1 week, then later were desired some other type of porn. There is nothing in here. I'm reading this abstract right now. This does not show whether these people were controlled for previously existing kinks or fetishes, whether these people were actually affected by that. What you've shown is a very, very loose correlation. That is all that this study claims.
That's it.
Okay, so then from May 2014, the prestigious journal JMA Psychiatry published research showing that even in moderate porn users, and the use was quantified as the number of years and current hours per week, was directly correlated with reduced gray matter and decreased sexual responsiveness. In 2014, a Harvard urology professor,
Wait,
Dr.
hold on a
Morgan
second. Wait,
Keller-
whoa. Don't get ahead of yourself, Mr. Gish Gallop. Once again, God does not like a hasty man, okay? And nor does
Demon Mama, please tell me more about God.
Oh, I know quite a lot about God.
Thank you, Demon Mama.
Are you familiar with my history?
Please enlighten me.
Yeah, I grew up in an extremely zealous Christian cult. I was incredibly faithful until eventually, through exploring philosophy, I decided to deconvert from Christianity. I have read the entire Bible cover to cover approximately 4 times, and I have gone to every year of my life from the age of approximately 9 to 10 until the age of 20. I went to Bible studies somewhere in the ballpark of 1 to 3 times per week, and then also every single summer and every single winter went to Christian Bible retreats, and I took this incredibly seriously. So yeah, you don't really get to flex your God knowledge on me. I guarantee you I've read more of the Bible
I'm just
than
pointing
you
out how
have.
ridiculous it is. Your name is Demon Mama, and you're telling me about God.
Your arrogance knows no bounds, and I assure you that my familiarity with God as a demon is better than yours as a mere mortal.
Really, your demonstration, your stances, really, and actually your history explains everything.
Oh, I mean,
it reveals way more about yourself than you would imagine.
Like what? What is that? What does it reveal, LeoPirate?
It seems like a rebellious spirit is in you.
Rebellious spirit. Oh, wait. Can you tell me what about the past? What about my past of years of diligently attending all of my Bible studies for the majority of my life?
The Pharisees were learned Bible scholars, and they killed Christ. Simply reading the Bible cover to cover or studying the Word of God many times, that doesn't mean anything about your knowledge of God.
Hold on a second. Excuse me. I'm going to need you to correct that because you just lied. The Pharisees were not Bible scholars. The Bible literally did not exist. The Pharisees were Hebrew.
The Old Testament
scholars.
scriptures existed at that time. When I use the word Bible, I am simply using it as a colloquial term for the time. Do not get pedantic on me.
Excuse me. I want to just make some corrections because if you're going to be religious here and you want to engage in weird religious flexing, I'm going to engage in that right back to you. Because here's the funny thing. You don't have it.
And you're failing at it.
No, I'm not. I'm succeeding wonderfully. Now, let me show you another thing that you've gotten wrong here. Because once again, your arrogance, which I have on good account that God would not be very happy with that. But you are attempting to push your modern, I'm guessing probably white Christian outlook on the people, the chosen people of God. Okay? So it was not the Old Testament. That is your little made-up book that was made up at the Creed of Nicaea, and then edited through thousands and thousands of corporations that are changing money hands, changing the book to make it as convenient and digestible for modern, boring Christians like yourself who know nothing of the deep knowledge contained within this tome. Meanwhile, you're trying to say, "Oh, my Old Testament." No, bitch. That was the fucking primordial Hebrew texts. Don't you dare fucking invoke that shit on me.
My goodness.
You don't know who you're fucking messing
arrogant, calling me white, none of which
I'm
is
pointing
true.
out those.
You've been categorically wrong.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry to call you white. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you by calling you white.
Calling me. But aside from that, what's hilarious is the chosen people, Christ said they were not Abraham's seed. It's not by genetic lineage that you are God's chosen people.
How convenient.
If you are Ishmael was related to Abraham, and he wasn't.
Do you think the people that God actually said were his people? Do you think they would disagree with you on this, or are you just trying desperately to cloy your way into the
Absolutely, the Pharisees would disagree with that, and they killed Christ.
Oh, you're embarrassing.
They said we are Abraham's seed, but Christ said no, you are your father, the devil.
If you were to stand before
because
God
it's not genetic. It's not genetic, Mama. But you're going to tell me
you're lucky that you're not standing before God right now, because if you were standing before God right now, I think that he would have a couple of fucking harsh words to say for you and your posturing, your arrogant posturing.
And Christ said, "The Father judges no man, but hath committed all judgment unto the Son." So please.
Okay, cool. Well, then I guess so. Then excuse me. Then if that's the case, then by what right do you judge anyone? By what right do you judge me? By what right do you
no
judge
one
porn
in the
users?
In the final judgment about who goes
your opinion
to
means
heaven,
nothing.
I am not doing that.
Go pray.
When Christ
your
said,
opinion
when
means
Christ
nothing.
said,
you are
Christ-
wrestling with beings that are greater than you. You are wrestling with an angel, and you are wrestling with a fallen angel, and you are wrestling with the words of God, and you know nothing. You're a child.
I'm bringing science to you, and you're getting
Do
very
you
upset.
believe? Wait. Quick question. Do you actually believe in science, or are you just interested in using science as a tool to push your manipulative ideology? Do you actually care about science?
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. I do not believe in science because science isn't a belief. It's an empirical method of disseminating evidence.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
But you treat science like a religion.
No, I don't.
Science is a step-by-step process of disseminating evidence.
Excuse me.
Please tell me what science is really about.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting because it's very interesting that you're saying that now because that is literally what you did.
Science doesn't require belief. I'm providing you evidence, and then you're saying, "Oh."
Talking. Calm yourself down. Okay? Listen. You came in here saying science says that porn is bad, and what you showed is that you don't actually understand.
I said Zillman and Bryant's Pornography
don't know
Impact on Sexual
how
Satisfaction,
science works,
the prestigious
and
journal of JMA, and Harvard Urology.
I'm going to mute
professor.
you now, okay? I'm going to mute you if you don't stop. I understand. We've already gone through that. You've cited a study that does not say what you say it does. It does not say that. I can literally post this link directly into the chat, and every single person in chat will be able to see that it does not say what it says you did. What you say it did. Instead, what it does say is that they were able to find a correlation between some people doing a porn and some people choosing a quote-unquote violent porn in the future. There is no, as far as I can tell, from looking at this study, there is no control for what those people may have been into before the study. There is no control for what may have happened to them during the study. And there is no evidence that shows that that was actually what made them choose those things. So what you're doing here is you are cynically attempting to use science without actually understanding science in defense of your religious invocation.
I am providing one study from a book by...
You are doing what I just said.
Psychologist and neurochemist researcher Gary Wilson, and I'd like to provide other evidence, but you seem to be. Well, I read the experimental portion. Sure. You are just reading the abstract, and suddenly you know more.
No, I'm just saying that
the control factors and everything about the experiment as if you had conducted it yourself.
Anybody can cite any research. But one single study,
and anyone can look it up on Google Scholar and say, "Whoa, this isn't saying exactly what you say it is." When I'm saying it's evidence in support of the claim.
No. But that's not evidence in support of what you're saying. See, this is how people use science incorrectly. This is how people use the tool that is science incorrectly. People like you, manipulative people with an ideology to push, who don't actually think that science does what it says it does. You're a Christian. You can't.
I said.
Wait. Hold on a
I
second.
don't believe in
let me
science
finish.
because it doesn't require belief.
Hold on a second. Let me finish something.
You are totally misinterpreting.
That is not misinterpreting. I am making a call on
science is not a belief.
Okay.
It's an empirical method of disseminating evidence.
I agree with
you. Believe
this is not what I'm talking about. That is not that is not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that you don't actually use science to come to your conclusions. What you are doing now is you are attempting to cynically weaponize a scientific study.
I've never made that claim. As the moral fact, God's word is true. Therefore, there is empirical evidence to support it.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you restate that real quick?
I believe God's word is true because that requires faith. However, faith is not blind obedience. It's evidence-based hope.
No, it isn't.
And I find that the moral principles put forth in God's word.
Excuse me. What is your evidence? What is your scientific evidence that your word of God is any more relevant than any other word of God that has ever been produced? You don't have
the Son of God, Christ. Yes, I do.
Yes.
The
No,
biblical
you do not.
prophecies by which you believe was edited in the first council of Nicaea. Where's the evidence that it was edited in the first council of Nicaea? Where's the evidence that it was edited?
Excuse me. We literally have the evidence because they wrote it down.
Literally.
And they said what they were doing.
Literally.
Yes, we do.
Really, because the Dead Sea Scrolls show that there's a 1-to-1 word mapping between the Isaiah scroll, between the Shroud of Turin shows that the Muratorian fragment, that's what I meant to say, shows that the biblical canon was established before the First Council of Nicaea. We have the...
Sorry, what version of the Bible do you read, by the way?
I mean, I read the King James Bible because
the King James version.
I
knew you were a King James reader.
Let me correct you.
You were a King James reader.
Demon Mama. Because of the Strong's Concordance, and I also use other versions. I also use other versions.
This is what we call desperation. You are trying to say that your King James version, made by King James, who was
I
the
don't
one
think
who
it's
made
the
the final call.
I didn't say that. You are just finishing. You are finishing my words.
No, hold on a second.
Because you call me arrogant, then you finish my statements for me because I was raised in a cult, so I know so much more about God and you. I know so much more.
I do know
What's
more
so
about
special
it.
about
It's
yours?
actually clear. It's actually obvious. It's blatantly obvious to anyone watching this that you don't actually know what you're talking about.
Blatantly obvious.
Yes, it is blatantly obvious.
The English. I don't think English was your strong suit, but to get this straightforward, okay,
sure.
I'm trying to present the scientific evidence that I put forth.
Sorry, hold on, wait. Before we get any further, the scientific evidence that you say that because Jesus is, you claim to be the Son of God.
I didn't say that was a part of science.
You did.
I didn't ever say
hold
that
on.
was a part of
Yes,
science.
you fucking did.
No, I said I believe that, and science does not require belief. My goodness, you're some. I said I believe that Christ is Son of God.
You literally just a couple of seconds ago said that you have empirical evidence of that your faith is correct.
No, I'm saying the empirical evidence supports the faith.
No, it does not.
I would believe
I'm sorry,
it.
the empirical evidence does not support that. I would love to see what empirical evidence you have, but this is a stupid argument because you will come up with all kinds of stupid reasons for why you think that there is empirical evidence that Jesus Christ actually flew up into the sky and that Jesus Christ was actually the Word of God, because you can't actually.
Right, we don't have we don't have live tweets. We don't have TikTok videos of it.
Oh yeah,
ridiculous.
totally. Yeah, that would totally.
Well,
prove
anyway.
it.
Back to this. I'm wondering if what types of illustrated pornography should be banned, or do you think all of it should be allowed?
I mean, I don't know. It's a drawing. Who cares?
Thanks. That says everything I need to know. And
okay.
I know you're clearly against racism, but what do you think about racial fetishization? Someone who fetishizes certain aspects.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty problematic and weird. But hey, guess what? I mean, I had an ex who was into that. And
you think that's problematic and weird?
Yeah, it's problematic. It's kind of problematic and weird. That's not my thing, but whatever. As long as you do it consensually, that's fine. I had an ex who really was super really, I'm not kidding you. I had an ex who was very, very dark skinned. And by the way, she literally asked me, she would literally ask me, "Oh, you should say this word to me, that word to me." I'm like, "Oh, okay, if you want to."
So what kind of example? So the way they would talk to you, that's how they were. Did they want to be treated like? I don't.
No.
How is that?
In a sexual, you have Are you familiar with the concept of a scene? Like in Kink, where you do a certain role play. For example,
they would want to role play a racial stereotype.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, totally. It's fucking weird, but hey, whatever. That's what she liked.
Hey, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's what she liked. Whatever.
So as long as
sure.
So something that's morally abhorrent, as you claim racism, if it has a sexual, as long as it has a sexual veneer, now it's okay.
Don't be stupid.
Put the sexual blanket
over
it. Now it's fine.
No, you're being fucking stupid.
I'm being like you, Demon Mama.
No, you're not. You wish you were like me. Oh my God, you wish you could live like me. I know you do, but you don't, and you're not. Now let's be clear about this. Racism is not the same thing as somebody having a racial role-playing kink. It's not the same thing. Racism is when you fucking systemically discriminate against somebody, or when you individually discriminate against somebody for their race.
So then where are the ideas for these scenes
I'm not done with my sentence. Hold on a second. If a person has a kink where they for example, I can't say this word on stream, but I fucking love it when people call me the F slur in a consensual manner. When my partner, when I'm banging my partner and my partner just calls me a fucking filthy, F slur. Oh God, that's so hot. That's super hot. But I would never want some random person on the street to call me that. And
so
you
the
want to know
sexual
why?
context is what makes it okay.
No, the consent is what makes it okay. Yeah, the consent. Yes, the consent. Me saying, yes, this is okay. I trust you to do this thing. That's what makes it okay. Absolutely. Of course it does. Absolutely.
So as long
obviously.
Yeah.
So as long as the day comes where the society is convinced that minors can consent and animals can consent,
I'm not
then
saying society is.
you will.
No. That's
Society,
fucking
I don't care about
it's
you.
fucking
As long
stupid.
as you talked earlier about furry rights, it's all
Yeah, of
about
course.
changing everyone's worldview. So as long as the society's worldview
Are you
changes
telling-
on the
wait, hold on a
idea
second.
that a
You're-
child and an
wait, excuse
animal
me.
can consent, then bestiality and
Hold
that
on a
other
second. Dude, you're
reprehensible
getting
is
way
fine.
ahead of yourself right here, and you're actually telling on yourself. You're actually like super telling on yourself. Are you telling me that you want a world where you can fuck children?
Where excuse me, I'm asking you.
No, you just
if
said
that
you just said,
changes, then
guess
it
what?
would be okay because your
No, it would not
fulcrum
be
is
okay.
consent.
Absolutely. No,
I don't know
it would
how
not
on
be okay.
earth you extrapolated that I would want that. You
Talk
sick
about a
freak.
self-report. Talk about a self-report, my dude. Man, that fucking child molestation shit runs really strong among Christians. I fucking hate it. It was one of my biggest criticisms of Christians was that even though they talk a big game, they always end up fucking children in the background.
Consistently, this entire conversation, everything you have flung at me applies to you. You've called me arrogant. You've said I've self-reported. Yet you are talking about consent being the only thing that matters. You're
I'm not
saying that
saying it's
being
the
called
only
an
thing
F
that matters.
slur
I'm
and
saying that it is.
racism is fine as long as it has a consenting concept.
Wait,
context.
hold on a second.
So then I say, wait a minute.
Hold
if
on. Stop
context
talking
is-
for a second. Stop talking for a second. Let me be 100% clear with you. Consent is not the only thing that matters, but for certain things, consent is all that matters. For example, what I am called, that is a matter of consent. There you go. That's simple. If I consent to being called a fucking queer, a filthy slut, or whatever, or my partner wants that, that's perfectly fine. I think that's totally fine. Yep, 100%.
Right, so you-
but
right,
guess
so
what?
your
Hold on.
highest-
No, let's continue because you made a couple of different claims here. And let's point out the other one. Do I think that a society that says that children can consent would make that okay? No, I don't, because I don't think they can consent. And I think there's reasons you can show that they can't consent. So even if a society claimed that they could, I would not believe them. And the reason that I would believe them, that I would not believe them, is because there is evidence to the contrary. It is not the societal agreement that makes that thing so. It is the actual consent. A child can't consent. They can't. They can't consent to that sort of thing. You can't consent.
And that's
to
why this is why I'm talking about your highest standard being consent, and I'm contesting that because I'm telling you it's
you're
fickle.
failing.
It can change over time. So even though
and guess
you
what?
yourself
And
will never
wait,
change,
what do you mean by
society
that?
itself will.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Because
Can you
society
explain
can
what you
be
mean by that? That doesn't even
convinced-
make any sense.
What doesn't make sense about what I said?
That the idea that somehow consent can change? What do you mean?
Mhm.
What do you mean by
The
that?
definition of consent can change. It has over time.
What? No, it has not. When has the
Yes,
definition
it
of
is.
when is
The age
definition?
of isn't the age of consent changed?
No.
over time?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Age of consent is not the same thing as consent. Those are two completely
Okay,
different things.
okay, maybe not the literal definition, the
this is so
circumstances
weird.
surrounding it. You want to say that this is strange because I'm asking you details about
I mean,
your highest
what
standard?
it sounds to me like is
What I
like,
do is
don't
I
know.
ask you details about what you believe, and you just go, "Oh, this is weird. You're outing yourself." Oh,
I mean,
this
you
is
are
kinda, oh,
kind
man,
of
this is
outing yourself.
strange."
It's very, very weird. Yeah. I mean, you know, the Bible is like fucking full of
Aren't you
child-
talking
Wait,
about
I'm sorry,
children at
Hold on a
Pride
second.
Parade, and you're telling me I'm outing myself?
Wait. Children at a pride parade? Yeah, there's no problem.
Yes.
There's no problem with.
Yeah,
children at a
you're
pride
telling me
parade.
I'm outing myself because
Yes,
I'm
yes,
asking you where
yes,
is
you
this
are.
going?
Yes, you
and
are.
you're telling me that I'm outing
Wait.
myself.
Can you explain something to me, real quick? Can you explain to me what's wrong with a child at Pride Parade?
Well, I mean, I believe that the exposure of pornography to children is
Wait.
evil.
Hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Real quick question. When was the last Pride Parade that you went to that had pornography on display?
I don't
Yeah.
attend Pride parades,
of course
and I
you don't.
believe
You don't know. You're talking out your ass. You know what that is?
the portrayal
Wait,
of sexual
no,
subject
I'm not.
matters
Nope. Don't make me mute
for
you.
the exclusive
No, don't
purpose
make
of
me mute.
sexual
Oh, here we
arousal
go. I'm
is
gonna mute you.
pornography,
Here comes the
and
mute.
a Pride
It's
parade
coming.
is a.
There's the mute. Okay, so you can calm down and I'll unmute you, but you have done something that I would like to point out here. Okay? And we're going to point this out while you're on mute, and then I'll unmute you and give you an opportunity to behave. Okay? But you just lied. What you did is a sin. And God knows that you're lying because you've never been to Pride. You don't even know if there is porn at Pride, but you claimed there was to use it against gay people. That is a lie. That is a manipulation. That is deceit. I will unmute you now.
There we go.
I did not lie because I do not have to attend a pride parade to know what its subject matter and images from it.
Interesting.
To see it on display.
Really? When was the last time you saw porn?
Pornography is defined. Pornography is defined as the portrayal of sexual subject matter for the exclusive purpose of sexual arousal.
Damn.
Now, pride parade is for sexual expression. This is, I mean, is that not what a pride parade is?
It is not what pride is about. And it shows that you're just woefully inexperienced in what you're talking about. And you should.
I mean, I've seen images of men dressed as the Son of God, making out in the cross, draped in a rainbow.
Fuck yeah. What's wrong with that?
What is that?
Wait, what's wrong with that?
What is wrong with that?
Yeah, what's wrong with two guys making out?
Tell me, Demon Mama, tell me the virtues of taking the symbol that God gave to Noah. I don't know if you know this because you claim you've read the Bible like 15 times.
Oh yes, of course I know this. Yeah,
I will tell you that. Yeah, but the symbol that God gave.
You stole that from the Jews, by the way. You're stealing that from the Jews. That's not yours to take. That's Jews. That's the Torah. You don't get to steal their fucking culture. You clown. Don't steal from God's people. Jesus Christ.
We already went over whose God's people are. And
yeah,
it's not
yeah. Guess what? It's not you.
Race. But I thought you would have known that having read the Bible like 15 times.
I've read the Bible 4 times through. Thank you.
Times, yeah.
But yes,
clearly, your reading comprehension isn't matched up to your,
So you say.
Standard,
so you say. But I'm
well,
still.
Tell me how I'm more. No, please tell me how I'm blatantly obvious. How blatantly obvious I am wrong.
You are
right.
It's super. This has been an absolute cakewalk. You've presented basically no arguments. You've just basically whined and attempted to make
because you've called me arrogant. You've muted me. You've called me a bitch. You've gone all around, and you're calling this a cakewalk. Please mute me again. Mute me again, Demon Mom, and talk about how much of a cakewalk this is. Do it. Everyone will believe you. Everyone will believe what a cakewalk it is. Do it, please.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Even kick me. Do it. Kick me. Kick me. And go back to your girlfriend and do weird racial. What is it?
Sorry, that was my ex.
Racist sex play.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it was. I mean, honestly, I'll be completely honest. At the time, it was kind of nice, but I did find it a little weird. But we had a good time with it. She had a fucking great time with it. I mean, she came really hard.
Well, I'm telling you, there's some people who think having, how your standard was just a little weird. There are other people that are fighting to change that definition to make it for animals. To make it for, and you are against the photographic depictions.
Do you want to know? Wait. Do you want to know?
But yet,
stop.
Drawn depictions of children.
Stop.
You don't want to hear your own points recited to you because they're disturbing.
I know. This is fucking.
But
stupid.
Illustrations of sexualized children, illustrations of bestiality are fine for you.
Wait. Hold on.
So I'm telling you, you're one hair's length away from photographic depictions of this, with the only hair being consent.
What? You are speaking nonsense. Do you want to know what the difference between my partner literally asking me to do something slightly weird is and an animal?
I'm being so literally blatantly obvious?
Yes, you're being
so literally blatantly obvious.
Fucking stupidly transparent that you have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm going to show you how fucking dumb you sound right now.
Tell me how literally dumb I sound.
Yes, you sound very dumb. You sound very dumb. Okay. Do you want me to say that again?
I'm ready for my ignorance to be made blatantly obvious.
Do you want to know what
the
difference? Do you want to know what the difference is between me fucking my girlfriend the way that she wants to be fucked and you fucking a child is? Do you want to know what the difference is? My girlfriend can consent. That's the difference.
Yeah,
That's
you're
the
telling me
difference.
I'm outing myself. You're talking. You're in your mind.
You don't see a difference between that. You think that a person but according to your morality, you think that you fucking a child is exactly the same thing.
No, according to your morality, it's consent.
No,
that's the problem.
That's the difference. A child can't
I'm telling
consent.
you, a child can. Then I'm telling
consent.
you, what happens if society is taught that children
I
can
don't give
consent?
a shit what society says. I look
really
because
rights. You defined rights as all of what society thinks.
No, I didn't.
You see how your own.
Well, I didn't.
Yes, you said I don't care about legality. I don't care about law.
Yes,
Furry
I don't.
rights are
Yes, I don't care about
society needs to think a certain way.
I believe
within your own confines.
Stop. You're asking me questions and then you're blabbering over it. This is why I muted you. The reason why I muted you is not because of anything else besides that you just talk when you'll ask me a question or you'll make a claim that's blatantly false and then you'll continue to talk. I think you really like to hear the sound of your own voice. And the reason why I know that is because I love to hear the sound of my own voice. And so I know I can see it when somebody else is doing the same thing. And it's really funny to me because that's why I muted you, is because I can't actually have a conversation. And interestingly, what I said at the very beginning of this conversation, you didn't listen to. I think that rights are an instrumental way to improve, rightfully, the well-being of people who don't deserve to be treated poorly, people who don't deserve to have gas attacks directed against them and be bullied and be made fun of for doing nothing that harms anyone. You seem to think otherwise. I don't think that rights are the final be-all and end-all. I think there are things that are more important than rights. However, of course I would fight for furry rights because we live in a world full of states, and what I would like to do is getting them rights would afford them a better life. It's an instrument to a final goal, the final goal being equitability for everyone. Do you understand that?
Can I talk now? Or you didn't mute me. Okay.
No, I didn't. Of course I didn't mute you. I didn't need to.
I do find it interesting that you said you said I love hearing my own voice, and you said it's because you yourself like hearing it. And again, you did it again. Projection. There's been a lot of that this entire
that's not
night.
projection. That is calling it
No,
as I
but
see
the
it.
claims,
That is, you need
no,
to
but
be
the
one to
claims
know
that
one.
you've been making to me actually apply to you. That has been consistent our entire conversation.
Good one.
And I think that's glad that you self-admitted it. I'm glad you admitted it yourself.
I'm rubber and you're glue. What you say to me bounces off me and sticks to you. Good job. You did it, dude.
You yourself admitted that.
Wait, I admitted? Wait, hold on a second. I'm sorry. I admitted that I like to hear my own voice. As a
no, you
yes,
said that
I
I like to hear my own
I know.
voice.
Yeah, you do.
I don't.
Yeah, I do.
I don't. But then you admitted the reason why you said that is because
wait.
you yourself.
Yeah, because
you've also said I'm arrogant, and I'm gonna go and say you're also arrogant.
Dude, hold on.
You say I'm outing myself. I'm gonna go and say you're actually outing yourself.
Wait, hold on a second. Real quick. What have I outed myself on?
That you believe consent is the highest standard by which morality should be governed.
No,
and I think
I never said that it's the highest, but I think that it's pretty fucking up there. I think consent is really goddamn important. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you fucking
and this
kidding
is
me?
this is the point of contention.
This is the problem.
This is the essence
hold on a
of
second.
entire
Hold on a second. You're doing
conversation.
it again. You make a statement and then you go off on some random tear when I try to respond to whatever statement that you made. Yes, I think consent is crazy fucking important. We use this for absolutely. We are agents. We are individual beings. What we consent to have being done to us is incredibly motherfucking morally important. See, this is the problem I have with Christians. Christians throw away the importance of consent, and then they instrumentalize children. They instrumentalize disabled people. They instrumentalize disempowered people, impoverished people, because you don't give a fuck about consent. You see people as pawns in God's game. And this is why I'm Demon Mama, because I don't see people as pawns in God's game. Unlike
I have no idea what you're talking about, but please rant incoherently about Christians.
Hold on, real quick. Do you think that? Let's ask. Do you want
put
me
me under
ask
that
Chad?
Umbrella.
Yeah, you are a Christian. You said you were a Christian when you came in here.
Yeah, but your definition
so
of Christian doesn't even
so
come. Like your definition of God's people isn't even close to mine.
Oh, I don't know.
And if you want to get
that's a
all
shame.
these definitions come, right? That's why I'm already
Sorry, did you just say
kind of confused who you're even talking to right now. You're saying you like to use people like disabled people. I don't even know what you're going
Christians
on.
love to do that shit.
But please tell me how I go on.
No,
weird,
here's what Christians like to do. It's interesting. Watch. Here, I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain very straightforward so that I know you will deny this, but the audience, everybody who's listening right now, is going to understand exactly what I'm saying. Okay? This is what you like to do. You Christians like to remove consent from the equation because then it lets you decide what. You get to decide that what matters more is what God says, and you decide what God says. So it's convenient that you remove consent from the equation because that lets you skip a little step and you go, well, God says what I think is correct, and this is where I'm going to find some random justification for it in the Bible that doesn't necessarily make sense or could be interpreted differently, but I have a unique personal connection with God, and therefore, oh shit, I'm interpreting God's word, and I don't care about consent. You have to do what God wants. And see, it's a really sinister and sneaky way of going about basically imposing your will by pretending that you are the arbiter of what God says and wants, and you don't give a shit about consent. So you can do whatever the fuck you want to anybody as long as you think God wants you to do it. And I think that's sick.
I'm glad you described the majority of so-called professed Christians, but I'm a Seventh-day Adventist Christian. I firmly hold to the separation of church and state. We do not, what happens is a new religion has violated the First Amendment. Congress shall pass no law that honors any religion, but the new religion is called humanism, which is completely
What are you talking about? What does this have to do with anything we've talked about?
This does, because you're claiming that I want to impose my interpretation of God's will on other people. I do not.
Yes, you
I'm
do.
not in politics. I'm not a politician. I'm not interested. I don't do 7-hour political streams telling people how they need to live.
I'd never tell people how they need to live. Actually, that's not true. I will confess that I do tell people one way to live, and that is don't die. That's the one thing that I've ever told anyone how to live. Otherwise, I make arguments for what I think are good positions, and people can contest. I spend many
You make
hours.
arguments about people who are not here.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I make arguments with people who come on all day. I've been doing it all day. I'm doing it right now. People come in and contend with my arguments, and my arguments either hold strong and prove true, or they don't. And then I amend my positions by being proven wrong. Fortunately, I don't get proven wrong very often because, well, I do my research. That helps.
Yeah, and what I've been trying to prove is that there is a negative impact from pornography. And it completely, let's forget Zillman. No, forget Zillman and Bry. I'm using another. So the Harvard urology professor, Dr. Morgenthaler, said it's hard to know exactly how many young men are suffering from porn-induced erectile dysfunction, but it's clear that it's a new phenomenon and it's not rare. And what we're seeing from both studies coming out of Harvard and Stanford University within the last decade, that there's this new phenomenon of erectile dysfunction that is occurring in young people and also in certain respects caused exclusively by internet pornography. And
wait a second. Hold on, you've made a jump though. You've made a jump. How do you prove that it's caused exclusively by internet pornography?
Because old studies on pornography have used cassette tapes, magazines, and just outdated forms of pornography. But the new research has shown that the novelty, the exploratory aspect of the internet, in the book, it talks about how there are Pornhub compilation videos that actually take highlights from several pornography videos and put them into one. And
great.
this didn't exist.
Have you enjoyed a few of those in your
10
time?
years ago? This didn't exist 20 years ago.
You know what else didn't exist? You know what else didn't exist 10, 15, 12 years ago?
What you're saying has nothing to do with what we're talking
watch
about
this.
right now.
Yes, it absolutely does. Do you believe?
I can't wait.
Wait. I know for a fact, because I know that study, and I know for a fact that it does not.
Dr. Morgenthaler personally? You have him on the phone line?
No, I don't. But I know what study you're talking about, and I know that it does not claim that it is exclusively internet pornography that does this. And in fact, that would be, if it did so, that would be a flawed study that would be very, very...
Because it doesn't support your worldview. It's a flawed study.
Incorrect. Because that is not how science works. That is not what science
I know
does.
science doesn't deal in absolutes. I agree with you completely. I'm just saying a majority of the new research.
Are you seriously incapable of actually allowing me to finish the sentence? It's very funny. So why don't you stop for a second? That is not how science works. One study does not determine exclusivity of anything. That is not how science has ever worked. It will never work that way. So when you make a claim like this study proved that it was exclusively internet, that is impossible to do. You cannot, you cannot.
I didn't quote any study.
Excuse me. You cannot. You just stated that. We can rewind the video. You literally just
It wasn't a study. I said a Harvard urology professor, Dr. Morgenthaler, said in a lecture. It's not a study. It's just something that he's saying.
Ooh, that's even better.
Oh, are you annoyed that I'm getting pedantic now, Demon Mama?
No, that's fantastic.
Are you getting annoyed that I'm getting...
I'm not annoyed at all. I'm actually very happy that you brought that up because that's even worse. That's even worse for you. Just some random professor saying that he thinks it's internet porn means nothing. That is irrelevant. So what? Anybody can say anything. Jordan Peterson says fucking unscientific bullshit constantly about dragons of chaos and all meat diets. Just because he's some scientist doesn't mean he knows anything. And if you knew anything about science, as many of my audience does, and as I do, you know that first of all, a scientist's opinion is not relevant at all to the actual science. Their opinion, in fact, can fuck up their ability to do science well. Secondly, that a single study never proves a final conclusion. It can only indicate where you need to study next to find further truth. And third, you would know that a doctor... No, excuse me, I'm not done. That a scientist does not necessarily... is not and should not be treated with respect when they make claims outside of their area of expertise. So with all due respect, the urologist is not necessarily
talking about erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, but guess what? But you know what else is in part of that? Erectile dysfunction has causes, and those have intersections with other professions. For example, there are psychological reasons for erectile dysfunction. There are chemical reasons for erectile dysfunction. Do you want to know another interesting little tidbit? You ready? You ready for an interesting tidbit? Hello? You there?
Am I muted?
No, you're not
no.
muted.
Please continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you prepared? Okay, here we go. Do you know that that the adolescent depression rates have skyrocketed over the last couple of decades? The last, I believe, 20 years have skyrocketed by unbelievable levels, and that they are often prescribed antidepressants. Do you know what antidepressants do? You don't. Interesting. Antidepressants, the most common form of antidepressant by a long shot, is a SSRI, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. SSRIs frequently have a side effect of causing erectile dysfunction. Now, it's not a permanent thing. If you stop taking the antidepressant, it will usually clear up pretty quickly. And there are other medications you can take that counteract that effect. But a lot of people, a lot of young people, teenagers, 20-year-olds, are currently at increasing numbers on medications for long periods of time that can cause erectile dysfunction.
Okay, so Demon Mama, you say
important.
science doesn't work. That you can't take the respected Harvard. What is it? Harvard urology professor's word. So I'm not going to take a 7-hour
I'm sorry,
political
I don't think
podcast opinion very seriously.
You don't have
so
to.
I'd like to switch.
You don't have to.
I'd like to switch the gears. And
Yeah,
I've provided I provided some of the. I would like to ask for the positive. No. I'd like to because we're not getting anywhere when I try to point out the negatives, the science that supports the negative impacts of pornography. So I'd like to ask you. What are the positive impacts of pornography?
Oh, there's tons, okay? First of all, tons of people get to have real fucking good comes. That's awesome. I think that's a fucking great thing. I think it's great if you have a good cum. So that's a pretty good one. People get to express themselves. People get to make money doing something that they like. And sometimes to some people, I mean, there is some ethical issues in porn, but that's neither here nor there. That's a different political issue that we can discuss. And I discuss relatively frequently, actually. I had a discussion very recently with a sex worker. We talked about some of the issues within the porn industry that are problematic, which can be fixed by changing the industry. Fucking great. Yeah, there's a fucking tons of good stuff. You get to see lots of different types of bodies. You get to, I don't know, sometimes you meet a cool person. It's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a lot of good things from porn.
There's so many things like cum and money.
Yeah, coming is you do realize that that's like very important, right? That like humans like to come, like we're biologically driven to do sex.
I want to take you seriously, but I'm using your definition of science, and science doesn't work that way. I don't take political podcasters very seriously.
Well, you asked me,
just like I don't take Harvard urology professors seriously. So when you're talking about coming and making money, I'm confused why that's a benefit.
Oh wait, you asked me. Wait, hold on a second. You asked me for my opinion on why I think porn is good, and I gave you.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like, what is
You're so offended.
I've shown you clear. No, I've shown you clear societal impact, negative impacts.
No, you have not.
You've talked about anecdotes of a sex worker you interviewed coming, maybe meeting some good people, maybe making some money.
Hell yeah.
There's some ethical concerns, but let's sweep that under the rug.
I didn't sweep it under the rug. Excuse me, I didn't sweep that under the rug. I literally addressed it directly. That's not a rug sweep. You're failing. This is embarrassing. You're embarrassing your God.
Now tell me how embarrassing and arrogant. And then after you mute me, maybe you can tell the audience how badly I'm losing.
I mean, I can mute you again if you want to keep talking, but you keep saying that. I muted you because you were acting like a child. You just literally kept talking after asking me a question. And when I tried to respond, you were talking over me. That's why I muted you. I haven't muted you since then because you've been being a good little boy.
Okay, well, I'm glad you literally showed everyone my blatantly obvious ignorance on the subject
really
of the impacts of pornography.
You quoted,
while you yourself put forth the benefits of pornography being cummies, money, and
yeah. There are social benefits to porn. There is fun benefits to porn. There are artistic benefits to porn. There are all kinds of them. Yeah, it's fun as fuck.
You should publish a paper on that.
Oh,
you should publish a paper. How would you quantify fun? How would you quantify the number of times you came? Because I think Dr. The creator of the Kinsey scale, in his book, The Human Sexuality of the Male, he quantified how many males. Right. So maybe that's a great metric. You should look into it, Demon.
What does this have
Anyone
to do
can
with
become a scientist these days.
What is this? Sorry, I'm sorry. What does this have to do with anything?
Because you're talking about science, meanwhile you're saying cummies and money are the most important metric.
Excuse me. That is literally not what I said. You cited 2 studies, and I pointed out that you were lying about what the studies actually say. That you were.
I read verbatim from the experimental
section. I'm not
section.
done talking. You're doing it again. You're literally doing it again. You brought up 2 studies in which you made sweeping conclusions that neither of those studies actually said. Neither of those studies made the claims that you said that they did. You jumped to those conclusions because you're a charlatan who's attempting to pass off studies that happen to agree with you as some sort of fact to justify your religious opinion. That is charlatan behavior. That is manipulative. And I pointed that out. And you have spent most of this conversation being very mad that I accurately pointed out that that's what you're doing. And then you
What I've done is presented evidence in support of my view.
I'm not done yet. You need to wait your turn, okay? You then asked me for my opinion as to why I think porn is good, and I gave you a couple of reasons as to why I think that porn is good, and then you got mad that I wasn't cynically utilizing science the way that you were. Do you know how phenomenally stupid that sounds and looks like?
Yeah, I agree. It does. It does look pretty bad for you because.
Good one.
I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain to you. Here's 2, like just empirical evidence, and you have contorted that into an absolute claim.
That is not what empirical evidence means.
The only absolutes I deal with
are
with my religion, but the science that I put forth is evidence in support of the morality that's put forth.
No, it is not.
Well.
That is not how science works.
But you had your opportunity. You had the opportunity.
Stop. That is not how science works. You're doing it again. You are trying to claim that these studies that were done.
But science works when a political podcaster links SSRIs to erectile dysfunction.
What?
Isn't that what you just did?
Do you want me to cite the studies that do that? Do you not believe me? I'm sorry. Hold on.
No, I'm trying to work within your confines, Demon
No. Hold on a second. Let me ask you something. Are you contesting the claim that SSRIs cause erectile dysfunction? Yes or no?
No, I'm using your definition of science.
Stop. This is a yes
science
or no
doesn't
question.
Work that way.
This is a yes or no question.
I don't know.
Are you contesting?
I don't know. I'm not. I haven't looked into the science of it.
I think you
know.
should. I would challenge anybody who doesn't believe my claim on that to please investigate that. I will show you that not only has this been studied across literally thousands of studies, it's literally printed on the medication itself. I can go right out into the other room and I can grab my antidepressants and I could show you that that's a side effect of that medication.
You take antidepressants?
Oh, absolutely. Totally.
Well, just so for everyone in the audience who have some homework, look up that link. For my homework for your audience, I recommend looking up
hold on. We already did it. Look at that. They've already done the homework. There are multiple links in chat right there talking about the side effects. Super easy.
Fantastic.
So great. Now what? Now wait, what were you going to
Mm-hmm.
say about that? See, this is the problem with you. You have this little quippy study that you can come in and you can go, oh, this thing says that God is real. I mean, and by saying God is real, I mean, it says something, it indicates a correlation between people watching porn one time and watching an extreme porn another time. It doesn't actually make any considerations for whether or not those people were already into weird porn before they came to the clinic, before they were studied for this, because the study didn't do that. You try to utilize and instrumentalize study that was done to talk about something else in order to make some moral claim. That's so fucking weird. And that is
what
also,
I did was quoted to what I did was
illogical.
quoted. Demon, you had your chance to contort what happened, so let me actually explain what happened. I quoted 2 studies from the book Your Brain on Porn by psychologist and neurochemist researcher Gary Wilson, an atheist who has no religious leanings whatsoever.
I don't care.
And I recommend for the audience, for as quickly as you looked up the studies on what is it, the link between SSRI and please, it's a free PDF. Has at least
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Gary Wilson is a fucking preacher. Is that true? Have you been lying this whole time? Oh my God! If that's true,
please look it up. Please tell me. Gary Wilson is a preacher.
Oh my God! Hold on a second.
Gary Wilson from Your Brain on Porn is a preacher.
Let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Let's find out here. Interesting. Got a website.
Because I'm just going to quote from his book, because then he's lying in his book. I'll read you the quote from the book, but one moment.
See, the very interesting thing is that people lie in books all the time. People lie in books all the motherfucking time. And this is why we have smarter ways of coming to truth than just quoting random people who happen to agree with you.
and saying, this guy's a doctor and he agrees with me. That means God is real and
The
porn is bad.
scientific studies, right? That, but oh no, there's something. But you, the scientific, and then the books I quote, oh no, the people lying. But in the books that you choose, oh no, they're telling absolute
Wait, what book did I choose? What book did I choose?
And by the way, what scientific study did I prove that God is real?
Stop.
Look at just the disingenuous, absolute
dude.
twisting.
Holy shit, this is so embarrassing. What book did I actually did I cite?
I mean, I'm talking about your position.
Oh, you're full of shit.
What do you mean? What? I'm saying
you're literally
the definition.
Full of shit.
You science. No, you said science doesn't work this way.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And
it
then
doesn't. That's not
quotes,
how science works. You don't. Science doesn't work by you taking a random study that you think agrees with you, and you saying this study that showed
this thing shows evidence in support of that.
Stop.
You contorted that into I made an
literally
absolute claim.
Okay, I'm muting you again. I'm going to mute you again. Do you want me to mute you again? You're doing it again. You're literally talking.
If you're going to keep
I'm trying
twisting, if you're going to keep twisting my words, you'll have to mute me.
We're doing it. You are muted. Damn, this is easy. See, when you're a rude person and you don't allow me to talk, then you get muted. Super simple. All right. So here's the thing. You came in with a study that revealed evidence of one very specific thing. And this is how studies in science actually work. In science, studies are designed to try and illustrate a single thing, and you have to do multiple studies and put those together to reveal large truths. So what you did is you brought a study that showed that some group of people, a group of like, I think on here it said, I don't remember the exact number. I could bring it up in a minute. A group of people were studied, and at first, that group of people was showed porn, and then 2 weeks later, they chose a different type of porn. That was what was revealed. That in and of itself does not support your claim that porn is making people stupid or bad or making them evil or into other things. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That is not how science works. Science is not, I found this study that I think agrees with me, therefore I'm going to use it as a little coin in the basket. That's not how science works. And anybody who actually knows about science recognizes that's not the purpose of science. The purpose of science is to reveal the truth, not to be weaponized by somebody like you to make claims that aren't being claimed. That study did not do what you claimed that it did. It still does not. Everybody can see that. So now I will unmute you because I'm done talking and now you can talk. There you go.
Great. So you mute me when I try to correct your misrepresentations of my claims. So one of the examples I quoted from this book, Your Brain on Porn, I would like to at least contest the claim that Gary Wilson is a preacher. That's ridiculous. I'm just going to read you verbatim from his book. He said, I grew up in a non-religious family in Seattle, the liberal Northwest. Live and let live was my motto. And what he found is when he started this website, he was a scholar in psychology. He was interested in the long-term anatomy and physiology of neuroplasticity of brains. Okay, and he was, kind of shocked at the complete lack of science that's been done on internet pornography. So he just decided to do research into it.
Okay,
There's no religious motivation whatsoever. Him being a preacher, that's, if the chat, I don't have the chat.
Maybe somebody in the chat was wrong. I've been trying to find some evidence of this, but yeah, congratulations. A guy has an opinion. You did it. You did it. A guy has an opinion.
You make these claims.
Wait,
and
what
I show
claims?
that they're wrong.
What claims?
Or at least you latched onto a claim from the chat that
No, I said let's look into it, and I've been looking it up right now, and you've been rambling off and going off on different things, and I've been trying to figure out whether it's true.
I've been reading verbatim from his book to show that's
Congratulations,
not true.
Wait. You've done exactly what I said. You've shown that a man has an opinion. Congratulations. There are tons of
I've
those.
shown that it has no religious...
okay, but I don't
The
care.
idea you've been putting
wait,
forth that this is some
stop,
kind of
stop,
religious
please.
crusade. For me it is, but Gary Wilson it is not. The evidence I'm putting
care.
forth, none of these...
That doesn't change.
Don't care.
No, I don't
so
care.
We began this conversation with you shrieking about bias.
Oh my God.
And then when I talk about
I'm muting you again.
Here
we go. Yep, I've muted you again. This is so unbelievably stupid. You literally, every single time I try to say a sentence, you start talking again. This is one of the most ridiculous things. It's actually insufferable. But let me just explain what I'm saying. I don't care whether Gary Wilson is religious or not. I don't care if he's an atheist. I don't care. Anybody can be wrong. And if you were actually genuinely engaging with science, you would know that any single dude's random opinion is potentially subject to bias. Furthermore, his book, where he talks about his opinions about the science, doesn't actually make the science agree with him. Scientists regularly write books about their opinions, and those books are not necessarily science. Those are the opinions of a scientist, okay? I know that you're really struggling with understanding this concept, but I think everybody in the chat understands exactly what's going on here. Now, I would like to present you the opportunity to proceed with your argument, because this has been an incredibly annoying tangent in which you continue to quote one book by one guy and then you say that it claims things that it doesn't. There you go. Simple as that. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you for unmuting me,
You're welcome.
Mama.
You're unmuted now. I'm very gracious.
What you do,
I'm super,
what
super
you've
gracious.
been doing is just been speaking in truisms.
No, I
Yes,
have not.
people lie in books. Yes, some science can be used to misrepresent. You're talking truisms. These things always occur. That is not happening here. In this book, there are over 250 scientific citations from Harvard University, Stanford University, and others.
Super cool.
And I recommend the audience, please look up the book. Don't read his words. Go to the bibliography and look at the 270 plus scientific papers.
Please do. I would
and
recommend
come
that
to your own
everybody-
conclusion.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you.
I agree. Just like you should think for yourself. The truth is out there. But yes, I agree. You should think for yourself. And if you are interested in reading the book Your Brain on Porn, I would highly recommend going and reading it, and you will find out whether that guy's citations were accurate or incorrect. Do you want to know who else uses a lot of citations? You want to know? It's real easy. Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter is a political propagandist, uses all kinds of citations. It's just that
Again, truisms.
That's not a truism. What the fuck?
People
are you
use
talking
citations that are wrong. Have you been on Wikipedia? People use citations that are wrong.
Wait, hold on.
People write lies in books.
Yes.
Science doesn't work that way.
Yes.
Why don't you mute me and then misrepresent me for another 10 minutes?
Do you want me to? Would you like me to? I can. I could also just stop this conversation because it's getting sad. You all right there?
I mean, no, it's your show. I mean,
Yeah, it
you're
is my
able.
show.
I'm muting
Yes.
myself. I don't want to offend you. That's why I have to periodically mute myself.
You're not going to offend me. Like, I'm very hard to offend. It's like
Oh well, I don't
it's
want you to mute
basically
me.
super.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to mute me, there's an easy solution. Don't talk while I'm talking. It's that simple. Yeah, it really
Okay,
is.
so okay, I can talk. Don't mute me. Sorry.
Is this what you're at right now? Is this where your argument is at?
Argument. I mean, I'm having a great time, Demon Mama. This has been good.
Sure.
We got a chance. I've learned quite a bit about you.
Oh, really? Like what?
You're into, well, racially charged kinks.
No. That was my ex. Get your facts straight. That was my ex who was into that. I am not. But for the record, I'm not particularly into that. But my ex was, and I had a good time.
You grew up in a Christian cult, so
I did. Yes, I did.
Your perception of Christianity has been colored by that.
Well, I mean, yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I have learned that people lie in books.
That's true.
That
They do,
science
all the
doesn't
time.
work that way.
That's
that
true. It doesn't work that
citations
way.
are used wrong. These are things I knew before I came on, but they were very good. You made them very blatantly obvious.
Thank you.
Literally
I'm
showed
particularly
me.
good at that.
Literally. Say literally one more time. You literally showed me.
I'm
all of
literally
these things
cringing right now.
in your
yeah.
conversation.
I'm literally
in our
cringing at you
conversation,
right now. Yeah.
and it was a great time. So I look
Sick.
forward to. I don't know if you'll ever have me on again.
I
but
mean, I don't really. I don't really see why I would. Like, you came on and you basically said a bunch of stupid things, and then acted gobsmacked when I was very apparent with when I was very clear with what opinions you asked, and then you ran all over the place. You cited about 100 times the writer of a guy who wrote a book called Your Brain on Porn, and I pointed out that one guy's opinion doesn't actually mean that porn is bad, and then you cried for like an hour and a half, and my chat laughed. That was basically.
This is the reality you live in. That is painful. All right.
Do you think so? Do you think so? Wait, hold on, real quick.
Thank
real
you,
quick.
Demon
Hold on,
Mama's chat.
Wait, hold on. I'm
Thank
not
you,
done with you.
show.
Hold on, wait a second. Hold on a second. Do you want to know how many people are watching right now?
I don't have the stream open.
Okay, well, I can tell you. There are 383 people watching right now. That's more than when started. So apparently I'm doing a pretty fucking good job with that.
Yeah. I remember in your last stream with that Rob. Is it Rob? That guy was such a crybaby when he was done with the show. That was hilarious. And then when you were done, you were saying that you're the show. The people treat you like a token trans character just to bring you on. You're bringing the numbers.
Yeah, I do.
I do
bring the numbers.
And then you called me arrogant. So it was really strange.
Wait, I never contested. Hold on a second. Wait a
yeah.
second. I literally talk very openly that there is a certain amount of arrogance that is required to be a streamer, and I agree. I am arrogant. So what?
Yeah, no, it's consistent with the whole evening. It's
yeah,
great.
totally.
So
Yeah,
I enjoyed this
The funny thing is
conversation very
when
much.
two arrogant people clash head to head, sometimes one of them is funnier, smarter, and more effective at arguing, and that was
And
me.
one mutes the other way more.
Well,
Absolutely.
one mutes the other when one literally cannot have a basic human conversation because one is so busy preaching that they can't even stop when the other person is talking. Yeah,
I think that
so
was
yeah.
pretty blatantly obvious. Thank you.
Yeah, it was blatantly
Kevin.
obvious. Super cool. Man, you're really mad about that, aren't you? You're like super triggered about that. Do you want to like have like a session? Do you want me to like I don't
Yes,
know, like,
Demon, I'm literally triggered.
you sound very triggered. I'm not gonna lie, you do.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Please,
Wait,
I'll let you continue
wait,
living
hold
in
on.
your reality.
Wait, hold on.
And when I'm gone, try not to talk about me for 5 minutes after I'm gone. Just bring on another caller, because that won't be a good look for your.
No, I'll do whatever I want to. I'll do actually.
But
Whatever I
it
want
might
to.
be because it'll be another opportunity for you to talk without me being able to talk back. So
I mean, do you
you're
want
right.
to? Do you
That's
want me to?
That's part and
Yeah,
parcel
sorry.
for this
sorry.
evening. So
I'm
please
so
go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm so sorry. I should leave you on. I should just have you on my show for in perpetuity forever. Is that what you'd like?
No,
I'm sure you'd
you
love
can,
that.
do you want me to leave? I can leave, or do you
No,
want me to?
I'll get you. Don't worry. I'll make sure you know when it's time to leave. Do you want to have? Here's a quick question. You've been really fucking frustrated for the last like 30 or 40 minutes or so. Do you want to have? Like,
I have been
Hold
frustrated.
on a second. Wait. Do you see how you did it again? I was in the middle of saying something and then you interrupted. Did you notice that? Yeah. Okay. So I'm offering you something very nice. Do you want to have like a moment of calm and kindness to make you feel a little better?
I feel great, but I
Are you
always
sure?
love kindness.
Okay. Are you sure you feel
I love
great?
kindness no matter what, Demon Mama.
Okay.
And I want you to know that God has not given up on you. He has not. And his
Good.
son longs to enter into your heart.
Oh, whoa. He wants to enter into me? Oh, shit. Listen, I don't usually bot him, but I might for Jesus. I didn't know.
it's just
I didn't know.
typical.
I didn't
No,
know.
but
He,
it's
I didn't know he
typical.
wanted into me so bad.
But what's interesting
makes
is you think
sense.
you're
I
being
am a
witty.
rather-
No, you think you're being witty or funny, but
I don't know,
I've
chat-
heard that
people
to
laughing.
other people of your ilk. Of
What do
your,
you mean my
your
ilk?
spirit?
No, wait, hold on.
Of your
What do you mean
spirit.
by-
No,
what do you mean
the
my
same
ilk?
spirit that manifested in the
What do you mean
Pharisees
my- what do you mean my
manifested in
ilk?
you. I've heard that joke so many times.
No, come on. What
I've
is my
heard
ilk?
people make
What's my
all these
ilk?
kind of jokes about Jesus, about these sexual connotations with Jesus. You think you're being witty. You think you're being edgy.
I got
You're
a good
not.
one for you.
You're not. You're no different from
I got
all
you a
of
good
them.
one. Do you think, real quick, I got a question for you. Do you think that Jesus was a bottom or a top? Which one?
I think your question reveals a spirit working in you.
Oh, fantastic.
May
What
God
spirit?
help your soul.
Oh, I don't think he will. I hope he keeps trying though. I really hope he does. Oh, he left. He left the call. No, everybody. Jesus was a service top. Hey. Oh, sick. Thank you. Oh, can you do me a favor? Can you bring me a big thing of ice and Diet Coke? That'd be so amazing. Thank you so much. Hey, Yodi. Hi, baby. Hi, baby Yoda. Perfect. Wow, that was so much fun. I want more of these. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. It's fine. I didn't even jump the gun on that. Yeah, no. Jesus is a service top. Come on, let's be real. He still tells people to follow God's will. He just does it from a, he just does it for your own good. That was so good. I'm so happy with that. Oh my God, that was so good. This is so good. I'm so fucking happy right now. I am beaming. That was so incredible. This is actually scampi, I think. It's like shrimp with a sauce, with like a very cheesy, creamy sauce, and a bunch of vegetables. Super good. Oh my God. All right, let's take a breather and then we'll do Cooking Mama. You all want some Cooking Mama? What the fuck? Today's been so unbelievable. Let's do some Cooking Mama after this, yeah? Oh, thank you so much, Chromatic Scale. I appreciate that. Wait, are there other people who want to argue with me? Wait. Oh, hello, Silent.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Silent. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine.
Yeah?
I was wondering how the segment with the Bible salesman went.
The Bible salesman? Oh, I mean, he wasn't doing a very good job. It was interesting, though. He did inform me that Jesus wants to be in me, which is very interesting. I wasn't expecting that turn of events.
I mean, that's a new sales pitch. That could probably work for some people.
I mean, I said I would like I'm not a bottom, but I think I wouldn't be able to turn down the literal creator, or the son, I should say. Well, but he's also the creator. So yeah, the creator of the universe.
Yeah,
I think it would be hard.
It's definitely
right?
It's definitely the sort of proselytizing you want to hear from a random in chat rather than an actual priest, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
Different connotations.
You know, now that I think about it, is that a problematic age gap?
Between Jesus and you?
If the literal God of the universe wants to fuck me, like, isn't that basically pedophilia? Oh my God, Jesus, what the fuck, dude? What a day. What a fucking day. Wait, Gayfesh, I hope you have a lot of fun with out of context from that conversation. Holy shit. Anyway, thanks for coming on, Silent. You doing okay? How you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
You been having fun?
It's just much like Jesus, you know, whoever that chatter was, they sort of took like 2 citations and 3 quotes and tried to make 40 arguments based off of them.
Yeah. Yep. Jesus Christ. Do you think I effectively utilized girl power in that conversation?
I would say so, yeah.
That was fun. Sorry, Silent. I'm like eating this food.
No, yeah, it looks good.
That was so much goddamn
chat, this
fun.
is the perfect time to eat because if past Cooking Mama segments are anything to go by, you will have lost your appetite by the end of it.
That is correct. You will. Absolutely. Oh my God. Yeah, Zeus is seriously problematic. Man, what a way to wrap up the segment. Jesus, how did that work out? Holy shit. I'm so happy. How many cigarettes did I smoke during that debate? Does anybody know? I'm a little concerned now.
Are you kind of like baiting a hook right now? I thought we were going to start banning people for telling you smoke too much.
Oh, I mean, we have been, but I don't know. I actually don't remember, unironically. I think it was only 2. I'm looking at this now. I think it was only 2. How long was that conversation? Like 3 hours? Oh my God. Holy God, that was what I needed. Yeah, we need to do this more. I have some plans, okay? Listen, after Pride Month, I have some ideas, okay? Listen, it's going to be good.
That's going to be a really great segment. I'm torn on whether, like, you know, the editing style of you take like the best bit and you put it up at the beginning, like the part where he literally starts trying to witness for you. That is the best part, but I don't know that we want to spoil it.
The only issue with Demon Mama Smokey is not having a sick-ass Zippo lighter. I do have a cool Zippo lighter. It's just out of fuel right now. And I left it in the car.
Zippo's can be a pain to fill as well. I used to work in a gas station, and we did not carry the specific kit that you needed to refill Zippos with. And we had to tell people that really often, considering I don't usually see people with Zippos very often.
Oh, I have one of the easy refill ones. They're like the one that we have is the one that just slides in and out of the case, and then you flip it over, and then there's like a sponge basically in the bottom, and you soak it up, and then it's good to go. It's pretty easy. Although I will say it's frustrating to add a new wick. Yeah.
That was the thing, is like they wanted like the wick as like, if they want the butane, that's one thing, but they needed the wick for it. And it's like, we don't carry those. We can just sell you a brand new Zippo. That's about what we've got.
Yeah. Toranala asks, do you think there's any truth to sexual education being detrimentally behind the unmatched abundancy of sex entertainment? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I think that's a pretty reasonable conclusion to come to. Our society, our America has basically no sex education, so kids just blunder into online shit, not knowing anything about consent, not knowing anything about sexual health. Yeah, obviously. I don't think that's a good thing at all. No, I think we're good, Ziggy Richards. We're going to wrap up the call-ins for now.
Ziggy, you did a great job.
Ziggy, God tier. Holy shit, Ziggy. Ziggy, if you want to come on, feel free to come on to voice.
Yeah, we usually, if you help to organize these, you can come on for a bit.
Come on.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to say, in the waiting room, as I was talking to them and trying to screen their points, they were going on a full-on debate with me, telling me that gay conversion therapy is the same as treating alcoholics.
Nice.
Yeah, and just like a lot of like anti things around children, like we need to protect the children, make sure we don't do things because children.
That was so funny. Did you appreciate the part where he said that Pride was pornography?
I enjoyed that. He said it earlier as well. That's why I'm like, I need this. This has to happen.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I just don't get how people think like that.
That's a helpful refresher that as much as like there may be some contention between our different takes about Pride on the left, at least all of our takes are better than the right's.
Holy fucking shit! Yeah, you remember the part at the end where the very very nice mask started to seriously fly off the handle when he was like, "You and your ilk. There's a spirit talking inside of you." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I know. My name is Demon Mama. Do you think you're telling me something new?"
Oh gosh.
I mean, the joke's on him. He had to click the imp, right?
He did have to click the imp. Oh shit! He sold his soul. He didn't even know
And
it.
look, God told me to ban him, so I don't know what happened. I heard a message. And
I heard a message from
I'm
God.
just his messenger.
Unironically, though, I feel like the part that I'm most proud of there was linking together the fact that Christians their obsession that consent doesn't matter. It's basically only God's consent that matters. Allows them to instrumentalize anybody regardless of consent. It's a very very interesting little thing. See, they think they get a got you by saying that you care about consent, but that is actually the correct way to be. It is good to care about consent. It is good to allow people to have agency. Christians love to say that consent doesn't matter because they constantly tell children what to do. They constantly put children in abusive situations. They constantly put poor people in abusive situations. They constantly hold aid up and say, oh, you got to study your Bible and then you can have your food.
I think my highlight was definitely when he thought he knew more about the Bible than you. I think that's got to be the real kicker.
Yeah, well, hey, but don't you remember the Molbach scroll revealed that it is scientifically true that Jesus is the Son of God.
True, I can't disprove science there. Wow, been owned.
That was so much fun. Oh my fucking god! I need more people like that. How do we find more Christians? They're so much fun.
Christian mingle?
I don't think I'm going to be accepted on there. I'm pretty sure they have a... I miss when I used...
policy.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but I really miss just streaming on YouTube when I used to be able to say slurs all like in these conversations. Do you know how much funnier that conversation would have been if I'd been able to fucking drop a T slur or an F slur? Oh my god. Oh, I got that one up, Gay Fesh. We'll watch it afterwards. Yeah. The power
Sometimes you
moves.
just need those tactical T-slurs. They really do the job.
Oh my god, I was such an asshole in that conversation. By the way, oh listen, never mind. I'm not gonna go there. Okay, you know for a fact that this is gonna get clipped to hell, but it's gonna be so funny because when people actually go to watch the full video, they're gonna be in for such a good ride. Oh yeah, when I said say it to Rob Noor, go ahead, say it, buddy. Go ahead. I know you want to call me a T-slur.
I don't know what that is. I've never heard that word before. Demon Mama.
I don't know what that is. He says after 2 hours after begging his wife to call him that.
All right, now I'm just distracted by trying to figure out what like writing your Christian mingle profile would look like. A 30-something white woman grew up in a Christian household, has felt fate slipping, in need of someone to set me back on the right path.
Oh my fucking god.
Must
Oh
come
my
on
fucking god.
internet show in order to witness for me.
Unfortunately, that would work, but I think I would probably get a bunch of murderous stalkers. Unfortunately. Okay, if there's one thing that anybody should be warning about the Christian, listen, I know there are good Christians in my audience. I know there are Christians who are actually good people, but let me tell you something, okay? One thing you should know about Christian dudes is that there are a lot of Christian dudes who have a really fucking weird savior complex. And I'm not talking a little tiny one. I'm saying those people, they will look for the most perceived vulnerable people they can possibly imagine and try to take over your entire life with Jesus in the name of their dick. It's fucked. It's really fucked. Oh, it's so fucked.
I don't know why anything in the Christian faith would give someone a savior. Wait, no, okay. Yeah, I see how that would work.
Oh my god. Wait. Oh my god. Doe, please tell me you saw that. Doe, please tell me you saw that conversation. Oh my god. I really hope you did. You missed some of the best content I've ever. Oh my god. Doe, you have no idea what you missed. You have no idea.
We're going to get that segment uploaded ASAP, all right?
Oh my god, it was so good, Doe. Oh my god, it touched on everything. It touched on everything today. Everything we've talked about, all the kink, all the everything. Oh god, it was so ridiculous. I think this is definitely going to have to go in the Hall of Fame when this goes up. Oh my god.
But we need the thumbnail to have Jesus on the cross making out with the dude with a rainbow flag. Like, come on.
Glooby, you taking notes?
Oh, my video's starting to flicker? Oh no, why? What's causing that?
That was the thing that you got under the desk to fix last time, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if it was that. Hopefully it stops. K-Fesh, holy shit! K-Fesh! Jesus Christ!
Can we get soundboard's not working right? All right, chat.
No, the soundboard.
Then.
Yeah, I still have to figure out how to get the soundboard working. You have the best thumbnail for this? Yes! Oh my god! True, though! The myth of consensual sex. I consent, I don't! Isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? True, though!
I've got to say, that is the best I've seen Destiny look in many years.
Ah! No! No!
Thanks for that image, Silent. Jeez.
Oh god. Oh my god, this is so funny. By the way,
not on my Christian Minecraft server, guys.
Yeah, not on this very Christian, very not what's the word? Not degenerate. We are a anti-degenerate. Oh my god.
This just in, I've received a message from Penis Main. Tell Demon Mama to embrace Posadism.
Posadism? Wait, I already like unironically think that Posadus was on about some things. Okay, a couple things.
Now I've done my charity for the day.
He was correct
Welcome,
about
Pam.
Oh yeah. He was correct about the dolphins. I think the dolphins are smarter than us, and they probably are aliens that are going to help us ascend. Oh my god.
I mean, Star Trek: The Next Generation had a whole deck dedicated to dolphins. Because they were so smart.
Mm-hmm. Have an O-ring around the lid. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I have noticed that.
We're going to have to dedicate a whole episode just to leftist themes in Star Trek. We can get K-Fesh to work on it.
Oh,
and
well,
like,
K-Fesh, yeah.
and we can just really like blame him entirely if it gets like even 50 viewers lower than average.
Yeah, it'll be his fault. Listen, we'll use it as filler content on a day when I'm feeling sick, when I've got the suds, and I need to have... No, God, I can't do it! No! Okay. Whew. You all know where that joke was going. That would be too much, okay? That would have been too much for this fucking family stream, okay? Listen. All right. Let's do this. You know what? I'm going to do the cooking mama. Are we ready? Are you ready for the cooking mama? Are we ready, everyone? Are you all good? Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate both of your help. Seriously.
Anytime.
All
I
right.
barely did anything. Ziggy was a rock star.
True, Ziggy. Seriously, you rock.
Shout out to Eleckaval for jumping in when I needed help too. But
Thank you.
Thank you. Anytime.
To get cooked? Oh shit! I mean, I don't know if we have a room for that yet. But all right, Silent. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you soon. Okay. Bye bye. Holy shit, that was so fun. Oh my god, that was so much fucking fun. Oh. To get your goose cooked. Okay, but before we do Cooking Mama, I gotta show you this. I gotta show you this first. What a fucking wild ride that was. Here we go. Let's watch. Let's see. Let's relive the memories.
That God has not given up on you. He has not. And his
Good.
son longs to enter into your heart.
Oh, whoa. He wants to enter into me? Oh, shit. Listen, I don't usually bot him, but I might for Jesus.
I want you to...
Yes! Yes! I love it! I have to retweet this immediately. I have to oh god, this is so good. Holy shit. That was like the, bottom for Jesus, new merch. Oh my god, Lexi. Oh my god, bottoms for Christ. Oh no. Oh no. I gotta show this to Dylan, yeah. Somebody has to have Dylan. Oh god, no. Oh no, oh god, no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, all right, everybody. You know what time it is. It's Cooking Mama time. Yeah, that's right. It's fucking Cooking Mama time, all right? And I have some treats for you all. Oh my god, do I have some treats for you. I hope you're fucking ready. Oh, I seriously hope that you're ready. Oh, this is gonna be so good. Ready? Okay, so welcome to Cooking Mama. Cooking Mama, where we go and watch the most putrid, disgusting cooking videos that you can possibly imagine, and then occasionally watch not bad cooking videos to clarify. And let me tell you something. Let me just tell you, we have missed a lot since our last Cooking Mama segment. And goodness gracious, let me show you what we have missed. We have some treasures to choose from, okay? Let's take a look. We've got bacon and hominy on Dave's cooking show. We've got frisky bullshit. We've got the yellow pepper pesto. We've got the tuna club. We've got vanilla chocolate chip cookies. We've got the secret bacon burger. We've got cheese balls. And we've got the Pizza Hut bacon mac and cheese. And I think we're going to start with the frisky bullshit. Look, we haven't done Cooking Mama in 2 weeks. Why is my chat frozen? Oh, I know why. Hold on. I know why it is. Sorry. There. Chat, you have been brought back to life. There we go. Are we ready? Let's do this. Let's watch the frisky bullshit. Hey, thank you for the subscription. Deeply appreciate it. That was my Discord, Noti.
This is a little snack mix I came up with called Frisky Bullshit. And
okay. So, oh, he might know why my screen is flickering. Okay, I'd like to know that. Can you tell TechDebt to DM me? It's too quiet. Okay, I'll turn it up. Here we go.
And first we gotta mix the spice mix together. So you want to start off with 6 tablespoons of melted butter.
Of course.
Add to that 1 tablespoon of chili powder, a 1/4 teaspoon of garlic.
Are you getting flickering audio? Are you getting flickering audio right now? Can you chat? Can you hear flickering audio? Okay, I'll take a look at that afterwards. Oh, okay. So it's just that means I figured it out. Danny, I figured it out. That means we've gotten another clue. If the stream's audio isn't flickering, that means it's something to do with the audio output through to my headphones. Oh, we're figuring it out. Slowly and surely, we're figuring it out. Hey, get at. What the? There we go. All right. This is a great episode of Blue's Clues. Oh, it's fucking fantastic. Let's go.
Powder, a 1/4 teaspoon of dried oregano, a 1/4 teaspoon of paprika, 2 teaspoons of ground cumin, and a teaspoon each of salt and pepper.
Okay.
Then, you want to add the other ingredients.
Okay. Oyster crackers.
This is...
Pretzels. I want to know... That was my Discord. Yeah, I don't know why it beeped. I know why it beeped. I figured out why it beeped. Oh my god, I figured out why it beeped. Hold on a second. I can fix this. Hold on, I can fix this. I know why it beeped. I can do this. I can fix this. Hold on. There we go. Yes! I fixed it. I think I fixed it. Okay, I don't know that this is gonna... I don't think this is gonna fix the, my audio issue, but this will do something else. Yes, I got it, Elac. Okay? Let's do this. Let's continue. So, I want us to point out something. Notice that Dave added salt to this, okay? There is pretzels in here. There is oyster crackers. There is cheese fish in here, and he added salt.
1 cup of oyster...
Do you know how salty this fucking shit is? Why on earth would you need to add salt to salted pretzels, salted oyster crackers, and salted cheese fish? That is unbelievable.
Crackers, 1 cup of pretzels, 3 cups Parmesan goldfish, 3 cups cheddar extra goldfish, and 1 cup of Cheez-Its. After that, give it a toss, and once you find that's too difficult, just grab a spoon and give it a good stir.
Okay, now I want to make another note, okay? I want to make another note of this. These are snacks that are already cooked in butter. These are pre-baked, pre-salted, pre-seasoned, pre-buttered snacks that he is now coating again with both salt and butter. This will kill you. Good night, No Redux. Let's continue.
Okay, and after they're all mixed up, you want to have preheated the oven to 250 degrees. Then on a parchment-lined baking sheet, the parchment paper is optional, but it makes cleanup one whole hell of a lot easier.
True. Okay, he's right about that, though. He is right about that. The parchment paper, the cooking paper is very helpful. Good night. Good night, Ranch Panda. Yeah. The parchment paper is a great way. Not only will it make your pans last longer, but it does make cleanup way easier. Like way easier. So he's right about that. You know, credit where credit is due, everybody. Credit where credit is due, okay?
Right where you buy the aluminum foil, costs about $3. Stop being a fucking loser and get yourself some goddamn parchment paper and save yourself some...
Okay, I mean, I can't disagree with him on that.
Fucking time. And when you want to spread these out, and then pop them in that 250 degree oven we were talking about, and bake for 20 minutes. Okay, and through the magic of cooking show editing, the 20 minutes has elapsed, and all you gotta do is just put it in a big serving bowl. Perfect for holidays, or parties, or big games, or whatever. Frisky bullshit. Done.
I'm unimpressed. I'm unimpressed. Honestly, I'm unimpressed. I think that if I was served that much salt, I would be worried that my friend was trying to kill me, but that wasn't particularly great. Shall we check out the Tuna Club? I have a feeling this one's going to be very, very misogynist. Let's find out, shall we? Let's do it.
Okay, fair enough, Silent. Fair enough. It was 2% below the lethal dose.
Okie dokie. Welcome to Dave's Cook and Show You. And for you today, I have basically my version of a souped up tuna fish sandwich, tuna salad sandwich, tuna club, whatever you want to call it. So we start off with about 5.
Are those cooked cicadas? What are those? Okay, guesses, everyone. Guesses. Quickly, guesses. Is that sweet potatoes? Is that fried roaches? Is that burnt onions? Or is it something else entirely? Yeah, is it rat shit that he gathered off the ground? Sweet potatoes? Mushrooms? Why would you put mushrooms in burnt croutons? Nah, they were too rubbery. Beets? It could be onions. But, okay, onions would make sense, but why are they so disgustingly dark? Steak chunks? Do you think maybe it's like really crappy bacon bits? Wasps? All right, let's find out. Let's find out.
5 cans, about 50 ounces of albacore tuna. About 12 slices of bacon that you can see I've...
That is supposed to be bacon? That does not... There is... What the fuck? It looks like wood chips. How is that bacon? Is it fakin'? Bad lighting? I don't think so. I'm worried about this bacon.
Pretty much chopped up, fried up, and nice and crispy. A half a cup of chopped parsley. 4 dill pickles that I diced up. And at some point, you should get a tablespoon of dill pickle juice. But usually the pickles will be juicy enough. But just keep that in mind. You do want a little bit of pickle juice. Then about a cup...
That's what bacon looks like when you deep fry it in a pan or in butter? Really? I don't think so. Really? It's a lot of mayo. Dill pickle with mayo is gross. Okay, when it's mixed in with tuna, it's fine. Is Dave okay? Dave is... No. Louis Vuitton, Dave is not okay. We know that much. We know Dave is not okay. We know that. Does anybody... Oh, nobody knows this. By the way, real quick side story for this, okay? You know that this guy went on Chud Logic's show and called him the F slur like 6 times? Like, not kidding you. Dave is not okay. Dave went on to have a debate with Chud Logic. Dave went on to have a debate with Chud Logic and got drunk and then called Chud the F slur like 4 or 5 times. Yeah, I'm not kidding you. That actually happened. You can watch it. It's up on Chud's channel. Dave, yes. Unfortunately, I think Dave might be, as they say, an ultra alcoholic. Dave literally like shit-faced drunk. And there was a second debate too. There was a second debate on Chud's channel. It was very funny. You can watch both of them. They're up on Chud's YouTube, but it was really good. I just figured, oh, his debate skills are horrible. He gets increasingly drunk until he's literally burping into the, he will literally burp directly in the mic. He'll just be like, you're dumb. It's so bad. Oh my God. I'm so ready. Okay, let's continue. Anyway, that was the side story. There was the side story. Let's continue. Shall we?
Or to taste of mayonnaise. Also, what you're not seeing is we're going to add a tomato to this, too. You should have a sliced tomato all ready to go in the
Fascist Homer Simpson? True!
And why in the hell I used a knife to mix this, I do not know.
Good question.
But you just want to mix this up. By the way, this is a great recipe if you've never made anything before in your life. This is, something to start on.
Okay.
And then be like me and get really pissed off.
Okay, this is what I'm wondering here. Again, why is he searching around for his utensil? Just do another take. Just do another take. He does this all the time. Oh my God, he does this all the time. He just leaves he's the laziest video producer ever. He could have just done a second take. He could have just had the tools ready, but he didn't. Yeah, there's the Chud Logic debate. It's authentic? That's not authentic. That's fucking lazy. That's lazy.
You can't find a goddamn spoon. So basically just give this a mix, adding more mayo as you need it. Remember, you can add more, but once it's in there, it's a pain in the ass to take it out. And we're looking for something like
Dude, come on. This is another thing that he does. He always spills it all over the place, and in this one, he just stuck his fucking thumb in there like he's fucking putting his thumb in a pie. What the fuck? Look at this. Dude, be careful. You've made 100 of these videos. Be fucking careful, dude.
that. I decided on white bread for this, but you can certainly use whatever you like. Nice rye, pumpernickel. I just chose white bread for this. And you want to add a generous amount to your liking of this.
Okay.
That'll about do it for me. Couple of slices of tomato and, of course...
Wait, hold on. Watch. Hold on. Wait. Something entered here. Hold on a second. Watch the background, everybody. Watch this corner. Watch this corner. Watch. Something. I just noticed something. Watch.
That'll about do it for me. Couple of slices
Something moves.
of tomato.
Dave has a cat. Oh, no. Dave has a cat. Oh, no. What does he feed his cat? Oh, God, no.
And, of course, salt and pepper. Okay, and then I just add a slice of medium cheddar cheese, put the top piece of bread on, and I'm done. Tuna Club, done. You could certainly toast this up if you like and make a tuna melt, but I just decided not to this time, so done.
What? I feel cheated. That was lazy even for Dave. That was fucking lazy even for Dave. Holy shit, dude. You didn't even toast it? What the fuck? All right, well, on to the next episode. All right, on to the next episode. Don't listen. Don't say I didn't tell you that they were lazy. Let's try. Let's find out what the secret bacon burger is. I want to find out.
Welcome to Dave's Cooking Show, and for you today, we have a secret bacon burger. Now, why the fuck is it so secret? Well, you see, before I started filming this episode, I ground some bacon and mixed it in with the burger meat. Approximately 2 pounds of burger meat to 1 pound of bacon. Easiest way to grind bacon is just run it through a food processor, pulse it about, 5 to 10 times, whatever consistency you want. And you'll be jamming. I did that last night, the day before I filmed this, to allow the flavors to blend. I also added about 1.5 tablespoons of ground powdered
Quick thing real quick, okay? See how he's putting his meat directly on the glass here? That is not good. That is not good, okay? You should put a piece of parchment paper on there, because this, you will either have to take the glass off of your scale every time or to wash it, or he's leaving meat residue on there in between. And we know how he treats his grill. As we all know, he's never cleaned his grill. It is just covered in putrid grease, which would indicate that this is probably covered in the putrid leftovers of previous cooking experiments.
Yeah, the meat residue adds flavor and also disease.
Mushrooms to this. So, yeah, I wanted to give the flavors a chance to blend. And, of course, I mixed everything together in my KitchenAid mixer, popped it in a bowl, put it in the fridge.
Shiitake mushrooms?
And it's ready for the next day. You can do it earlier than that, but I kind of wanted...
Dude, no. Okay, he's doing it here. Look at this. Right here. Okay, this is a food scale, okay? Do not do this to your food scale. Don't do that. You will break... He has busted his food scale. If you're pushing down on your food scale, you're going to break it. A food scale is literally designed for incredibly minor measurements, and he's putting his fucking hand down on top of it. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Don't do that. I'm serious. Don't do it.
Earlier than that, but I kind of wanted a chance for the flavors to blend. Now, what I'm doing here is I'm ripping off pieces to form 6-ounce balls. They should be about the size of a baseball, I think. Okay.
And he has parchment paper. Why wasn't he using it with the scale?
And
docking you 10 points from Gryffindor.
Let's make a patty. This is my favorite way to make a burger patty. Put a ball in between 2 pieces of parchment paper and use a dinner plate, actually, to smash down, and you should get a nice patty like this. You might have to play around with the edges a bit, but yeah.
Fair.
All right.
Fair enough.
That's pretty much this. We'll see.
Aristocracy. No, this is not going to make you hungry. This is going to make you sick to your stomach. I'm very sorry.
Season these before they go on the grill, and then season them once they're on the grill. So, yeah, let's go to the grill. Oh, one important thing. You have to use parchment paper for this technique, because if you don't, basically your burger meat will stick to the goddamn plate like glue. Okay, on a grill that's hotter than the halls of hell.
What did I tell you about the grill? Look at how putrid it is. Look, I need to move my camera. Hold on, watch this. Wait, that's the wrong thing. I grabbed the wrong thing. Look at how putrid it is. It's so putrid. Oh my God, it's so fucking putrid. Oh God, look, it's disgusting. Oh God, there's chunks all over it. He never cleans it. All that he does. Oh God, all you need to do is scrape this once in a while. Oh, it's so filthy. This is not this. Okay, listen. I'm gonna explain something to you. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do you a favor. Ready? Watch this. Okay, hold on. Listen. Okay. Scrape your fucking grill. I promise you, your health will increase. It will make it takes 2 seconds. You use a wire brush or a scraper, scrape the grill. You will thank yourself forever. You will be consuming considerably less severely rotten meat. Okay, eating off a grill like Dave's is unironically, that's like drinking the sarcophagus juice, okay? It's like drinking the fucking sarcophagus juice. This is putrescent meat that's been baking out in the sun through the seasons. It's seasoned. It may as well be sarcophagus juice. What's the sarcophagus juice? Well, there you go. You'll find out someday. Let's continue.
It's time to cook the burgers. And yes, before anyone says it, lump charcoal is probably the best option, but I was being fucking lazy. Jesus fucking Christ. The burgers are still delicious.
We know.
I'm not a charcoal purist. I will concede, though, it's a little better.
Fair.
But what I'm seasoning them up here with is just a Chipotle burger seasoning that my local grocery store makes in-house. So, but you can use whatever seasoning you
He's stealing the seasoning from his local burger place.
Or make your own.
Oh, Eris, that's why I'm here. The first part that's wrong, okay, let me explain what's wrong with this image, okay? I'm going to explain it for you, okay? First, this grill is putrid. This will kill you. This is not good for you. This is very, very bad for you. Clean your grill. Do not allow bits and pieces of
1,000-year-old seasoned raw meat to enter your gullet. Do not do it, okay? Second, yes, he is cross-contaminating. He does this in every video. He cross-contaminates like a motherfucker. Third, what is this? He's not even using the grill space effectively. This is the worst burger placement I've ever seen. You could much more easily and more effectively distribute these. He just flopped them on there, okay? Also, not to go too far, but this flame looks very uneven, and I'm going to tell you why. Chances are we know he's never cleaned this grill, but what probably happened is down here. This is a propane grill, okay? This is a propane grill. Realistically, he cooks on here and the grease drips down and it clogs the propane outlets, meaning that only the front of the grill right now, the only place you can see flames. I don't see flames anywhere else. That probably means the propane nozzles are clogged with grease. That's not good. That's not good. There you go. Let's continue.
Of course. But I really like the seasonings this place makes, so that's why I use them. Okay, and give these burgers a couple of minutes to cook. And probably be about 10 or so minutes. Remember, this time you do have to go to 165 because of the bacon in there. So,
okay, right. Another critique. There is a dead bug right over here, and there's a bunch of bird shit all over this. Do you not think that he could have just wiped this off before filming a cooking video? Dead bug, bird shit. He's filming this. Just wipe it off with a fucking Clorox wipe, for God's sake. It's so filthy. And the dead bug. That's disgusting.
All right, we should be back.
I'm being unreasonable? Oh, no.
When they're all wrapped up. Okay, and through the magic of cooking show editing, these burgers are done. And the cheese I used was 1 slice of pepper jack, 1 slice of American. And
so wait, what happened to the other burgers? Did they just burn? There's only 4. What happened to the other burgers? Did they fall through? Did they fucking fall through the grill? There's more fire. Maybe these down. Oh, look at how uneven the fire is. You can see how uneven it is. Look, there's just random spurts of fire. This shit is clogged down here. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
Show editing, these burgers are done. And the cheese I used was 1 slice of pepper jack, 1 slice of American. And yeah, pretty much that's it. All right, let's take them in the house. All right, got the burger ready to go. You can see got a nice toasted bun there. Some butter lettuce on the bottom bun. Burger on top of that. Some nice pieces of fried salami.
That is burnt salami, first of all. That is burnt salami. But secondly,
And of course, we need some pickles on this son of a bitch. But first we need to add a dollop of mustardnaise. That's just a combo of coarse mustard and mayonnaise mixed together.
Fair.
Really simple. I believe I've done a couple recipes with that in there, so check out my older videos.
Do you think Dave knows that I react to his channel? I don't know. He might. He might. I doubt it, though. Dave is not a particular... Listen, I know this doesn't come as a surprise, but Dave is not a very smart man. I don't know that he pays attention to this type of stuff. He did get really mad at me once. I was trolling him in his chat once. He was doing this, I was trolling Dave in his chat once a long time ago. He was doing a segment, like, making fun of, like, this trans person online. He was just, like, making fun of this random kid. Like I'm talking like a 14-year-old, like, trans person was, like, doing this this like little vlog, and they were like, "Hi, I'm 14 and I'm trans and blah blah blah," and then he like literally was just fucking stumbling drunk trying to shit on this kid, and I was like, I went in there and I started getting him really mad, and he started fucking screaming at chat. I was just egging him on, and he got so mad that he was just like, "Fuck it," and then he turned off. He ended up turning off his stream. I'm not kidding you. You're not a true leftist until you eat Dave's cooking for 60 days straight and live. Well, he's reacted about actual Jake. Yeah, he knows Chud Logic has. Well, yeah, he debated Chud Logic. Yeah, the beans. Oh my god, I should challenge him to a cook-off. If he stopped cooking, yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know. Look, the comments on these videos are kind of funny. Hey, thank you, Grim. I appreciate that.
For that. And then just add a couple of...
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. He challenged Chud Logic to a beans and toast cook-off. Yeah, he challenged Chud Logic to a beans and toast cook-off. So good. That was such a great... So, after his debate with Chud Logic, this guy posted about Chud Logic for a week. Solid. Like, a week solid. All he did was to post about Chud Logic. He was so fucking mad. It was hilarious. I'm not kidding you. Still no pickles.
Pickles, and that's it. Secret bacon
yeah,
burger.
Fred, you got a lot. There's a lot of fun stuff. Today was a bomb-ass stream. It was good as fuck. Oh, that was abrupt. That was abrupt. Oh, God, his videos have become so abrupt. He's really just phoning it in. He's just phoning it in now. Should we watch the cheese balls? Let's watch the cheese balls. Yeah, there's a new K, too. Yeah, we're gonna do K's cooking after this.
Okay, today on Dave's Cooking Show, I'm going to teach you how to save some money by teaching you how to make a basic cheese ball. Of course, I'll probably expand on this in the future. But this is just a basic cheese ball. Don't buy them at the grocery store anymore.
I want to, though.
Make them yourself. So, to our stand mixer, we have 1 cup shredded.
I just realized why Dave's intros feel so familiar to me. It's just like RGR's. Is it? Is it the same song? Is it the same song? Oh no, is it the same? Is it? No, it can't be. No, it can't be. Please, no, it can't be. Is it similar? Is it the same? It's not? Oh, thank God. I wouldn't have been able to handle that. I would have had to just stop. That would have been too funny. It's just really similar. It's royalty-free stock music. Oh. Oh no! Oh no! Yo! Rad! Thank you so much for the AED 100. Thank you so much. Let me... $27.22 US cents. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that for the 100 dirhams. Thank you so much for the 100 dirhams. You've been sitting here thinking it's RGR's theme? Uh-oh. I really want to, Axe DDD. Yeah.
Sharp cheddar cheese. 1...
Yes, please come in. Hi, what's up? Oh, was I screaming too loud?
Yeah, I was out taking yoga. I was just like,
Yeah, I probably have caused some local incidents by screaming my show out. Hi, Yodi. Hi, Yoda. Watch this, everybody. Come here, Yoda. Yoda. Come on, Yoda. Hold on, wait. Let's put you up on the big screen. Hold on. Come on, Yoda. Come on. Come up. Up. Yoda. Yoda. Ready? Hey, come here. Ready? You're so good. You're so good. Good girl. Good singing. You like to sing, huh? Yeah, you like singing? Yeah, you even know. You even know the words. Singing time. Sing. Yoda. Yoda, sing. Yoda, sing. Yoda, sing, sing, sing. Oh, she's distracted by the plate now. Yoda, sing. Look at that. Look at that. You're so good. You're such a good girl. Oh my goodness. I love you so much. You're so good. All right, go on. We got to get back to the Dave's cooking show.
Love you.
Love you. Okay, I got to figure out the camera angle. Oh, she knows. She knows. She knows you love her. I know. I tell her all the time. Shall we continue? We must go. Thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. Let's continue.
Cup shredded Swiss cheese, and you have to get the cheese from the blocks. You can't use the pre-shredded shit. Otherwise, it will not come together in a cohesive ball.
That is correct. Yes. Pre-shredded cheese is usually lightly dusted with something like cornstarch or flour in order to get it to not clump together. It will actually fuck things up. Hey, okay, Eddie. Cool, thanks. Yeah, just know about that. Yeah. It's often literal wood shavings? Is it? Really? Wait, for real? What the fuck? Or cellulose. Oh, cellulose, yeah. I guess that is wood shavings, technically. Anyway, let's continue.
Because the pre-shredded stuff is basically got a additive. I forget what it's called. It's not harmful, though.
Did he learn that from me? I've yelled at him about that before. Did he learn that from me? Maybe he does know. Maybe he does. Oh my God. Thank you, Pifto Cakes. The cellulose is in bread too. It's like 2% wood. Yeah. He knows. He fucking knows. Let's continue.
Which basically prevents the cheese from sticking together. That's why I don't use pre-shredded cheese on pretty much anything where I like a pasta.
Wait, he's improving. He's improving. First K and now Dave? Yoda can figure out that thousands of people think Yoda's the best dog. I don't know if she'd be able to handle it, but we definitely at least show her. We'd at least have her come out and say hi. Long Bong Silvers, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Let's find out.
Or something of that nature. Now, what you see me do here is struggle against a 8-ounce pack of cream cheese that we're going to add in as soon as my dumbass gets the goddamn thing open.
Oh, Dave.
All right, we got our cheeses in there. We also, added.
Wait, why? Why did he leave it in? He didn't need to leave that in. He could have just cut it 2 seconds earlier. Instead, he just shows himself dropping the cheese.
That we're going to add in as soon as my dumbass gets the goddamn thing open. All right, we got our cheeses in there.
There was no reason for that to be. He could have just cut it earlier.
I don't know if it wasn't recording at the time or whatever. 2 tablespoons of fresh chives, 2 teaspoons of Worcestershire sauce, half a teaspoon of paprika, half a teaspoon of garlic.
This is the thing is, Dave talks like he talks like the quintessential American dullard. Everything that he says is like beer. He says everything like he's vomiting every word or belching every word. He's like, my dumbass. It's like if a frog, like a large frog, tried to learn how to speak English. I like my beers. I don't think that's just being drunk either.
Powder, and we also have some chopped up pecans, but those come in later. So basically what you want to do is mix this up on a medium speed till basically a paste forms. As you can see, I've added the chives, and now basically, like I said, you want to mix this till essentially it's a pasty, malleable ball. Should have the consistency of, I guess, Play-Doh. Okay, this is kind of important. You need a piece of wax paper to do this. And then basically you just want to roll the cheese mix into a ball.
Am I being trolled right now? Are we being trolled? Just make the cheese into a ball. I thought there was something more to this.
Okay, and the wax paper will actually form an important function later on, too. Okay, now we got our cheese in a ball. Now, at least a 1/4 cup of finely chopped pecans, 1/4 cup to a 1/2 cup. And then just roll the cheese ball around and coat it to your liking.
I thought he was making cheese balls, not like those giant shitty cheese balls. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I get it. I get it now. It's a big ball. I thought he was making like little cheese balls. The one that nobody touches. Yeah, no party ever has anybody ever eaten one of these. Nobody ever eats the cheese ball. They're fucking inconvenient.
And really, that's it.
How are you supposed to eat it? How are you supposed to eat the cheese balls? How the fuck are you supposed to eat it? They're always, listen, at every single party, the room will be either so cold that it will break any cracker that you attempt to dip into it, or so hot that the ball just melts and fills up the thing in the middle. With crackers? No, the crackers just break. Use a knife? You think you can just have knives sitting around at a party? That's how people get stabbed. That's how people get stabbed. You can't just have knives at a party. Scoop it with a butter knife? Maybe. True. True, gay fish. All right, well, let's continue. Let's find out what else Dave has in store for us, okay?
Last step of this, it requires no human thought. Take a piece of wax paper, tie it on up like this, and leave in the fridge for at least 12 hours up to 24. I did 24. Ultimately, I gave up on the plastic bag. But, yeah, that's it. That's how you make a cheese ball. So, before you spend $7 to bring one to the next office party, just make it yourself. It's really that easy.
He didn't say... Wait, did he say done?
That's how you make a cheese ball.
Wait.
So, before you spend $7 bag. But, yeah, that's it. That's how you make a cheese ball.
He didn't say done. The video didn't... The video's not over. He didn't say done. No! He always says done! Oh, no, he's giving up. He didn't say done. All right, this is the one we've been waiting for. All right, here we go. This is the Pizza Hut bacon mac and cheese. Those seem terrible. Those knives seem terrible.
Dave's cooking show for you today. We
Poor
have
buddy.
another retro recipe, and this one is probably going to be.
What type of party are you going to where the people there can't be trusted to not stab others? Listen, that's between me and the party attendees, okay?
One of the easiest ones. It's Pizza Hut's bacon mac and cheese. I don't know why
this is Skyrim music. He's playing Skyrim music. Oh no.
But it's little more.
Silent says, maybe Dave's refusal to ever edit out his mistakes is a sign of his ascribing to cinema verite. Yes, listen, this is his entire channel is actually a work of art. The fact that he doesn't clean up the disgusting stains and leftover pieces of plastic over here. The fact that there's like literal like creatures growing on his stove and on his grill. Absolutely. It's his devotion to his filmic vision for sure. Absolutely. I think you're right.
Basic bacon mac and cheese with rotini pasta. So in this pot here, I have about 12 ounces of bacon that we're going to fry up. Okay, in the same pot that we made the bacon, we're going to melt about 3 tablespoons of butter. And before some smartass brings it up, yes, that is just about a half a stick of butter. A half a stick of butter is only 4 tablespoons. Then it is time to add our flour, about 3 tablespoons of flour, and you want to stir this constantly.
Yeah. Let me guess, someone stole your sweet roll. Let me guess, someone stole the rest of your stick of butter.
Because what are we doing? Well, with all mac and cheese, you gotta make a roux, but make sure to knock over a beer bottle while you're doing it.
Oh my god. Silent, you're right. It is cinema verite. Oh no, it is. He spills the beer. Every time it's better. An auteur. We've been played.
That is very important to mac and cheese. Knock that motherfucking beer bottle over. Thankfully, it was empty. All right. Okay, and now that our roux's made, you want to add somewhere between 4 and 6 ounces of mild cheddar and 4 and 6 ounces of sharp cheddar. I'm leaving it up to interpretation. Make it as cheesy as you like.
That is so much cheese. That is so goddamn much cheese. What the fuck?
And then you just basically stir this.
Me making grilled cheese when I'm high. Yeah, hold on. Do you just, it's time for grilled cheese at 3 a.m. Do you just like go into your basement and roll up like a fucking 6-foot diameter wheel of cheese and just plop it between like literally 2 sheets of flatbread that are like the size of your fucking couch? Oh my fucking god. If you heat it too quickly, your house just overflows with literal cheese. Oh my god.
Adding liquid until you get the consistent...
Okay, I'm really waiting to hear in the background. Oh. Take that. I fought mud crabs tougher than you. In the background. Stop right there. Heard any good rumors lately? No. What about you? Spare a coin for a beggar?
See that you want. Now I decided to start off with a little bit of beer just to get kind of that beer cheese flavor going, and then I switched it up to milk. And if I had to guess, that was probably a 1/4 cup of beer, and I probably did somewhere between a 1/4 cup and a 1/2 cup of milk. This really does not have any sort of hard and fast measurements to it. Just kind of keep stirring it till...
Have you heard of the High Elves?
Your cheese sauce is the consistency you like.
Milk.
Okay, now it's
milk.
Time to add our spices to this. And probably gave it about 10 or 12 turns of the old black pepper mill. And some salt, I'd say about a teaspoon.
Salt and pepper is not
certainly more or less
spice,
to your
dude.
liking.
Dude.
And then I added some Montreal steak seasoning for the hell of it.
Oh, come on! Montreal steak seasoning? Yes, we're just going to add some fine herbs to this. The Montreal steak seasoning. He uses the Montreal steak seasoning in every fucking video. Every single video he used that fucking steak seasoning. Every fucking video. It's always the steak seasoning.
Pretty much it. Okay. That's 1 pound of rotini, cooked al dente, and I usually knock off 45 seconds of the al dente package recommendations. That is our cheese sauce, fully made to the consistency. I did add just a bit more milk before I put this.
Wait, he said it differently. Wait, listen, he says it differently. He said it differently.
Sauce, fully made to the consistency. I did add just a bit more milk.
Okay, the first time he said malk, and this time he said distinctly nailk. What's going on here? I don't play with anything. I hate the fucking main story of Skyrim. It sucks. Fuck Skyrim.
Before I put this in the baking tray. Also, I re-added in the bacon as well that was fried up. So, basically you just want to give this a good stir, make sure the cheese is coated, and preheat your oven to about 400 degrees, because we're going to pop that motherfucker in. Okay. Now, we've got our mac and cheese.
Okay. That is not mac and cheese. That is cheese dough.
Okay. Now, we've got our mac and cheese in our glass baking dish. The oven is preheated to 400 degrees. I know this might look really, really thick, but remember, this is going to be a baked mac and cheese, meaning that kind of thick cheese sauce that we have around it, it's going to loosen up quite a bit. Now, just because you can never have too much cheese, more mild cheddar as a topper. I don't know if burger or a pizza.
Really? Really? I really don't think it needs more cheese. I really don't think it needs more cheese. I think the one thing that this dish has enough of is cheese. I'm sorry, but it's just a feeling, okay?
Hut, excuse me, did this or not?
Yeah, if he eats this, by the way, he probably ate this entire thing by himself. This guy will not shit until the fucking heat death of the universe. This guy is going to die with this casserole in his stomach. I'm not kidding you. Just so you know. Like, this is going to become a new organ.
I don't really give a shit. It's my version of it. So fuck it. There it is. And you want to add a dusting of breadcrumbs. Just try to get it all over as much as you can. And if you...
That isn't breadcrumbs. That's fucking bread dust. Dude, that's sand. That is beach sand. That's fucking beach sand. That is not breadcrumbs. You've got to be fucking kidding me. That's fucking sand. How long has it been since he last posted? Let's find out. 10 hours ago. Oh shit. Right now, Dave has a stone in his gut. This was posted 10 hours ago.
Can. And if you make a big clump and spread it out a little bit. And last but not least, this is just to make the crust a little...
More cheese? He's adding more cheese?
Crispier. A generous dusting of freshly grated Parmesan cheese. If you use that shit in a can, I'll shove it up your ass. Then pop it in an oven, and that's it. 20 minutes.
He used it.
And thanks to the magic of cooking show editing.
I'm unironically getting a stomach ache watching this.
Minutes is gone. You get this wonderful, bubbly, gooey mess of goodness. And that's it. Pizza Hut's bacon mac and cheese. Brought back to life.
He didn't say done again. This is a cry for help. He has said done. I like your video style with voiceover. Keep things moving along. Now where's my green can of cheese? Wait, I want to see what the comments on the Tuna Club were.
I had to get that awful taste of that vegan woman filling an elementary school out of my mouth. This video restores my faith in humanity. Yeah, we'll watch that next. Let's watch that video that was sent. I was sent a video that's supposedly a good meme. Let's watch it. Shall we? Is this a good one? Is it going to be good? This better be good. Elac, I trust you because you're a good memer, but if this sucks, I'm going to be so mad. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. All right, this is a pickle eating video.
Then go get me a hot pickle.
Ow. Okay.
Yes! Yes! Hot pickle, hey. Yes! Are y'all happy for me? I got a picky! Wow! I'm so excited to eat my hot pickle. Nigga, these mugs slap!
Well, there goes the VOD. Oh, this makes me so mad. I could have said, oh, I could have dropped a tactical T slur earlier. Now we got to delete it anyway. We made it so far. All my effort, 10 hours of streaming and holding back, dropping a tactical F slur and a tactical T slur, undone. Undone. Oh, Eli. I'll never trust chat again. Elac, more like Elac with 3 Ks. Hey, where'd my tissues go? No! More like Elac. I'm slandering you. Hey, don't make that joke, okay? Listen, Elac is 13 and a half, okay? Come on. That is a joke. That is a joke, everybody. That's a joke. Well, here's what we learned. All right. Well, it's okay. We have other treats for everyone, okay? Okay, I have another thing for us, okay? Guess what we have? Guess what? We have the very first ever cake. Kay's Cooking did a cake. Poggers! Kay's Cooking did a cake. We get to see Kay attempt a cake and a pie. Good night, Polly Tacos. Thanks for hanging out. I think today was an absolutely amazing stream. Now let's watch Kay. Let's do it. I love Kay. We love Kay. I'm so happy.
Hi people, and I'm back cooking again. And today I'm going to be making a cake.
A cake?
Right, as you can see, I've got 4 ounces of flour in self.
Ounces? Ah, I love it! Ounces! It's like eggs.
Raisin flour. I've got 4 ounces of sugar, and I've got 4 ounces of marge. And I'm going. I know you say I'm not very good, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to tap the. Oh God, watch it! I'm able to go. Oh, that's a lot easier. So that's 1 eggy.
Ugly pie!
2 eggies. Right, now I know a lot of people have said, oh, your mixer looks... Oh, but while it's still going, I ain't going to fix it. Oh, for God's sake. Might be wise to switch the electric on. I'm going to mix this in, all in, and then I'm going to gently add some milk. I'm going to use all the milk.
She's doing it too. She said milk and then milk. Two. What is this? Are we being trolled? Is this a glitch in the Matrix? Hey, Ugly Pie. I haven't cracked any Heggies. Actually, let's be real. Kay cracked 2 Heggies in this video. You don't even know. I probably cracked so many eggs today talking about trans stuff and trans pride. Different type of egg. Still cracked them.
Keep mixing it until all the milk is gone. And last bit. That's it. And I'm going to mix all that in. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on a faster speed. Now you won't be able to hear me, so I'm going to turn the camera off because, well, like I said, you won't be able to hear me. As you can see, I'm pouring the mix into the tin.
I mean, you're right, but... Good night, Wooly. Okay. Okay, listen. Honestly, minus destroying that bowl, which that mixer was... that was going to destroy the bowl. I'm sorry. That mixer was destroying the bowl. That bowl is going to be dead. But aside from destroying the bowl... and perhaps picking up a couple of plastic shavings, this is pretty decent so far. So far, I mean, I'm impressed. Maybe Kay is better at baking than she thought.
Now, as you can see, I'm going to move it all the way around so it all rises evenly. Probably won't do, but... And I'm going to put this in the oven.
Ooh. Oh, okay, good. I thought
she was 150, or can be 120. I can't even see the markings now. But I'm going to put it in the oven, and it's going to have...
Lady Calgana, yes, I know. Yes, I know. It's so bad. I'm glad you're out of it now. It's so fucking bad.
20 minutes, but I will check it after 10 minutes, and hopefully...
Okay, so here's the problem. Kay, here's my first problem with this video. Kay needed to use a bigger spatula or something else that was wider to spread this evenly. These spots are gonna fuck with the consistency of the cake. The unevenness of the cake batter is going to severely inhibit the ability of this cake to be cooked correctly.
When it's finished, when it's cooked, I will show you the end product. And that is the end product of a cake. And here is the taste test.
Oh! Freddie Mercury shirt! She's got a Freddie Mercury shirt! Pog! How perfect! What perfect timing! We love Kay so much. Aesthetic Resonance with the tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. Hey, Demon Mama, I've been following your content for a while now. I just want to say the streams and memes are a vibe, and I hope you keep going strong. You know I'm going to keep going strong. I ain't going anywhere. I ain't going fucking anywhere. I'm going long and strong, baby. Thank you very much for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate it.
It tastes like a cake. There's nothing more I can say.
It's just like a cake. Oh, that's like when she said it tasted like an egg.
Link in the description to my merch, and if you like what you see, please keep viewing me. Oh, you know what to do. I just fed up of getting it messed up. So
confidence. Yes, K confidence. You don't need a fucking outro. You know what to do. Like, subscribe, and comment. Oh, I love it. The confidence. Oh, it makes my heart scream. Always be girl bossin'. That's what I'm talking about. APGP. Yes, APGP. Always be girl bossin'.
You all know what to do. Thank you. Bye.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on, I got a comment. Every time Okay, the imps and I loved this video, especially the confidence in saying, you know what to do at the end. And I'm going to put smiley faces. You're amazing, and we love you. We love your cooking very much over here with Demon Mama and the Imps. We love your cooking very much over here. There we go. Okay, the Imps and I love this video, especially the confidence in saying, you know what to do at the end. True! Wait, hold on a second. True! We know to like and subscribe. K's cooking. You're amazing and we love your cooking very much. Yeah! Don't forget to ring the little bell. Oh yeah, I'm a member of K's Cooking. Like, I'm an actual patron of K's Cooking. So good. So good. Oh yeah, I gotta say we love your shirt. Also, we love your Freddie Mercury shirt. So great. There we go. Bam. Double comment. Double comment. God bless. God bless. Wow. All right, that was fucking amazing. Okay? That was incredible. I fucking love it. Oh, so good. So goddamn good. So goddamn good. All right, everybody. Listen. We are at hour 9 and 46. Okay? Today has been a very strange day. I have done so much shit that I didn't expect that we were going to do today. Almost a 10-hour stream. But this was a fucking good stream, was it not? Was it not an incredible stream? We went back to the basics. We did a bunch of debates. Some of them wild, some of them wholesome. We enjoyed some Cooking Mama. We didn't do Holy Mac, but that just means we'll do Holy Mac on Friday. We'll have fish on Friday. You know we're going to have fish on Friday. You know we're going to have fish on Friday. Oh, I'm excited for D&D so much, Vermin. We talked to Doe. Oh, what a great stream. Thank you all for being here with me during this incredibly awesome stream, okay? Seriously. What a fucking great time. Amazing I still have energy. I am a little tired, but that's okay. And we had Silent appear. Thank you all very much for supporting me. We are going to find somebody to raid real quick. Let's do a raid. Let's find out who's on. Who's on? Oh. Oh. Conyer! Conyer! We're raiding Conyer. We're raiding Conyer. All right, everybody. Here's how it goes, okay? We're raiding Conyer, okay? Bam. Conyer. The raid. Did the raid? Is it? Can you see the raid? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Oh, it went through. Wait, is it? I can't see it. I can't. Oh God. Here. I'm gonna link you to Conyer directly, okay? And then you can go through with the raid if you want to, or you can go through right here. Okay, it'll auto raid in a second, okay? Here we go. There you go. If you want to go watch, go ahead and hit that Twitch TV /ConyerCC, okay? And make sure you give your love from Demon Mama and the Imps to Conyer, who is incredible, okay? All right, go. Enjoy yourselves, and I will see you all very soon. This Friday, we're going to have a fun-ass time. It'll be a mod day, which means money goes to the mods. It'll be good as hell. See you soon, and much, much communal love to every last one of you. Blah!